The guy in front of me bought flowers, just one small bouquet. Yellow wrapping paper, a little bent on one side, like he'd been carrying it around, trying not to crush it. The cashier asked, "Would you like a bag?" He looked down for a second, then smiled. "No, I'll hold it." I don't know why, but that answer stayed with me the entire afternoon outside. The city was doing city things, buses late, traffic lights changing, someone arguing on the phone, construction noise echoing down the block. Nothing unusual, nothing memorable, except somehow that bouquet changed everything. I walked toward the river, coffee in one hand, headphones in the other, not really listening, just letting songs happen. The sky couldn't decide whether it wanted sun or clouds, and honestly, neither could I. Halfway across the bridge, I saw an old couple sharing a convenience store sandwich, sitting side by side, looking out at the water. No conversation, no phones, no hurry, just there. And suddenly, I remembered the flowers again. The guy in front of me bought flowers. Maybe for somebody waiting, maybe for somebody leaving, maybe for somebody he missed. The funny thing is, the reason didn't matter. What mattered was that he cared enough to stop to choose them, to carry them home later that afternoon. The train arrived crowded like always, everybody staring down into tiny glowing screens. But across from me, a little girl was drawing on the back of a receipt. A purple dog, a blue tree, a house floating in the sky. And her dad looked at it like it belonged in a museum. I smiled without meaning to. The city felt different today, not because it changed, because I noticed the guy in front of me bought flowers. And somehow the whole day unfolded from there. A stranger holding a door, someone giving up their seat, the barista remembering my order, a cyclist stopping to help another cyclist. Tiny things everywhere, things I would have missed on most days. By evening, the streets turn gold, that hour right before sunset, when every building looks better than it actually is. I passed the flower shop again, almost empty now, just a few stems left. Buckets half full, lights starting to dim, and I wondered if somewhere in the city someone had already received that bouquet. Maybe they laughed, maybe they cried, maybe they put it in a jar on a kitchen table. Maybe it made an ordinary Tuesday feel a little less ordinary. The guy in front of me bought flowers, and I never saw him again. But some people leave a mark without knowing, not because they say anything, not because they try, just because for one brief moment they remind you the world is still full of small, beautiful things. Somebody opened the window, and the whole room changed. Not dramatically, not like in movies. Nothing exploded into color. Nobody suddenly understood life, but something shifted. The kind of shift you only notice when you stop rushing. The curtains moved first, slowly, like they were waking up too. Then the air rolled in, cooler than expected, carrying sounds from outside. A bicycle bell, a delivery truck reversing, someone laughing across the street, a dog barking at absolutely nothing. The city introducing itself, one sound at a time. My coffee was still sitting there, half finished, getting colder every minute, just like it always does. The notebook on my desk, still open to the same page, the same unfinished list, the same unfinished ideas, the same promises I kept making to myself. Nothing about the room had changed, and yet everything felt different. Somebody opened the window, and suddenly the day seemed larger. Sunlight stretched across the floor, reaching places it hadn't reached yesterday. Or maybe it had, and I just wasn't looking. Across the street, the flower shop owner dragged buckets onto the sidewalk, one at a time. Yellow flowers, white flowers, flowers I couldn't name. People stopped just for a second before continuing on. A woman carrying groceries, paused to fix her hair, using a store window as a mirror. A student checked the time 3 times in 30 seconds. An old man folded a newspaper with impossible precision. Tiny scenes happening everywhere, the kind of moments nobody records, nobody posts, nobody remembers. But somehow, those are always the moments that stay with me. Around 10, I left the apartment without much of a plan. The best days usually start that way. A cafe near the station had moved its tables outside. Someone was reading a novel, someone was working, someone was pretending to work. The barista recognized me, even though we've never exchanged names. That's one of my favorite things about cities, the way strangers become familiar. Not friends, not family, just small pieces of each other's routine. Somebody opened the window, and somehow I started noticing everything. The bakery smelled like butter, the bookstore smelled like paper, the train station smelled like rain. Even though it wasn't raining, I followed whichever street looked the most interesting. Turned left, then right, then left again. Not because I knew where I was going, because I didn't. A musician played guitar outside a convenience store, missing more notes than he hit, but smiling the whole time. A little girl danced anyway, which felt like the correct response. By noon, the city had fully arrived. Tables filled up, sidewalks got louder, the park grew crowded. Somebody was teaching a kid how to ride a bicycle. Somebody was walking 3 dogs at the same time, which looked impossible. Someone sat alone, eating lunch, watching clouds move overhead. No headphones, no phone, just existing. I wondered how often people allow themselves to do that anymore. Somebody opened a window, and the day kept unfolding. One small moment leading to another, like pages turning themselves. By afternoon, I found a bench near the river, the kind of bench people only notice when they need one. Boats moved slowly, the water reflected sunlight in broken pieces. A couple argued quietly, then laughed before either of them could win. A cyclist stopped to help another cyclist fix a chain. 2 strangers talking like old friends for exactly 3 minutes, then never seeing each other again. I love that about cities too. The brief connections, the temporary stories, lives crossing, then continuing. By evening, the light changed again. Buildings turned gold, store signs flickered away, windows glowed from inside. The city preparing for a different version of itself. I walked home, taking streets I didn't need to take. Past the bakery, past the flower shop, past the cafe. Everything's still there, everything slightly different. Somebody opened the window this morning, and maybe that was all that happened. Maybe nothing extraordinary occurred. Maybe there was no lesson, no grand revelation, no life-changing event. Just fresh air, a little sunlight, and enough attention to notice how beautiful an ordinary day can be. Somebody opened the window, and somehow the whole city walked in. The guy in front of me bought flowers, yellow ones, wrapped in brown paper, tied with green string. Nothing expensive, nothing dramatic, just flowers. The cashier asked, "Would you like a bag?" He looked down, thought about it, then smiled. "No, I'll carry them." For some reason that stayed with me all afternoon outside. The city was loud, buses arriving late, construction noise, traffic lights changing. Everybody moving quickly, like every minute mattered, except him. He walked carefully, protecting that bouquet from strangers, from corners, from the wind. The guy in front of me bought flowers, and suddenly the whole city felt softer. At the next intersection, someone held a door for someone else. At the cafe, a barista remembered the name. On the train, a teenager stood up and offered a seat. Tiny moments everywhere, moments that would have disappeared on any other day, but somehow I was noticing them now. Maybe attention works that way. Once you see one good thing, you start finding others. I walked toward shore, the river, coffee in hand, no destination, just moving. The water reflected sunlight in broken pieces. A little kid chased pigeons without catching any. A street musician forgot part of a song, then laughed and started over. Nobody minded, in fact everybody seemed happier because he laughed. The guy in front of me bought flowers, and somehow they felt connected too. Maybe it wasn't, maybe I was simply looking closer. A flower shop, a sandwich shared between friends, someone carrying groceries, someone feeding birds. The ordinary details, usually hidden behind busy schedules. By sunset, the city turned gold, windows glowing, street lights waking up, conversations spilling out of restaurants. The flower shop was almost empty now, just a few stems left. I wondered where those flowers went. A birthday, an apology, a first date, a hospital room, a kitchen table. Maybe somebody smiled the second they saw them. Maybe somebody cried. Maybe somebody kept them long after they faded. The guy in front of me bought flowers, and I never saw him again. But sometimes people leave something behind without knowing it. Not advice, not inspiration, just a small reminder that kindness still exists, and that sometimes a bouquet of flowers can quietly improve an entire day. Woke up and it hit me like a window left open. The kind of morning where everything's unspoken but good, like the silence has a smile in it. I put on my good shoes, yeah, I'm feeling it. The coffee hit different, the light came in straight. Didn't check the news, I'll get to that late. Or maybe never, maybe that's okay. Some mornings are just made to throw away the heavy stuff and walk a little taller. Didn't get a raise, didn't get a dollar, just got a Tuesday feeling like a Friday. And honestly that's worth more, I'd say. Something in the air today, something I can't quite explain away. Don't need to name it, don't need to know. Just gonna put the good shoes on and go. Good shoes day, good shoes day. Everything is landing just the right way. Good shoes day, good shoes day. Nothing's changed but I feel okay, yeah. Good shoes day, step outside, the world looks better from this stride. Good shoes day, good shoes day. Yeah, today's a good shoes day. Today's a good shoes day. Yeah, walk past the bakery, they had the thing, the pastry that I always say I'm never gonna bring home, because I never stop at one. Yeah, I stopped at one, still counts as a win, son. Held the door for someone, they said have a good one. I said you too, and I actually meant it, The train came right as I walked down the stairs. The universe occasionally cares about the small acoustics of a regular life. Not the big dramatic stuff, just a small right moment where the coffee cup fits in the holder. The bag strap doesn't slide off your shoulder. Good shoes day, good shoes day. Everything is landing just the right way. Good shoes day, good shoes day. Nothing's changed but I feel okay, yeah. Good shoes day, step outside, the world looks better from this stride. Good shoes day, good shoes day. Yeah, today's a good shoes day. You ever have a day, yeah, where nothing's going wrong? Yeah, not because it's perfect, right? Just because you're strong enough to let the good stuff, let it in, actually get in. Stop filtering the happy before it can begin. My friend said happiness is practice. I said that sounds exhausting. She said try it for a Tuesday. Now look at me, just coasting. Good shoes, good shoes, good shoes day. that's literally it.
Good Tuesday.
The newspaper nobody finished was still sitting there, folded open beside an empty cup. Page 7, halfway through an article about something important, or at least important yesterday. Nobody came back for it. The chair stayed empty for most of the morning. People glanced at it, then looked away, like it belonged to somebody returning soon. The newspaper nobody finished became part of the furniture, part of the room. The cafe opened at 8. By 9, the first rush arrived. Office workers, students, people holding meetings they probably could have handled by email. The newspaper remained quietly surviving. Outside, a bus arrived early, which felt suspicious. Two strangers reached the crosswalk at exactly the same moment. A delivery driver balanced 3 boxes and somehow didn't drop any. Small miracles everywhere, nobody seemed impressed. Around noon, sunlight landed directly across the abandoned table, lighting up headlines nobody was reading. I wondered who left it. Someone distracted, someone late, someone who got good news and forgot everything else. A better story than whatever was printed inside. The newspaper nobody finished stayed there through lunch, stayed there through afternoon coffee, stayed there through conversations about jobs, apartments, travel plans, old relationships. The city changed shifts 3 times. The paper never moved. By 4 o'clock, a little girl pointed at a photograph printed on the front page. Her father leaned over, pretended to understand it, then invented an answer. She believed him immediately. One of the benefits of being 6. The newspaper nobody finished had now entertained more people than the person who bought it, which felt appropriate somehow. By evening, the crowd changed again. Friends replaced laptops, laughter replaced typing. Street lights woke up outside, and finally a staff member picked up the newspaper, folded it carefully, placed it beneath the counter. The story ended quietly, like most stories do. No dramatic conclusion, no mystery solved. Just another object passing through another day. The newspaper nobody finished, still somehow part of everybody else's. I've been talking to myself the way I'd never talk to someone else, not ever. The running commentary in my head would make a decent enemy instead. I got it living rent-free in my chest, pointing out the ways I'm not the best at everything at once at all the time. Which, if I'm being honest, that's a crime against the version of me that's just trying to show up every day without the crying before noon. Which, by the way, is something that I'm working on. Okay, so here's the thing I'm practicing this week: be the voice that's kind before you speak. You never say it to a friend, so why is it okay to say it to yourself again? Ease up, breathe out, that's what this song's about. Easy on yourself, easy on yourself. You're doing better than the voice on the shelf. Easy on yourself, easy on yourself. The grace you give to others, give yourself. Easy, easy. Take it easy on yourself. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My friend makes the best food I've ever had. She serves it, then immediately feels bad about some small thing only she can see. I said it's perfect, she said let it be better next time. I said there's no next time that beats this moment. That's the paradigm we keep applying to our own best work. The second guessing, hiding like a jerk behind the curtain of improvement, like satisfaction is a moment of movement. You're always moving through without arriving, but honestly the whole point is the driving, not the destination, not the done. Just you making something under the sun. Easy on yourself, easy on yourself. You're doing better than the voice on the shelf. Easy on yourself, yeah, easy on yourself. The grace you give to others, give yourself. Easy, easy, easy. Take it easy on yourself. Hey, I read once that self-compassion isn't soft. It's structural, it's how you stay aloft when everything is hard and you're still going. The kindness is the fuel that keeps you flowing. Not the lowered bar, not the excuse, just the I'm still here, and that's of use to everyone around you, including you, which sounds obvious but somehow feels new. Every time I have to learn it again on a Wednesday, when the effort feels like pain, I say okay, you showed up. That's the whole assignment. Fill the cup of ordinary effort with a little grace, and keep going at your own pace. Da, 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 yeah, hey. You're doing alright. I know it doesn't always feel that way, but from where I'm standing, you're doing alright. Just thought you should know. Just thought you should hear it from someone, even if that someone is you. Easy on yourself, easy on yourself. You're doing better than the voice on the shelf. Easy on yourself, easy on yourself. The grace you give to others, give yourself. Easy, easy, easy. Take it easy on yourself. Yeah. Easy on yourself. Easy on yourself. Easy. The jacket on the empty chair arrived before its owner, or maybe its owner arrived first and disappeared for a moment. Either way,
the jacket stayed dark blue, slightly worn, one sleeve hanging lower than the other, like it had relaxed. The second it sat down, the cafe was quiet in that late morning way.
not empty, not busy, just comfortable.
The jacket on the empty chair
Became part of the room.
People glanced at it, then stopped noticing the way people stopped noticing.
Clocks, background music, or rain outside. A delivery truck blocked traffic for exactly 3 minutes.
Long enough for everyone to complain,
Short enough to forget immediately.
a woman near the window crossed out 3 lines in a notebook, then stared at the fourth for almost 10 minutes. Across the room, someone laughed loudly at something on their phone, the kind of laugh that makes strangers smile too.
The jacket on the empty chair
Still waited,
patiently, as if it understood.
nobody stays in one place forever.
Around noon,
Sunlight crossed the room, touching tables, coffee cups, laptop screens. Then finally, the jacket, its color changed slightly.
under the light, becoming warmer, almost familiar. I wondered who owned it, someone working nearby.
Someone meeting a friend, someone waiting for good news.
The city was full of possibilities. The jacket carried all of them by afternoon.
The chair across from it filled and emptied twice. People came and went, conversations began and ended. Coffee arrived,
Then disappeared.
hours passed, the jacket remained, a quiet reminder that somebody planned to come back.
Eventually,
The owner returned,
not dramatically,
no surprise, no revelation,
just a person
picking up their jacket.
and leaving.
The whole mystery
Resolved in seconds.
and somehow that felt perfect. The jacket on the empty chair,
Was never really the story.
waiting was, and maybe most of life looks a little bit like that.
First one day of the year, and I felt it in my chest. The kind of warmth that cuts right through the rest of everything you built to keep the cold out. Jackets, routines, reasons not to go out. I went out, walked to the park the long way, took my time, watched the dog run figure eights like a sign that movement for its own sake is enough. That sometimes joy is simple, not that tough. The trees had the green that only lasts a week. The new green, the almost there, the peak of trying before it settles into summer. First warm day is different from all the others. Something unlocked in the 60-degree air. People outside looking like they didn't know they care this much about a sun, about a bench, about a Tuesday that smells like fresh. First warm day, first warm day. Everybody moving like they forgot the way to just be outside, just be here. First warm day of the year. First warm day, first warm day. Something opens up, something becomes clear. First warm day, yeah, first warm day. You feel that? Yeah, I feel that. The air's different, like a permission slip for every small ambition. The coffee tastes better, the walk home's longer. The things I kept postponing suddenly feel urgent. Not in a bad way, not at all, in the good way. That I might actually do this way. The first warm day way. First warm day, first warm day. Everybody moving like they forgot the way to just be outside, just be here. First warm day of the year. First warm day, first warm day. Something opens up, something becomes clear. First warm day, yeah, first warm day. I bought flowers, I never bought flowers. Stood in the shop for an embarrassing number of hours, picking between the yellow ones and the pink. Ended up with both, what do you think? Put them in a jar because I don't own a vase, which felt appropriate for the phase of life I'm in. Figuring out the basics slowly without crisis. Just the pacing of someone who's becoming, not arrived. 2 buys 2 bunches just to feel alive on the first warm day of the year. And that's enough, that's more than enough, that's here. First warm day, it doesn't ask for much to show up. Just feel it, just let it touch the part of you that's been waiting since November. First warm day, something to remember. First warm day, first warm day. Everybody moving like they forgot the way to just be outside, just be here. First warm day of the year. First warm day, first warm day. Something opens up, something becomes clear. First warm day, yeah, first warm day. First warm day, first warm day, first warm day. Yeah, yeah. The receipt was longer than the conversation. 3 coffees, 2 pastries, 1 bottle of water printed neatly in black ink on paper nobody planned to keep. We talked for maybe 10 minutes about weather, traffic, a movie neither of us had seen. The sort of conversation that fills space without trying to change anything. The sort of conversation that fills space without trying to change anything. Yeah.
The receipt was longer than the conversation, which felt funny at first, then strangely important. The cafe was busy enough to feel alive, but not crowded enough to feel exhausting. Near the window, a student highlighted half a textbook, then spent 15 minutes looking outside instead. At the corner table, a man kept checking his watch as if staring at time could make it move faster. The milk steamer hissed, someone dropped a spoon, a chair scraped against the floor. Ordinary sounds, making an ordinary afternoon. The person sitting across from me kept smiling at things they never explain. A message on their phone, a memory, a passing thought I didn't ask. Some things don't need translation. The receipt was longer than the conversation, but somehow the silence carried most of the meaning. Outside,
The city continued without asking for permission. A cyclist ignored a red light, a dog ignored its owner, a cloud ignored the forecast. Everybody seemed committed to their own plans by noon. The sunlight moved across the floor. Tables changed personalities. The bright ones became quiet. The quiet ones filled with people. A woman sat down, ordered tea, opened a notebook, then spent an hour writing exactly 3 lines. I admired that. Most people would have written 50 bad ones. The receipt was longer than the conversation. Yet somehow the afternoon felt complete. Not because anything happened, because nothing needed to. The coffee cooled slowly. The city moved steadily. The day unfolded without drama, and for once that felt like enough. By evening, the receipt remained folded in my jacket pocket, a useless little record of an ordinary day. Proof that we were there for an hour on a random afternoon, talking about almost nothing, and somehow remembering it anyway.
Saturday, and nothing's on the schedule. The kind of free that feels a little medical. Like my body needed this to slow the no alarm, the know where I need to go. Made eggs the complicated way, the one I only try on a weekend day. 3 bowls dirty for 1 set of eggs, that's the Saturday tax. Nobody begs to differ on a morning like this one, when the pan is hot and everything's undone. In the best way, in the loose way, the kind of morning made for a good shoes day. I mean a slow day, a no rush day, the kind that makes the whole week make sense, okay.
Saturday science,
Figuring it out, what makes a good day, what it's all about.
Saturday science,
No hypothesis, just living in the part that doesn't miss.
Saturday,
Saturday. Yeah, put a record on, the one I always skip on a weekday, cause it takes too long a trip into the feeling 40 minutes through. But Saturday's got 40 minutes, who knew? Called my mom, we talked about the garden. She's growing something new, I said I'll pardon my ignorance on plants, but tell me more. She talked for 20 minutes, I adore that woman and her komatsuna and her rows of things I'll never grow but always wanna know about. Because it's her, because it's warm, because a Saturday without her voice feels torn.
Saturday science,
Figuring it out, what makes a good day, what it's all about.
Saturday science,
No hypothesis, just living in the part that doesn't miss.
Saturday,
Saturday. Here's what I've concluded from my research. The Saturday Gazette, my personal church of ordinary findings from the week. The things that made me feel the most at peak were not the big events, the plan, the book, but the pastry and the record and the look my mom made when I said I'd come next month. The small confirmations one by one, that life is mostly texture, mostly grain. The morning light, the smell before the rain. The Saturday that asks for nothing back, just you showing up and cutting some slack for the version of yourself that's still becoming. The one who wakes up easy, keeps on running toward nothing in particular and finds that's where the good stuff lives, in between the lines. I don't need it to be more than exactly what it is. A Saturday, a window, a good song. That's it, that's enough.
Saturday science,
Figuring it out, what makes a good day, what it's all about.
Saturday science,
No hypothesis,
hypothesis, just living in the part that doesn't miss. Saturday, every Saturday. Saturday, Saturday. Saturday. Saturday.
Yeah. The bus arrived exactly on time, which honestly felt suspicious. Not late, not early, exactly on time. People at the stop looked almost confused, like we'd all prepared for disappointment and suddenly had nowhere to put it. Yeah. The bus arrived exactly on time, and somehow the whole morning started differently. A student made it to class, a worker caught a transfer. A woman carrying flowers didn't have to run. Small victories, quiet victories, the kind that never trend outside the window. The city moved past, corner stores opening, shutters rolling upward, coffee shops are waking up, people beginning another version of the same day. An older man sat near the front, holding a paper bag like it contained something important. Maybe breakfast, maybe medicine, maybe nothing special at all. Across the aisle, a kid watched buildings like they were scenery in a movie. Every turn a new episode. The bus arrived exactly on time, but the city didn't. The city wandered, paused, changed direction, stopped unexpectedly, which is probably why people love it by noon. I found myself thinking about that morning, not because it mattered, because it didn't. Sometimes that's the point. The best moments often arrive quietly, without announcing themselves. A bus, a smile, a seat by the window. Nothing extraordinary, everything memorable. The bus arrived exactly on time, and somehow that was enough to believe the day might go well.
Dum 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 da dum da 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 ooh yeah dum da 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 da. Turn the page, smile big. This one is for the dreamers. Good vibes, holy. Bo 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 eh bo 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 yeah bo 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 yeah. Woke up on the right side of the bed today, chasing all the dark clouds and the worries away. Nothing can erase the smile I'm wearing on my face. I'm running at my own speed, winning my own race. Look around the world, there's a melody in everything. Every single bird in the tree is trying to sing. So I join the chorus, raise my voice to the sky. No more asking what if, now we asking why not fly. We building up a sanctuary made of pure sound, where nothing but the good vibrations can be found. Leave the baggage at the door, let it all go. We about to start a beautiful, spectacular show. Hand in hand, voice to voice, let the power combine. This is our moment, this is our time to shine. We on that good vibes only, shining like the sun. The journey through the darkness is officially done. No instruments needed to express the pure joy. Every single voice is a beautiful toy, singing out loud, making the whole world bright. Assembly line, make sure everybody's frequency is feeling just fine. We don't need $1 million to feel like a king, just the simple happiness that a harmony can bring. We taking all the negatives and turning them around, developing a brand new revolutionary sound. From the street corners up to the stadium lights, we taking this beautiful feeling to incredible heights. No filters, no drama, just a raw human heart, playing a beautiful, essential, individual part. I feel the joy rising up, fill up the empty cup. Hey! Nothing can stop us now. Stop us now. We're gonna show the world exactly how. So we keep the anthem singing till the sun goes down, spreading this infectious smile all across the town. No more foggy nights of doubt, now the vision is clear. We conquered every single obstacle and the fear, with a voice as our weapon and love as our guide. We walk walking down this golden path with nothing but pride. We on that good vibes only, shining like the sun. The journey through the darkness is officially done. No instruments needed to express the pure joy. Every single voice is a beautiful toy, singing out loud, making the whole world bright. Good vibes only, smile big, yeah, smile big. Good vibes only, smile big, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Floating way above the city, looking at the tiny cars. We so high up in the atmosphere, we shaking hands with stars. Left the heavy gravity down on the asphalt floor. We don't wanna look back at that stress anymore. Every single breath is light, every single step is light. Got a pastel pink horizon painted all across the sky. The vocal pads are lifting us up like a hot air balloon. Humming a sweet, addictive, hyper modern little tune. We don't need a techno beat to make the speakers vibrate. We just use the human vocal cords to elevate the stage. Feel the elevation, feel the air getting sweet. There's a beautiful bounce happening underneath your feet. When we hit the sky, we ain't ever coming down. We the kings and the queens of this floating town. We on that cloud nine bounce, floating through the blue, bringing all the bright neon energy straight to you. No, no, no instruments required. We just vocalize the flight, sailing through the stratosphere, catching all the light, catching all the light, shining so bright. Riding on a jet stream, custom made for the team. Living out a life that used to be a lucid dream. We got the falsetto harmony weaving in and out, clearing away every shadow of a single doubt. You try to pull us down with the negative talk, but we walking on the clouds where the angels walk. It's a premium vibe, an exclusive design with the human frequency and the magic align. So open up your arms, let the velocity grow. We moving at the speed of a shooting stars glow. Lost inside the blue, nothing else to do but to share this golden frequency with you. Feel the weightlessness, let your spirit glide on this beautiful, endless, celestial ride. Dong, 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 dong. Now we breaking through the atmosphere, entering the space. Got that cosmic kind of rhythm driving this whole place. No boundaries, no limits, we just multiply the spark, illuminating every single corner of the dark with a voice that is pure and a melody so sweet, keeping everybody locked into this cloud nine beat. We on the cloud nine bounce, floating through the blue, bringing all the bright neon energy straight to you. No instruments required, we just vocalize the flight, sailing through the stratosphere, catching all the light.
Check that mic, 1, 2, we delivering the ultimate groove today. Yo, sit down. Down, 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 down. Here comes the groove delivery, straight to your front door, making everybody wanna get up and hit the floor. We don't need a bass guitar, we got the throat for the funk. Packing more bass in the chest than an old school trunk. Walking with a strut, yeah, the confidence is high. Looking all the daily worries straight in the eye, and singing out today, baby, I'm on a different plane. Got a special kind of sunshine running through my vein. We pop, we lock, we keep it moving round the clock. Listen to the vocal arrangement making the whole block rock. so divine. Step left, step right, keep the syncopation tight. We shining brighter than a laser in the middle of the night. People asking how we do it without any machines. We just program the soul to chase after our dreams. Every single mouth is an instrument of choice, unleashing the incredible power of the voice. We got the high falsetto cutting through like a knife, bringing all the dead energy straight back to life. So bounce to the bounce and the frequency escalate. There is no room for negativity on this plane. Who needs a guitar anyway? Not us. We do this every single day. Dum dum dum. Bring the heavy funk back. Dum 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 dum. Now we're reaching the peak. The temperature is going up, pouring out the liquid joy into an oversized cup. We don't slow it down, we just ride it to the very end. Every stranger on the street is turning into a friend, because the funk is universal. It breaks down the wall when the groove delivery knocks you. Answer the call. This is the groove delivery, bringing you the light. We making everything feel so phenomenally right. No instruments needed, just the human design. Funky voices intertwining. That's it, funky to the bone. Wow! Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong.
You know how it is, turn it up. Window open wide, let the crisp morning breeze ride in. Sipping on a hot latte, watching a new day begin. The city's waking up, but I'm already 3 steps ahead. Left all the heavy overthinking tucked inside my bed. Got a fresh pair of kicks and the mindset is so clear. Nothing but positive frequencies allowed in here. We don't need a synthesizer to make the track bounce. Every single syllable I speak is worth an ounce of pure gold. Unrolled, a beautiful story untold, breaking out of every single box in the mold. Take a deep breath, let the ozone hit your soul. We don't need the extra noise to make us feel whole. Just a little bit of caffeine, a whole lot of style. We gon' make this fresh feeling last for a while. Fresh air and caffeine, that's the morning recipe. Living my life exactly how I want it to be. Your voice is in perfect harmony, floating through the street, nodding our heads to the rhythm of these vocal beats. Yeah, nodding our heads, feeling so relieved. See the coffee shop crowd lining up around the block, but we got our own rhythm, we don't look at the clock. Every conversation is a lyric waiting to fly. We painting masterpiece graffiti all over the sky. No instruments allowed, just the power of the throat, vocalizing every single high and low note. It's a brand new attitude, a super fly view, bringing something fresh and original to you. So pass the cup, raise it up, let the harmony blend. This is a beautiful loop that never has to end. When the world gets heavy, we just lighten the load, choosing the scenic route on this open road. No complications, keep it simple and sweet. Feel the natural vibration underneath your feet. Now the sun is high and the energy is locked in tight. We transform the misty fog into a brilliant light. Every single voice tracking perfectly in the mix, fixing up the broken pieces with these sonic tricks. We don't stop the movement, we just amplify the sound. From the rooftop terrace down to the underground. Fresh air and caffeine, that's the morning recipe. Living my
Let's go! Sunlight cutting through the mist like a razor blade. Look at all the beautiful colors that the morning made. Goodbye to the shadows, goodbye to the midnight blues. I'm stepping out of bed, lacing up my favorite shoes. Got a pocket full of rhythm and a head full of schemes. No more trapped inside the loop of those heavy dreams. We got the frequency of joy bouncing off the wall. When you feel this kind of vibration, you can never fall. Every single breath is like a brand new start. Listen to the beatbox matching with my beating heart. Fog is breaking up, the sky is getting clear. We don't need a reason to be smiling right here. Catch the wave, feel the groove, let the energy rise. See the golden horizon right before your eyes. Sunny side up, yeah, we're living in the bright lane. Watching all the gravity dancing through the light rain. No instruments, just the voice putting on a show. Everywhere we step, watch the golden spirit grow. Yeah, what, oh, yeah, watch it grow. Oh, 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 let the good vibes flow. Yeah, what, oh, yeah, watch it grow. Oh, 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 let the good vibes flow. Walking down the sidewalk, nodding to the local cast. People checking out the flow, wondering where the music's at. No speakers, no wires, just the vocal cords on fire. Lifting everybody's spirit just a little bit higher. We turning every red light into a green light stripe. Riding on a custom wave with nothing to hide. They try to count us out, but we multiply the pace. Got a permanent smile running all across my face. Is the acoustic design completely clean and bright, shining like a diamond in the middle of the daylight. Can you feel the sunshine on your skin? On your skin. That's exactly where the good days begin. Lift your voice up, make the chorus grand. We are making music all across the land. Now the clock is moving fast, but we don't care about the time. We just keeping everything locked inside a perfect rhyme. From the foggy nights to the sun-drenched streets, we are changing up the world with these human-made beats. No digital illusions, just the raw soul power. Growing bigger, getting brighter every single hour. Sunny side up, yeah, we living in the bright lane. Watching all the gravity dancing through the light rain. No instruments, just the voice putting on a show. Everywhere we step, watch the golden spirit grow. Yeah, watch it grow, yeah, watch it grow. Oh, 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 let the good vibe flow. Yeah, watch it grow, yeah, watch it grow. Oh, 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 oh. Bum, 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 The seat facing the street was empty when I arrived, which almost never happened. Usually somebody else got there first. Someone reading, someone working, someone pretending to work. The best seat in the cafe, not because it was comfortable, because of the view. The seat facing the street let you watch an entire city without leaving your coffee. A cyclist balancing groceries, a dog refusing directions, friends meeting after months apart, a florist carrying buckets of yellow flowers, a delivery driver checking his phone, a tourist studying a map upside down. Tiny stories everywhere. The seat facing the street turned ordinary people into characters. Not famous, not important, just interesting. Around 11, the sunlight arrived, lighting half the sidewalk, leaving the other half in shadow. People crossed between them like moving through scenes in a film nobody planned. The city kept offering moments, a little girl waving at a bus driver, a stranger helping another stranger lift a suitcase, someone carrying far too many books and somehow succeeding. The seat facing the street made everything feel connected. The bakery, the bus stop, the bookstore, the flower shop, different places, same story. By afternoon, rain threatened briefly, then changed its mind. People looked up, then continued the way experienced city people do. Hours passed, coffee cooled, music changed, tables filled, then emptied again. The seat facing the street stayed valuable because the view never repeated itself. Every minute something new arrived. By evening, street lights appeared, reflections formed across wet pavement, conversations drifted out through open
the seat facing the street
Was still the best seat. Not because of what I saw, because of what I noticed. All the small things usually hidden
inside an ordinary day, and how beautiful they become when you finally slow down enough to look. Enough to look.
Yeah. Made a deal with myself at approximately 9 that today was gonna be specifically fine. Not perfect, not extraordinary, just good. The ordinary good that gets misunderstood is not enough, but I'm rewriting that. Put the bad news in a drawer, sat down with my coffee and a reasonable plan. To be a person, do some things, be a man, a woman, or whoever's reading this today. The point is we agreed it's gonna be okay. I put a note on the fridge that said no bad news allowed until tomorrow, your choice to refuse. The spiral that's been waiting since last week, today it doesn't get to speak. No bad news today, not today. I got the window open and I'm feeling okay. No bad news today, not today. Nothing, I can't wait till after the cafe. No bad news, not today. Yeah, I know, it's avoidance. I took the class, I read the book about it. Got a pass on understanding why I need the break from all the things that make my nervous system shake. Sometimes the healthy choice is just to rest, to put the worrying aside and do your best at being present in a Tuesday afternoon without a single catastrophe in the room. My therapist might have notes, that's fair, but she also said to breathe the good air when it's available, and today it's here, so I'm breathing it in like it might disappear, which it will. Which is fine, which is why I'm taking all of it before goodbye. No bad news today, not today. I got the window open and I'm feeling okay. No bad news today, not today. Nothing, I can't wait till after the cafe. No bad news, not today. Yeah, here's what I wanna say before the day gets late, before the to-do list regains its weight, before the world reminds me what I owe it. I was happy today, I want you to know it. Not in a loud way, in a quiet one, the kind that just sits with you when the sun doesn't need a witness, doesn't need a post. Just you aware that this is what you love most. The small okay, the manageable, the fine, the coffee in the window and the light. I deal with everything tomorrow like I said, but today I chose the good stuff instead. No bad news today, just this, just now, just the light through the window, and somehow that's enough. It really is. No bad news today, not today. I got the window open and I'm feeling okay. No bad news today, not today. Nothing, I can't wait till after the cafe. No bad news, not today. Today, not today.
Two iced coffees,
And no plan, that was everything.
written on today's schedule.
No alarms, no deadlines, no messages worth answering, no places we absolutely needed to be.
just a blue sky,
a comfortable temperature, and enough
free time to forget what day
it was. Met you outside the station, 10 minutes late, which somehow felt early compared to everyone else. People rushed past us like they were competing against invisible clocks.
We weren't.
The first coffee shop was full, the second looked expensive, the third one had music playing through an open window.
So naturally,
We chose the third one.
2 iced coffees,
And no plan.
the kind of combination that somehow creates
A
one.
dog slept under a table, completely unconcerned. With the state of the world, a kid dropped an ice cream, then received another one.
Before he could start crying,
An old couple shared a pastry without discussing it first, like they'd done it.
1,000 times.
So I think that's what happiness looks like.
Not excitement,
Not fireworks,
just knowing.
which half belongs to who? We walked for hours without calling it a walk. Every interesting street earned a detour. A record shop, a bookstore, a tiny flower market, a bakery that smelled unfairly good.
The city kept offering reasons to stay outside, and we kept accepting. 2 iced coffees,
Long finished by now,
still somehow.
following us everywhere at the river.
We sat on a bench watching boats move slower.
Then they seemed capable of moving.
Nobody talked much. The afternoon handled most of the conversation. Wind through the trees,
Water against concrete.
distant bicycle bells.
The soundtrack was already there by evening. The shadows stretched longer, store signs switched on, one after another. The city changing shifts,
People heading home,
people heading out,
people still deciding.
and somehow we still had nowhere to be.
2 iced coffees,
And no plan,
no major memories,
no dramatic stories,
no photographs worth posting.
just one ordinary day.
Done properly,
The kind of day
you remember months later.
without knowing exactly why.
Maybe because nothing special happened, and everything special happened.
We took the long way home, even though the shortcut was right there. The kind of decision nobody notices until later. The afternoon felt expensive, not in money and sunlight. The city had that golden look, like everything was trying a little harder than usual. We crossed 3 streets for no reason, stopped twice for no reason, changed directions again for absolutely no reason. And somehow that became the entire point. There was a record store hidden between buildings we'd walked past before without seeing inside. Dust floated through sunlight like it had all the time in the world. An old song played from somewhere in the back. Neither of us knew it, but both of us liked it. We took the long way home, past the river, past the market, past streets that felt familiar. Even though we never been there, a street musician played the same chorus 4 times in a row. Nobody complained, a cafe owner dragged tables outside, a bicycle bell echoed somewhere behind us. Everything felt connected in ways that didn't make sense. By sunset, the city slowed down just enough. Shadows stretched across sidewalks, store lights flickered on one by one. And suddenly, nobody seemed rushed anymore. We bought snacks from a convenience store and sat near the water, talking about things that probably weren't important. Movies, old jobs, embarrassing stories, people we've forgotten, the kind of conversation that only happens when there's nowhere else to be. We took the long way home and somehow arrived exactly where we needed to. Not earlier, not later, right on time.
Woke up in the bed, felt the right kind of warm. No alarm, no reason, just the regular form of a morning that's asking for nothing from me, which is honestly everything I needed to be. Put the kettle on, didn't check my phone, just stood there existing, kinda proud I've grown into someone who can stand in the kitchen at 8 and not immediately calculate what's at stake. The light came through the curtain at a decent angle, the kind that makes the dust look like a constellation. I watched it for a minute, didn't think of much, just the light and the kettle and the quiet and such. I'm not saying it's easy, I'm saying it's mine. I'm not saying I figured it, I'm saying I'm fine. And fine isn't small, fine is somewhere real. Fine is putting down the weight and saying that's the deal, yeah that's the deal. That's all. I'm lighter, lighter, not fixed, but I'm moving in a better direction. Lighter, lighter, picked what I'm carrying, let go of the rest. And lighter, lighter, you don't have to have it all figured to start. Lighter, lighter, that's the whole thing, that's the whole art. Called my friend back 3 weeks late, she laughed, said I always do this, we both did the math on all the times we circle back around, and how the long way sometimes is the solid ground. Deleted the draft that I wrote on a bad night, rewrote it simple, turned out alright. Some things don't need the full story told, just the true part, just the part that holds. I used to think that being light meant being less, but somewhere in the easy was the emptiness. But I've been carrying enough for long enough to know that lighter isn't careless, it's just choosing what to hold. I'm lighter, not fixed, but I'm moving in a better direction. Lighter, lighter, picked what I'm carrying, let go of the rest. And lighter, lighter, you don't have to have it all figured to start. Lighter, lighter, that's the whole thing, that's the whole art. My nephew asked me once why grown-ups look so tired. I told him that we carry things we didn't know we hired. He said then put them down, I said it's not that fast. He said try anyway, he went back to his task of building something out of blocks and knocking it back over, laughing every time it fell, starting again in October. Of a small uncertain world where nothing's permanent, and everything that falls is just the start of what was meant. I think about that more than I expected to, the way he laughed and started over easy, nothing new. Maybe lighter starts with that, the permission to begin to knock the tower down yourself and build it up again. Lighter doesn't mean healed, lighter means real. Lighter means I'm still here and I chose to feel, chose to stay, chose today. Lighter, lighter, oh, lighter, not fixed, but I'm moving in a better direction. Lighter, lighter, picked what I'm carrying, let go of the rest. And lighter, lighter, you don't have to have it all figured to start. Lighter, lighter, that's the whole thing, lighter, that's the whole art. Lighter, yeah, 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 that's it, that's really it. Lighter, 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 lighter.
It's 2 a.m. and I'm doing math in my head, calculating things I should have said, dividing all the nights by reasons why, multiplying doubt by the hours I didn't try. I wrote a list at 11, crossed it out by 12, rearranged the thoughts back on the shelf. They came back down around 1:15, still not sure what any of it's trying to become. The ceiling's got a crack I've memorized by now, a small one near the corner, don't know how it got there. Didn't notice till a night like this, when everything I'm counting starts with what I miss.
2 a.m. arithmetic, adding up the things that don't quite fit. 2 a.m. arithmetic, I'll solve for nothing, carry all of it, carry it, carry it. 2 a.m.
The phone's face down, which means I put it there. There's someone I half missed, didn't say it fair. There's a version of this night where I sleep fine, where I don't count backwards from a better time. I read the same paragraph 4 times through, absorbed exactly none of it. That's true. Made tea, let it cool, poured it down the drain. Got back in bed, started counting again. 11 things I meant to do this week, 7 left undone, 2 more I couldn't speak into existence. 1 I gave away, and 1 that came back different in the day.
2 a.m. arithmetic, adding up the things that don't quite fit. 2 a.m. arithmetic, I'll solve for nothing, carry all of it.
My friend once said the nights that feel the longest are the ones that make the morning feel the strongest. I didn't buy it then, I'm trying to now. Lying here at 2 a.m. still figuring out how to hold the weight without it being heavy. To stay awake without the mind being ready to spiral into questions with no end. I count the good things instead, begin again. 3 things that happened that were genuinely fine. 2 people who I love, 1 moment that was mine. The way the coffee smelled, the text that came through late, the small and honest things that make it okay to wait. Here's the thing about the math I run at night. The numbers aren't the problem, I'm alright. It's just that quiet makes the small things loud. And 2 a.m. don't come with the crowd. So I do the arithmetic till I get tired enough. Add the soft things, subtract the rough, multiply the ordinary by the good. Divide the fear by understood, and the remainder, the thing that won't divide, is just me. Still here, still on the right side. 2 a.m. arithmetic, I almost understand. I'll sleep eventually, and that's the plan.
2 a.m. arithmetic, adding up the things that don't quite fit. 2 a.m. arithmetic, I'll solve for nothing, carry all of it, carry all of it. Carry all of it, carry all of it.
Good night. Good night.
Oh, yeah. I don't keep pictures on the wall no more. Took them down around the end of the 4th floor. A feeling like I owed something to the past. Kept paying rent on things that didn't last. Snapped my fingers twice, said alright, alright. Been holding on so tight for a Tuesday night. Nothing catastrophic, nothing broke in half. Just quietly I grew the photograph. I packed the box with care, I taped it close. Didn't look inside it, what I chose to keep and what I leave beside the door. The lighter that I carry, nothing more. I fold, not because I'm losing, cause I know when to fold. I fold, left it on the table, took the parts that were gold. I fold, yeah, I fold, that's what the grown ones do. I fold. My mother said let go before it lets you go. I filed that under things I needed time to know. 3 years in a drawer, put it out last May. Turns out she was right in the usual way. I used to think that holding on was strength, that love was measured out in terms of length, of suffering, of waiting, of the late night call. Turns out the strongest thing is knowing when to fall. Forward, not apart, there's a difference there between collapsing and just choosing not to bear a weight that wasn't yours to carry through. I fold, and in the folding I find something new. I fold, not because I'm losing, cause I know when to fold. I someone who had been where I am. Said the hardest part is letting go of the plan, the version of the future that you built inside, the one you kept returning to at the low tide. She said the plane's not gone, it just changed its shape, and everything you loved is what you get to take. The lessons and the warmth and the way you grew. Fold the hand, but you get to keep you. I thought about it driving home that afternoon, the way the sky looked somewhere between sun and moon. Both things true at once, and that was fine. I fold, and in the fold I draw the line. Some things you carry, some things you release. Some things were never yours to keep. Some things were always meant to teach you how to let the river run, how to stand still under the sun, how to know the difference between the holding on and the letting be. Yeah, let it be, let it be, let it be. I fold, not because I'm losing, cause I know when to fold. I fold, I fold. Left it on the table, took the parts that were gold. I fold, I fold. That's what the grown ones do when the story's told. I fold. Alright, 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 alright.
Yeah. 4-lane highway, no one in my lane. Got the windows cracked, letting in the rain. City never sleeps, but it don't know my name. I've been chasing something, can't quite explain. The dashboard light is green, the tank is low. I told myself I'd stop, but kept it slow. Momentum going, didn't check the map. Just drove the kind of straight you can't take back. Street lights blurring into yellow lines. I keep rewinding all the better times, but memory's a liar when the hour's late, and I'm somewhere between moving on and wait. Slow burn city, I'll be home by dawn. Slow burn city, humming the same song. Slow burn city, nothing's wrong, just me in these streets till the dark is gone. Slow burn city, slow burn. Yeah, turn the radio off, light 2 exits back. The silence had a tempo, stayed on track. Thought about the phone call I keep putting off. Thought about the version of me that was enough. Before the second guessing took the wheel, before I learned to talk around the real. I used to say exactly what I meant. Now I choose the long way just to not repent. The overpasses look like gates at 3 a.m. I count them like a ritual, then count again. 12 gates, 12 things I should have said out loud. Slow burn city holding me aloud. Slow burn city, I'll be home by dawn. Slow burn city, humming the same song. Slow burn city, nothing's wrong, just me in these streets till the dark is gone. My father drove like this when things went bad. Just got in the car with everything he had and came back quieter, but somehow more okay. I didn't understand it then, I do today. There's something in the motion, in the hum of tires on the road that leads you home from numb. Not healed exactly, just a little more free. Slow burn city, running parallel to me.
Parked under a bridge for 20 minutes flat. Watched the river move and didn't think of that. The thing I said I'd figure out by now, still sitting in the passenger seat somehow. Maybe that's okay, maybe that's the deal. Some things take longer than you want to feel. Slow burn city got me up at 3, but at least the city's honest, at least it's free. I'll take the tunnel home, the long way round. There's something in the echo of that underground sound, like the city saying take your time, it's fine. Slow burn city, still parallel to mine. Slow burn city, I'll be home by dawn. Slow burn city, humming the same song. Slow burn city, nothing's wrong, just me and these streets. Slow burn city.
Dun 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 da 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 dum. Yeah. I wake up at 2, the coffee's already cold. Got 3 unread texts, didn't check, I'm still scroll. The windows fogged up, I drew something dumb. A face I half remembered, then rubbed it back numb. The radiator clicks like it's trying to talk. I've been sitting in this chair since my last failed walk. Around the block, around the thought, around the night. Nothing's wrong exactly, nothing's exactly right.
Maybe it means nothing, maybe that's the point. I lit the wrong candle, wrong side of the joint, but the smoke still rises and the coffee's still there, and I'm still in the kitchen in yesterday's chair. Smoking coffee, smoking coffee.
Ain't looking for answers in the bottom of a cup.
Smoking coffee. Just trying to feel something without giving up.
Coffee, then let it fill the room.
Smoking coffee. Somewhere between night and noon.
Yeah. Tuesday looked just like the Monday before. I rearranged the furniture, still felt like more. The same old ceiling, same water stain, same me sitting under it, different refrain. I made a list of things I meant to do, crossed out half of them before the morning came through. The other half I folded up and put inside the drawer I never opened where the small things hide.
Smoking coffee, smoking coffee. Ain't looking for answers in the bottom of a cup. Smoking coffee. Just trying to feel something without giving up.
Coffee, let it fill the room.
Smoking coffee. Somewhere between night and noon.
There's a version of me that hasn't figured out, that doesn't sit in silence, fighting off the doubt, that calls people back and means the things he says, and doesn't spend the winter counting empty days. I don't hate him, I just haven't met him yet. Maybe he's the guy who doesn't need to forget, or maybe he's just me on a slightly better night, with the right kind of quiet and a softer light.
You ever get tired of being fine? You ever say nothing when you mean the whole line? You ever watch the steam rise off the cup and think about the things you never brought up?
Yeah, just me then. That's okay.
Smoking coffee, smoking coffee.
Ain't looking for answers in the bottom of a
Smoking coffee, smoking coffee. Just trying to feel something without giving. Smoking coffee,
let it fill the room.
Smoking coffee. Somewhere between night and noon. Smoking coffee. Still smoking coffee. Still here, smoking coffee. Yeah, smoking coffee. Yeah.
Steam rising slowly from a warm ceramic mug. The
midnight air gives a cold, heavy hug. But inside this quiet room, time is standing still, letting go of the worries and the ironclad will. The world expects too much when the sun is awake, counting every single move, every dollar we make. But the night doesn't judge, it just lets you breathe, gives you back the magic that you used to believe. The coffee is bitter, but the moment is sweet, listening to the quiet rhythm of the empty street. Let the world spin outside the closed door. I don't wanna run in that race anymore. Just for an hour I'm putting it down, the weight of the crown, the noise of the town. Just coffee and contemplation in the dim light, making perfect peace with the ghosts of the night. The fog outside the window is a beautiful screen, protecting all the pieces of a forgotten dream. Yeah, a beautiful forgotten dream. I look down at my hands, seeing stories in the lines, tracing out the detours and the old warning signs. It's okay to be lost, it's okay to delay. You don't have to figure everything out today. The lo-fi crackle is a steady, reliable friend, reminding my spirit that every broken loop can mend. The acoustic guitar keeps on picking so slow, teaching my heart how to let things go. We find our comfort in the simplest of things, in the quiet song that the midnight sings. Let the heavy fog roll in, let the city fade away. We don't need the answers that they whisper in the day. Just a single moment, just this quiet space, finding my own rhythm at a comfortable pace. The mug is getting colder, but the mind is so clear. There is no room left for the doubt or the fear. The fire keeps crackling, burning so bright, a small guiding light in the middle of the night. I wrap myself tight in the silence that stays, ready to face the tomorrow's new maze. An hour of coffee and contemplation in the dim light, making perfect peace with the ghosts of the night. The fog outside the window is a beautiful screen, protecting all the pieces of a forgotten dream. Just take your time, let the fog carry it all away. Good night. I weave my darkest thoughts into a vocal tapestry, hoping the pure vibration sets my heavy spirit free. No synths, no metal strings, just the vocal cords tight, painting pictures in the air, illuminating the night. The thick fog outside the window is a canvas so blank, drawing lines with my warm breath, giving memories thanks for the lessons that they taught, for the tears that they drew. Every single note that I hit is a tribute to you. We don't need the wires, we don't need the machine to capture the beauty of the things unseen. Feel the frequency rising up from the floor, opening up a brand new hidden door. With every breath, a new layer is born, singing right through the shadows until the morn. Can you hear the harmony floating gently in the mist, like a secret midnight wish that was never really kissed? We
the city where the lights go to die. Looking at the world through a vintage tinted eye. Every heartbeat is a kick drum, every sigh is a snare. We don't need a massive orchestra to feel what is there. Just the human design, completely raw and unrefined. Leaving all the digital noise and the static behind. I raise my voice to the ceiling, let the chords intertwine. Marking out the spaces where your soul meets mine. A symphony of breathing, a chorus of sighs. Underneath the canopy of the midnight skies. Listen close to the quiet breath between the lines. That's the exact place where the unspoken truth always shines. Ooh, when the world gets too loud and your vision gets blurred, find your solace inside the power of the unwritten word. Building it high, a tower of voices reaching up to the sky. No instruments needed to make the heart pound. We are completely weightless, lost in the sound. Let the harmony wash over everything you know. As the low frequencies continue to flow, can you hear the harmony floating gently in the mist? Like a secret midnight wish that was never really kissed. We are made of echoes spinning around in the dark, way straight back to the very first spark. Foggy night, let the echo fade away. Just breathe.
I've been chasing shadows in the corner of my room. Conversations with the walls blooming in the deep midnight gloom. Street lamp casting long lines across the cold hardwood floor, like a map leading straight to a place that exists no more. Every single memory's a ghost that refused to move out, living rent-free in the dark spaces of my heavy doubt. I turn the music up just to drown the silence out, but this lo-fi guitar knows exactly what I'm about. Watching the clock hands moving slow on the wall, waiting for someone or something to call. The air is misty, the world is asleep, and all the secrets that I promised to keep are floating around me like dust in the light. Just another chapter of a sleepless night. We're just running in circles, chasing the night, hiding away from the clarity of the morning light. In the foggy haze, everything feels so damn real, but tomorrow is just another dream that we steal. Yeah, another fragile dream we steal from the sky. Time moves differently when you're away. filtering your whole life through the blue light of a phone. Misconnections and the heavy words left unread. A quiet cemetery of thoughts that should have been said, but the trumpet keeps blowing a beautiful only cry, like a bird with broken wings trying hard to touch the sky. I take a slow breath, letting the lo-fi groove take the wheel, sinking deep into the textures of the things that I feel. No destination, no map in my hand, just a stranger wandering in an unmapped land. If the fog never lifts, would you stay right here with me? Lost inside the endless gray, where we're finally free. No heavy expectations, no more promises left to break. Just a beautiful, quiet mess that we chose to make. Now the shadows are lengthening, stretching so wide. There's no more room left for the feelings to hide. The melody captures what the words couldn't say, holding on to the night, pushing back the day. Let the loop play on, let the record spin round in this sea of static. I am finally found. We're just running in circles, chasing the night, hiding away from the clarity of the morning light. In the foggy haze, everything feels so damn real. But tomorrow, it's just another dream that we steal, chasing shadows until the fog clears away. Rest your mind now.
No instruments needed, just a heavy weight on my chest. Been giving all these racing thoughts a safe place where they can rest. Walking down a lonely street, not a single engine in sight. Just the chorus of my footsteps guiding me through the night. Hey, people think they need a crowded room to feel like they're whole, but it's these quietest moments that interrogate your soul. I'm stripped down to the marrow, no filters, no glossy paint. Just another sinner in the dark, trying to sound like a saint. The echo of my voice is the only friend that stays, guiding my spirit through this labyrinthine maze. The air is getting thicker, now the mist begins to rise. I can see the cold breath right before my eyes. We talk with no sound, we scream with no noise, searching for the pieces of our long lost voice. This is my midnight monologue, singing to the lonely moon, hoping that the morning sun doesn't come back too soon. Voices in the heavy mist, deep harmonies in the dark. Left a trail of dying embers, waiting for a brand new spark. Waiting for a spark. Waiting for a spark. They say silence is golden, but it's heavy like a piece of lead. When you're trapped inside the theater of everything you dread, I vocalize the hidden pain, put the rhythm in my throat. Every single breath I take is like a confidential note. We talk too much on glowing screens, but we say nothing at all. I'd rather scream into the fog and watch the echoes fall, building up a fortress made of acapella chords, fighting all my demons without using any iron swords. Just the vibration, the frequency of truth, reclaiming all the promises I wasted in my youth.
waiting, or just waiting for your turn to speak. The fog is getting thick and my knees are getting weak. Find the inner frequency, let the harmony rise above.
Look beyond the misty air, find a little bit of love before the daylight breaks the spell. So I keep the rhythm going till the darkness starts to fade, living in the beautiful sanctuary that my voice is made. No synthesized illusions, just a raw human design, tracing out the boundaries where the shadows intertwine.
One voice for the sorrow, one voice for the pain, and 1,000 voices singing just to wash away the stain.
This is my midnight monologue, singing to the lonely moon, hoping that the morning sun doesn't come back too soon. Voices in the heavy mist, deep harmonies in the dark, left a trail of dying embers, waiting for a brand new spark. The park is my home now. Just close your eyes and breathe. Foggy night. Staring at the neon, bleeding through the window glass, watching every blurry shadow, trying to outrun the past. The city speaks in whispers, but it's echoing too loud inside. Just another lonely ghost with nowhere left to hide. Clock is ticking backward, or maybe it's just my own mind, trapped inside the faded frames of days we left behind. Got a paper cup of coffee that's been cold since 3:30, looking for a single answer that I'll probably never see. Streetlights flicker like a candle dying in the wind, wondering where the story ends and where we should begin. The mist is coming down, it's wrapped around the street. I can feel the heavy rhythm of the city's heartbeat. Before the morning comes and washes out the gray, there are so many things that I forgot to say. Neon raindrops falling softly on the boulevard, trying to wash away the lines that tore our world apart. In the foggy night, we're just two silhouettes in stride, dancing with the heavy secrets that we always try to hide. Yeah, we always try to hide under the neon light.
Yeah, headlights on the wet asphalt, making golden streaks. Nobody is really listening, but everybody speaks. I find myself rewriting all the words I should have said, a heavy dictionary of regret spinning around my head. But the lo-fi rhythm keeps my sinking heart afloat, sailing through the midnight in a fragile paper boat. Every corner turned is just another empty view. Every melody I hum reminds me of the ghost of you. Stuck in a loop like a record when it skips. Your name is still tasting like a prayer upon my lips.
Maybe we were meant to blur, just like the misty winter air. Maybe we were never there, or maybe we just didn't care. But the night is a blanket, and the silence is a trusted friend. Every single broken loop is patiently waiting for the end.
Now the clock strikes 4 and the fog is rolling deep. I give away my memories for the price of a little sleep. No more chasing after shadows that I can't control, just letting the low frequency saturate my soul. The rain is slowing down, but the feeling stays the same. A beautiful picture trapped inside a broken neon raindrops falling softly on the boulevard.
The guy in front of me bought flowers, standing in the checkout line. Nothing seemed unusual for a Thursday after 5. Yellow roses wrapped in paper, carefully held in his hand, like they mattered more than anything, like he already had a plan. The cashier smiled and wished him luck. He laughed and thanked her twice. Maybe he was meeting someone, maybe he was just being nice. The automatic door swung open, the sunlight hit the street, and for a second everybody looked a little softer than before. The guy in front of me bought flowers and somehow changed the day. Nothing really happened, but I remember it anyway. The guy in front of me bought flowers, simple as it sounds. Sometimes little moments turn the whole world around. I carried home my groceries past the bakery on the corner. Someone was tuning a guitar outside the coffee shop. A dog barked at a pigeon, a bicycle rolled by slow. Everything kept moving the way ordinary evenings go. But somehow I kept thinking about those flowers in his hands. How easy it is to forget the beauty in simple plans. The guy in front of me bought flowers and the memory stayed behind. A small reminder, happiness can show up without a sign. Yeah. The tire that comes from actually doing things, not the drain kind, not the nothing kind, the kind where your body knows it was used right. Feet sore because you walk somewhere good. Whole day happened, start to finish. Didn't waste it, didn't overthink it, just showed up for each part as it came. That's harder than it sounds. Some days, shower hit different after a day like this. Stood in there longer than necessary, not avoiding anything, just enjoying hot water and a good day. That combination, not every day feels like it counted. This one did, I can tell. Something about the specific weight of coming home with nothing left to give. Good kind of tired, good kind of done, good kind of empty after a good kind of run. Everything I had, I used it up right. Good kind of tired, good kind of night. Yeah. Made something simple for dinner, didn't matter. Food tastes better when you earned it somehow. Sat on the floor eating, no reason, just felt right. Floor's underrated. Went through the photos from today on my phone. Didn't take many, that's actually good. Means I was in it more than documenting. Present and accounted for. Full attendance, texted a few people. Short ones, just hey, just thinking of you. Just this small maintenance on things that matter. Relationships need water, just like the plant. Not every day feels like it counted. This one did, I can tell. Something about the specific weight of coming home with nothing left to give. Good kind of tired, good kind of done, good kind of empty after a good kind of run. Everything I had, I used it up right. Good kind of tired, good kind of night. Window open, evening air coming through. City settling into its nighttime version. Different energy after 8, more honest. People outside because they want to be. Sat with it a while before bed. Not scrolling, just sitting, rare achievement. Thought about nothing in particular. Thoughts just passing through, not sticking. This is what a good day leaves behind. Not highlights, not a story to tell, just a quiet satisfaction in the body, the feeling of having been alive on purpose. To be remembered, just needed it to be real, just needed to be in it. Use my legs, use my eyes, talk to people, bought a plane, ate good, walked long, came home full, good kinda tired, good kinda done, good kinda empty after a good kinda run. Everything I had, I use it up right, good kinda tired, good kinda night. Shower, floor dinner, photos I didn't break enough of, short text, window open, plant watered, good kinda tired, yeah, good kinda night. Sleep well. Left the house with no particular reason, just needed air and the legs agreed. No headphones today, that's the experiment, just the actual sounds of everything. First block bakery, smell stopped me cold. Stood outside for 10 seconds just breathing. Didn't go in, didn't eat to, just borrowed the smell, no charge. Kid on a bike, way too big for him, wobbling but committed, not giving up. Parent jogging behind, arms out ready. That's love, that's just what love looks like. City's got a different sound on weekends. Less rushing, more bumping into things. Less destination, more what's over there. That's the walk I needed today. Weekend walk, nowhere to be. Weekend walk, just moving free. Find the good stuff accidentally. That's the whole plan, that's the whole plan. Weekend walk. Found a street market 3 blocks off my route. Rows of stuff laid out on folding tables. Someone selling plants, someone selling records, someone selling things I couldn't identify. Stopped at the plant table, talked to the guy. He explained everything I didn't ask about. Knew every plant by name, origin, preference. That enthusiasm, you can't manufacture that. Left with a small succulent, didn't plan to. $5 green thing, instant commitment. Now I have a plan, a responsibility. Named him already, that was fast. No regrets. City's got a different sound on weekends. Less rushing, more bumping into things. Less destination, more what's over there. That's the walk I needed today. Weekend walk, nowhere to be. Weekend walk, just moving free. Find the good stuff accidentally. That's the whole plan, that's the whole plan. Weekend walk. Sat by the fountain in the small park, the one nobody talks about but everyone knows. Pigeons doing the thing with full confidence, living entirely without self-doubt. Iconic old couple sharing 1 ice cream, 2 spoons, not talking, just eating, completely comfortable. That's the goal, honestly, that level of ease. Decades in and still sharing dessert, respect. Walked home the long way, obviously. New plant in hand, sun doing its afternoon thing. Felt like I done something without doing much. Those are the best kind of days, the low effort ones. Didn't plan the plant, didn't plan the market, didn't plan the fountain, didn't plan the old couple, didn't plan to feel this good. Just walked out the door, and the day did the rest. That's the secret, that's the whole thing. Weekend walk, nowhere to be. Weekend walk, just moving free. Find the good stuff accidentally. That's the whole plan, that's the whole plan. Weekend walk. Bakery smell, woo, wobbling kid. $5 plant, old couple, 2 spoons, long way home, no regrets, not one. The last empty seat by the window was waiting when I walked inside. The afternoon was half exhausted. The lunch crowd had already died. A woman folded up a newspaper. A student packed away a pen. The cafe felt like it was breathing slowly in and out again. I set my coffee on the table, watched the steam begin to fade. Outside a man was walking nowhere, just enjoying the shade. A bicycle rolled past the bakery. Someone waved across the street. Nothing seemed particularly important, and somehow that felt complete. The last empty seat by the window turned into my favorite place. A front row view of ordinary life, moving at its gentle pace. The last empty seat by the window, nothing special, nothing grand, just enough room for a quiet day to unfold exactly as planned. The sun moved slowly across the glass, drawing shapes upon the floor. A couple shared a slice of cheesecake near the little wooden door. Someone laughed into their phone call. Someone missed the bus outside. Someone stood beneath the traffic light and watched the clouds drift by. Hours slipped without permission. Songs drifted through the air, the kind of songs you barely notice until they're no longer there. The coffee cup grew lighter, the room became more gold. The afternoon kept telling stories without a single word being told. The last empty seat by the window stayed with me after I left. Some days become a memory without trying to be their best. The last empty seat by the window still visits me sometimes whenever life gets louder and I need a quieter mind.
Ran for the last train, just barely made it. Doors closed right behind me, caught my breath slow. Found a seat near the window, middle car. Tunnel lights streaming past like punctuation. Oh God, 2 seats down already snoring. Kid across the aisle, game sound leaking out. Woman near the door, eyes closed, arms crossed. Everyone going somewhere, nobody talking. This is the last train, everyone knows it. There's something honest about that, I think. No pretending you have somewhere better to be. Just going home, or close enough to it. Tunnel gets long and then opens up. City lights come back for a second, then gone again, then back again. That's kinda what the day felt like. Last train is an ending, last train is a start. Get off and it's another day, but get on and it's another day. Either way it moves. What that about riding all the way to the end, just to see what the last stop looks like. Nothing urgent waiting back at home, nobody checking if I'm there or not. But hunger's practical, hunger doesn't wait. Got off 2 stops early, follow my stomach. That's what grounds me when I drift too far. Not philosophy, just rhyming honestly. Convenience store, but the corner's still open. One instant cup, waited 3 minutes. First sip hit different after a long day. Hot broth does something words can't really do. Tunnel gets long and then opens up. City lights come back for a second, then gone again, then back again. That's kinda what today felt like. Last train is an ending, last train is a start. Get off and it's another day, or get on and it's another day. Either way you move. Walked home
slow, no reason to rush. Street was mostly quiet, few people out. Someone walking the dog sniff the pole. Life happening at its own pace. Good. Key in the door, shoes off, lights on low. Drop my bag in the same spot as always. Stood in the kitchen for a minute, just standing, not doing anything, just arriving. There's a version of me that has it together, plans ahead and sleeps on time and calls people back. I'm working on that version, I think, or at least I'm not working on it. Last train already left. I was on it though, that counts. Got where I needed. Last train is an ending, last train is a start. Get off and it's another day, get on and it's another day. Either way I move. Last train, made it, got off, ate something warm, went home, good enough, sleep. First cup of the morning hits different every single time, never gets old. Hands around the mug before it's ready, steam coming up, already feeling better. Didn't sleep bad, but didn't sleep great. Somewhere in the middle, call it fine. First coffee doesn't judge that though, takes you as you are at 7 a.m. Window light still doing that soft thing where everything looks warmer than it is. Could be cold outside, doesn't matter yet. Inside the mug is where the world starts. Before the phone, before the news, before I know what the day wants from me. There's just this, just the mug, just the steam, just the quiet. First coffee of the morning, nothing else exists yet. First coffee of the morning, whole world can't wait. Just this, just here. First coffee, that's enough. Took it to the window, stood there a while, watched the street figure itself out below. Delivery guy already on his third run, pigeons doing pigeon things consistent. Someone walking a dog leading, pretty sure the human's just along for the ride. That's a good arrangement, honestly. Let the dog pick the direction, sound strategy. Mug got lighter, morning got louder. City starting to remember what it's for, but I held on to the quiet a little longer. One more sip before the day gets opinions. Before the phone, before the news, before I know what the day wants from me. There's just this, just the mug, just the steam, just the quiet. First coffee of the morning, nothing else exists yet. First coffee of the morning, whole world can't wait. Just this, just here. First coffee, that's enough. Second cup is good, but it's not the same. First one carries something the others don't. Maybe it's the contrast from sleep to awake. Maybe it's just chemistry, either works. Made a smart plan while the ghetto ran again. Nothing ambitious, just a direction. Do this, then that, then see what happens. Low stakes planning, highest success rate. Days that start like this tend to go okay. Not perfect, just okay, which is actually good. Okay is underrated. Okay is solid ground. Build anything on okay. That's my experience. The first coffee says go, I usually listen. First coffee says slow down, try to listen. First coffee doesn't talk, obviously, but you know what I mean. First coffee just knows, and so do I. First coffee of the morning, nothing else exists yet. First coffee of the morning, whole world can't wait. Just this, just here. First coffee, that's enough. 7 a.m. steam rising, dog leading, human pigeons decided. Second cup later, first cup now, yeah. First cup now. First cup now. Yeah, found this cafe 3 weeks ago by accident. Took a wrong turn, nose let me in. Smell of coffee hit before the door did. Sat down and never fully left, honestly. Corner table by the window, that's my seat, not officially, but everyone knows. Barista started making my order when she saw me coming through the glass. That's belonging, that's what that is. No paperwork required, no formal membership. Just a regular Tuesday, same order. And suddenly somewhere feels like yours. Small things add up to something. Corner table, remembered order. Don't need much to feel like I'm exactly where I should be. Corner cafe, corner table. Same drink, same seat, same view. Nothing fancy, nothing special, but it's mine, yeah, it's mine. This little piece is mine. Yeah, yeah. This little piece is mine. Laptop open, actually getting things done. Something about being out that makes me focus. Home has too many things that need doing. Here, I'm just a person with the coffee. Guy next to me is drawing in a notebook. Hasn't looked up in 40 minutes. Respect, woman across is on a call whispering. We're all in our own world, same room. That's the thing about a good cafe. Everyone's alone, but nobody's lonely. Shared space, separate bubbles works better than it has any right to. Small things add up to something. Corner table, remembered order. Don't need much to feel like I'm exactly where I should be. Corner cafe, corner table. Same drink, same seat, same view. Nothing fancy, nothing special, but it's mine, yeah, it's mine. This little piece is mine. This little piece is mine. Yeah. Second drink came without asking. Barista just appeared, set it down, walked off, didn't make a thing of it. That's the move, acts of kindness that don't ask for a reaction. Stay till the light outside change color. Afternoon gold hitting the window sideways. Laptop closed, just sat there for a minute, taking it in before it became evening. Packed up slow, said bye on the way out. She said see you tomorrow, wasn't wrong. That's a relationship, low stakes, consistent, built on coffee and a corner table and nothing else. Didn't plan to find this place, didn't know I needed it. Wrong turn became a right one. That happens more than people say. Corner cafe, corner table. Same drink, same seat, same view. Nothing fancy, nothing special, but it's mine, yeah, it's mine. This little piece is mine. Corner table, remembered order. Afternoon gold, see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow, same time. Saturday morning, no alarm needed. Woke up on my own, which never happens. Like coming through the curtain diagonal, dust floating in it. Actually kinda pretty. Stretch for 30 seconds, caught the workout. Put the coffee on before I did anything else. Priorities straight, that's personal growth. Kettles boiling, they already winning. Pulled the window open, let the air in. Street sounds different on a Saturday. Less urgency in the footsteps down below. Everyone moving like they chose to be outside. Nothing on the calendar, check twice. That feeling when there's actually nothing. Whole day just sitting there open. Don't even know what to do first, good problem. Saturday morning, nobody needs me. Saturday morning, that's the whole point. Coffee's hot, windows open. Just right here, this is it. This is the one. This is the one. Hey, made eggs. Took my
my time about it. No reason to rush, so I didn't. Stood at the stove in yesterday's shirt, spatula in hand like I own the place. Playlist going, something with the beat started moving a little, no one's watching. Kitchen dancing is a legitimate form of starting the day right, scientifically. Neighbor's dog barking, that's something again. Probably a leaf, that dog's committed. Respect the energy, honestly. Wake up and bark at everything. Bold choice, on the calendar, check twice. That feeling when there's actually nothing. Whole day just sitting there open. Don't even know what to do first, good problem. Saturday morning, nobody needs me. Saturday morning, that's the whole point. Coffee's hot, windows open. This right here, this is it. This is the one. This is the one. Walked outside around 11. No destination, just direction. Turn left because right felt too familiar. Ended up somewhere I never been before. A little street with plants outside the building. Someone had hung laundry between windows. Cat on a ledge doing absolutely nothing. Living the dream. Full send, no notes. Bought a drink from a card I'd never tried. Sat on a bench and watched people pass. Everyone had somewhere loosely in mind. Nobody looked like they were in a hurry. This is the day, no plan required. Just move when I feel like it. Stop when I want, eat when I'm hungry. Sit when I'm not. Saturday, doing what Saturday does. Just being here for it. Saturday morning, nobody needs me. Saturday morning, that's the whole point. Coffee's hot, windows open. This right here, this is it. This is the one. Saturday, eggs, open window. Left turn, bench, drink I never tried. Good one, good one, yeah, good one. Yeah, yeah. Dum 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 da da dum 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 dum. The street light flickered twice tonight at the corner near my place. The same old light I've walked beneath 100 times at least. A convenience store was closing. Someone stacked the final crate. The owner waved at passing strangers before locking up the gate. A cat appeared beside a fence, then vanished just as fast, like it had somewhere more important to be than where I passed. The air was cool and smelled like rain, though none had fallen yet. One of those ordinary evenings you somehow don't forget. The street light flickered twice tonight, like it was trying to say hello. The city wasn't doing much, but I didn't need it to. Street light flickered twice tonight, and somehow that was enough for a quiet walk through familiar streets without thinking too much. Thinking too much. A bus rolled by, almost empty. The driver staring straight ahead. A couple laughed beneath an awning, sharing fries instead. The apartment windows glowed above, tiny stories in the sky. People living different lives, only separated by height. The night kept moving patiently, without asking anything. And for a little while the world felt small, in the nicest way to me. The street light flickered twice tonight, still shining when I turned around. Some evenings don't need fireworks, just familiar little sound.
Coffee stains on my notebook from a morning running late. The kind of mark you swear you'll clean and decide it looks okay. The window carried winter sunlight across the corner of the page. People hurried through the crosswalk like they were racing through the day. I wrote down half an idea, then crossed the whole thing out again. Sometimes inspiration wanders in, sometimes it just pretends. The barista knew my order before I reached the counter line. I spent enough afternoons here to lose track of the passing time. Coffee stains on my notebook, little circles left behind. Funny how the smallest accidents become part of the design. Coffee stains on my notebook, stories written in between all the things I plan to finish and the places I have been. Outside somebody walked a golden retriever past the bakery next door. The smell of fresh bread kept arriving every 20 minutes or more. A cyclist stopped beneath the traffic light, waiting for it to change. The clouds drifted over downtown without a destination. The afternoon kept unfolding, one quiet moment at a time, like a song that doesn't hurry toward the ending of its line. Coffee stains on my notebook, little circles left behind. Funny how the smallest accidents become part of the design. Coffee stains on my notebook, stories written in between all the things I plan to finish and the places I have been. Coffee disappeared eventually. The sunlight left the room, but the stain stayed on the paper like proof I had been there too.
Ding 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 ding. Yeah, yeah. The vending machine was glowing blue at 12 past 1 beside the station. Nobody talking on the platform, just tired shoes and destinations.
A woman held a paper coffee, a student carried too much weight. Someone checked the last train schedule, someone realized they were late.
The city sounded different now, without the traffic and the noise. Just distant air conditioners humming and echoes of forgotten voices.
I bought a drink I didn't need, mostly just to stay awake. Watch the lights reflect on puddles left behind from yesterday's rain.
The machine clicked and dropped the bottle, a small mechanical reply.
Funny how a little moment can keep a lonely night alive. Midnight vending machine,
still awake when nobody's around.
Midnight vending machine,
only light for blocks around.
Everybody passing through,
carrying stories they don't tell.
Midnight vending machine
knows the city pretty well. The city pretty well. A train arrived almost empty. 3 people stepped onto the floor. A businessman loosened his necktie like he'd done 1,000 times before.
A girl with headphones kept on smiling at something on her phone screen. A delivery rider stopped nearby for a drink in 15 minutes peace.
Nobody knew each other there.
Nobody needed to explain
why they were standing in the darkness underneath
neon after rain. For a little while we shared the silence, then disappeared into the night,
like pages from different stories.
passing briefly through the light.
Da-da-da-da.
Midnight vending machine,
Still awake when nobody's around.
midnight vending machine,
Only light
for blocks around. Everybody passing through.
carrying stories they don't tell.
Midnight vending machine.
Knows the city pretty well.
Dun, 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 dun,
The city pretty well.
dun, 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 dun.
The last train left without a hurry. The streets
Grew quiet and
and the blue light kept on glowing.
waiting for whoever came next.
Yeah. Yeah. Eating alone, got used to it a while back. One seat at the table, that's enough space. Pick whatever I want, no negotiating. Should feel like freedom, mostly does. But sometimes when I'm staring at the menu, just wish I had someone to ask. Not for advice, just for the asking. What do you feel like? That one question. It's different when there's nobody there. Not the dramatic thing, shouldn't be heavy, but turns out small things have weight. The small ones especially, quietly. Not lonely every day, not even most days. Just certain moments catch me off guard a little. Alone is fine, but sometimes, just sometimes, together sounds good. Not always, just sometimes. Saw something funny on the way home, kinda wanted to show someone right then. Sent it to a group chat, 3 people reacted, not the same, close though appreciated. There's a difference between sharing and sending. One of them happens in the same room, same air, same moment, turn into someone. That specific thing I miss sometimes. Laughing alone works, I do it often. Something's just different when it doubles, when the other person gets it at the same time. That overlap, that's the part I mean. Not lonely every day, not even most days. Just certain moments catch me off guard a little. Alone is fine, but sometimes, just sometimes, together sounds good. Not always, just sometimes. Living alone teaches you specific things. How long you can go without talking out loud, which sounds the apartment makes at night. How to be your own company mostly, but also what presence does to a room. How different it feels when someone else is breathing nearby. Not even doing anything, just existing close. That changes the air somehow, I notice. Got good at the solo version of most things. Cooking for one, watching things alone, making decisions without a second opinion. Capable, definitely capable. Don't have to force anything. Don't need to explain the feeling. Just being honest that someone nearby would be nice. Not every day, just some days, just sometimes. That's all I meant, alone is fine. But sometimes, just sometimes, together sounds good. Not always, just sometimes. Yeah, it's fine, I'm fine. But yeah, just sometimes. Good night. Good night. AM alarm, hit snooze without thinking. 5 minutes turning 30 every single time. Know it before it happens, do it anyway. That's not failure, that's just how mornings work. Coffee machine kicks on in the other room. Set it up last night, one thing I do right. Smell gets to me before the sound stops. That's when I actually start to move. Scroll the news for 30 seconds, close it. Too much before noon, learn it the hard way. Rather watch the clouds shift outside the window, or just sit with the coffee and not explain it. Nothing groundbreaking before 10. That's a rule I made for myself. Works about half the time. Half the time is good enough. Routine sounds like boring, but it's what holds me level. Same seat every morning, same cup, same window. That's me, just me, and I'm okay with that. Lunch is the same as 3 days ago. Tried something new last month, didn't land right. Familiar taste isn't giving up. Familiar taste is knowing what you need. Afternoon hits and the energy drops. Third coffee, know I'm over the limit and reaches anyway. Habits like that, habits are just who you've decided to be slowly. Answered some emails, avoided 2 of them. Told myself I'd get to them tomorrow. Tomorrow me will handle it, he's capable. We have an understanding, me and tomorrow me. Nothing groundbreaking before 10. That's a rule I made for myself. Works about half the time. Half the time is good enough. Routine sounds like boring, but it's what holds me level. Same seat every morning, same cup, same window. That's me, just me, and I'm okay with that. Evening comes without a big announcement. Light just shifts and suddenly it's dark. Made dinner, something simple. Stood while eating, not sad about it. Just a fish and called one person. Talked for 12 minutes. Hung up, feeling more like myself again. Funny how that works. One conversation fills something back up that I didn't notice empty. Check tomorrow's weather before bed. Laid out close, set the same alarm. Small preparations for a small life. Small life isn't an insult. I decided wanna change some things, but this is also me want to do more. But rest is also something wanna be better. Working on it slow, slow. It's still moving is enough. Routine sounds like boring, but it's what holds me level. Same seat every morning, same cup, same window. That's me, just me, and I'm okay with that. Same alarm, same coffee, same window, same me. Not bad, honestly, not bad. Good night. Good night. Raindrops on the window, one by one, just watching them race down, not picking sides. Don't know what I'm waiting on exactly. Sitting still just feels okay today. Coffee went cold again, 3rd time this week. Got distracted, forgot, it doesn't really matter. Still sweet, too much sugar is always cold. Sweet coffee still counts as comfort. Room's the same as it was this morning. Nothing moved, nothing needed to. Sometimes the stillness is an emptiness. Sometimes it's just the world giving you space. Not looking for anything out there, not avoiding anything in here. Just sitting at the edge of both, watching the rain decide. Outside the window, gray. Inside, quiet. Somewhere between the two, that's where I am. Right there, just right there. Books been open to the same page. Dog-eared corner, been a month like that. Same character, frozen mid-sentence, waiting on me, probably giving up. Funny how I feel more like the story, lost inside a plot I didn't outline. Character who keeps getting distracted by rain and cold coffee and nothing. Tried to read 3 times this afternoon, got 4 sentences, and each time that's 12 sentences total, not bad. Told myself that and meant it a little, not looking for anything out there, not avoiding anything in here, just sitting at the edge of both, watching the rain decide. Outside the window, gray, inside quiet, somewhere between the two. That's where I am, right there, just right there. Afternoon became evening without asking. Light changed slow, I almost missed it. Orange came through the gray for a minute, then gray took it back. Fair enough. Days like this don't ask for much, don't ask you to be productive or present, just ask you to notice the rain, just ask you to sit and let it pass. Wish the rain came harder, no real reason behind it, just like the sound filling up the room. Tap, 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 keeps me company, doesn't ask me anything, doesn't need me to respond, just there doing its thing. I can do mine. Outside the window, gray, inside quiet, somewhere between the two. That's where I am, right there, just right there. Window, rain, cold coffee, same page, me. Good enough, yeah, good enough today. Yeah. Yeah. The library stayed open late. The lights were glowing through the glass. Outside the evening traffic faded as another hour passed. A student sat beside the window, highlighting every page. Someone searched the history section, someone wandered shelf to shelf again. The air smelled faintly of old paper and books that had been there for years. Stories waiting patiently for curious hands and eyes and ears. A chair moved softly in the distance. A notebook landed on a desk. Someone whispered to a friend nearby, trying not to interrupt the rest. Outside, a cyclist crossed the corner, headlights sliding through the dark. Inside the room, the turning pages made their own familiar mark. I picked a book I wasn't looking for and sat beneath the hanging light. The kind of quiet little accident that somehow makes the evening right. The library stayed open late and nobody seemed in a rush. The city kept on moving outside, but in here everything was hushed. The library stayed open late, holding stories through the night. Some places make the world feel smaller and somehow feel more bright. The library stayed open late, long after sunset came, and every shelf seemed full of people I would never get to name. A man returned a stack of novels, borrowed months before the spring. A girl was sketching in a notebook without worrying about a thing. Someone studied for an exam. Someone planned a trip somewhere. Someone simply needed silence and happened to find it there. The clock above the information desk kept moving without sound. Minutes disappearing quietly without needing
be found. Outside the restaurants were filling with conversations and light, but inside the library lingered in its own version of the night. The rain began without much warning, tapping softly on the glass. Nobody seemed too concerned about it. Nobody hurried past. For a while the whole world narrowed to books and wooden chairs, to distant footsteps in the hallway, and the feeling that somebody cares. The library stayed open late, and nobody seemed in a rush. The city kept on moving outside, but in here everything was hushed. The library stayed open late, holding stories through the night. Some places make the world feel smaller and somehow feel more bright. The library stayed open late, long after sunset came, and every shelf seemed full of people I would never get to name. The rain was still falling gently when I finally stood to leave. The streets reflected every streetlight, like something from a dream. I looked back through the front doors before walking on my way, and felt thankful for a place that chose to stay open a little late. The library stayed open late, and maybe that's why I stayed too. Some nights don't need excitement, just a quiet place to wander through. The library stayed open late. The lights were glowing through the glass. Outside the evening traffic faded as another hour passed. The student sat beside the window, highlighting every page. Someone searched the history section, someone wandered shelf to shelf again. The air smelt faintly of old paper and books that had been there for years. Stories waiting patiently for curious hands and eyes and ears. A chair moved softly in the distance. A notebook landed on a desk. Someone whispered to a friend nearby, trying not to interrupt the rest. Outside, a cyclist crossed the corner, headlights sliding through the dark. Inside the room, the turning pages made their own familiar mark. I picked a book I wasn't looking for and sat beneath the hanging light. The kind of quiet little accident that somehow makes the evening right. The library stayed open late, and nobody seemed in a rush. The city kept on moving outside, but in here everything was hushed. The library stayed open late, holding stories through the night. Some places make the world feel smaller and somehow feel more bright. The library stayed open late, long after sunset came, and every shelf seemed full of people I would never get to name. A
man returned a stack of novels borrowed months before the spring. A girl was sketching in the notebook without worrying about a thing. Someone studied for an exam, someone planned a trip somewhere, someone simply needed silence and happened to find it there. The clock above the information desk kept moving without sound, minutes disappearing quietly without needing to be found. Outside the restaurants were filling with conversations in light, but inside the library lingered in its own version of the night. The rain began without much warning, tapping softly on the glass. Nobody seemed too concerned about it, nobody hurried past. For a while the whole world narrowed to books and wooden chairs, to distant footsteps in the hallway, and the feeling that somebody cares. The library stayed open late, and nobody seemed in a rush. The city kept on moving outside, but in here everything was hushed. The library stayed open late, holding stories through the night. Some places make the world feel smaller and somehow feel more bright. The library stayed open late, long after sunset came, and every shelf seemed full of people I would never get to name. The rain was still falling gently when I finally stood to leave. The streets reflected every street light, like something from a dream. I looked back through the front doors before walking on my way, and felt thankful for a place that chose to stay open a little late. The library stayed open late, and maybe that's why I stayed too. Some nights don't need excitement, just a quiet place to wander through. Somebody forgot their umbrella again. The clouds had been warning all day. The wind was already carrying rain, but they walked outside anyway. The first few drops landed softly on the shoulders of their coat. They looked up and started laughing instead of searching for hope. The traffic hissed across the pavement, the shop signs flickered on. The afternoon became an evening before anybody noticed it had gone. Somebody forgot their umbrella again, and somehow everything was fine. Not every mistake needs fixing, not every cloud is a sign. Somebody forgot their umbrella again. The rain came down slow and light, sometimes getting caught in weather makes a memory worth keeping at night. Oh, da, 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 da. People hurry toward the station, umbrellas blooming down the road. The bakery windows fog with warmth, the cafe slowly overflowed. A child jumped across a puddle, a dog shook water from its fur. The city sounded different under the rain's soft blur. The storm wasn't in a hurry, neither was the evening sky. And for a little while the whole world seemed happy, just passing by. Somebody forgot their umbrella again, still smiling in the rain.
My eyes are heavy, but my mind is so clear. In this twilight zone, there is nothing to fear. The world is rushing by outside my door, but I don't care about that rat race anymore. Eyes half closed, dreaming awake, safe from the promises we used to break. Floating in the space between the night and day, letting all the worries drift away, away. Da-dum dum da-da-dum dum 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 da-da-dum dum 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 dum. I hear a distant siren, a murmur of the crowd, but in here the silence is beautiful and loud. It's a conscious slumber, a peaceful retreat where the past and the future finally, no deadlines to meet, no expectations to hold, just watching the colors of the morning unfold, wrapped in the warmth of a vocal harmony. This is the only place I want to be. Is it real or is it just a fantasy? The way it feels like a sanctuary to me. Just a few more minutes in this golden glow before I have to wake up and go. Eyes half closed, dreaming awake and safe from the promises we used to break. Floating in the space between the night and day, letting all the worries drift away. Dreaming awake. Dun, dun, dun,
Yo. Yo. Pull that old box out from the closet. Let's go. Yeah. Flipping through the pages of a dusty old book, found a vintage Polaroid and had to take a look. Faded colors, wide smiles from a different time, back when we were young, searching for a perfect rhyme. No cell phones, no filters, just raw reality, captured in a square, a piece of you and me. You were wearing that oversized vintage sweater. We had no money, but things couldn't be better. Oh, the days we used to hold, brighter than gold. A story in a picture frame, never growing old, frozen in time. A beautiful design. I'm so glad that your past was intertwined with mine. I can almost hear the music that was playing in the back, and no cassette tape clicking on the stereo rack. We talked about the future, what we wanted to be, sailing across the world, wild and free. Now look at us, caught up in the daily grind, leaving all those simple dreams far behind. But this little piece of paper brings it all right back, putting my train of thought back on the track. Time is a thief, it steals the youth away, but it can't touch the memories we made that day. So I'll put it on the desk where I can see it clear, a reminder of the joy we held so dear. Oh, the days we used to hold, brighter than gold. A story in a picture frame, never growing old, frozen in time. A beautiful design. I'm so glad that your past was intertwined, well, with mine. Vintage Polaroid, keeping the flame alive. Yeah. Underground vocal vibe. Underground, ground.
raindrops drumming on the coffee cup, staring at the phone, wishing you pick up. Steam rising slow like a fading dream, trapped inside a melancholic color scheme. The cafe is empty, just the barista and me, and the ghost of who we used to be, sipping on bitterness, masking the sweet, watching the umbrellas crowd the street. But the melody keeps me warm inside in this rainy day. There's no need to hide, let the droplets fall, let the tears run dry. We'll find the sun again by and by. I remember the days when we shared in code, leaving silly little love letters that you wrote. Now the ink is running blurred by the damp, sitting all alone under this dim desk lamp. The static in my head sounds just like the rain, a familiar loop of comfort and pain. But every drop that falls is a step to being free, washing away the dust on me. Maybe it's a blessing in a dark disguise, to see the world clearly through heavy eyes. The storm will pass, the sky will clear, but until it does, I'll just stay right here. But the melody keeps me warm inside in this rainy day. There's no need to hide, let the droplets fall, let the tears run dry. We'll find the sun again by and by. Coffee cups and rain, just a little bit of pain. Yeah. Midnight breeze, check it out. Walking down the 4th Avenue late at night, street lights flickering, painting it black and white. Got no destination, just a breeze in my hair, whispering secrets to the open air. Clock strikes 2, but the city don't sleep. Promises we made are too heavy to keep, so I leave them on the curb, let the wind take the weight. No more counting hours, no more fighting with fate. Just let the rhythm take the pain away. We'll find a better place at the break of day, flowing with the midnight breeze, so cold. Story of a lonely soul, untold. Neon signs reflecting in a puddle of rain, a therapeutic rhythm washing over the pain. My sneakers hit the pavement, keeping the time, searching for the reason in a beautiful rhyme. People pass me by like shadows in a dream. Nothing in this life is ever quite what it seems, but the bassline in my throat keeps me grounded and real, chasing after ghosts just to feel what I feel. Close your eyes, let the city fade out. Forget about the fear, forget about the doubt. The night is a blanket covering the scars, dancing alone underneath the hidden stars. Let the rhythm take the pain away. We'll find a better place at the break of day, flowing with the midnight breeze, so cold. Story of a lonely soul, untold. Midnight breeze, yeah. Just let it blow, keep it low, keep it slow.
quiet hour passed. Walking down the street where the shadows grow long, headphones on, listening to a forgotten song. The concrete's warm from the afternoon sun, thinking about the things that we should have done. But there's a warmth that I can still trace inside, a summer smile that the darkness can't hide. Echoes of laughter in this empty room, chasing away all the city gloom. Oh, that summer smile, keep it for a while when the world gets cold. Running mile after mile, hold on to the light. Through the longest night, everything's gonna be alright. Yeah, gonna be alright. Fading memories like waves on the sand. Wish I could reach out and hold your hand, but time moves fast and the seasons change. Even the places we knew feel strange. Still, your voice is a ghost in the breeze, whispering softly through the maple trees. I take a breath and I let it go, moving along with the steady flow. Da-da-da-da. Sometimes the silence is too loud to bear, looking for signs, but there's nobody there. Then I remember the warmth of your eyes underneath the golden skies. Oh, that summer smile, keep it for a while when the world gets cold. Running mile after mile, hold on to the light. Through the longest night, everything's gonna be alright. Just the summer smile, just the summer smile, just the summer smile. Just a summer smile in time and space. Ooh. The bus stop looked colder than usual, standing there before the sunrise. Street lights painted little circles under pale and sleepy skies. People wrapped inside their jackets, holding coffee in their hands, waiting for another weekday to begin again. The road was almost empty, the city barely awake. Everything felt suspended for a few more minutes' sake. The bus stop looked colder than usual, but somehow I didn't mind. Some mornings asked for silence before they asked for time. The bus stop looked colder than usual, the air was sharp and clean, the kind of morning people forget before it's fully seen. Then the buses started coming, the city finding its pace. The quiet slowly disappeared from every waiting face. Someone offered up a smile, someone held the door. Small things that make a morning feel warmer than before. The bus stop looked colder than usual, but that's not what I recall. I remember little moments shared among us all. Do 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 do. Two iced coffees and no plan, waiting by the window. watching people cross the street, trying to escape the heat.
Someone dropped a shopping bag, someone missed a turning light. Nobody seemed in much of a hurry, everything felt right.
2 iced
Coffees and no plan, nothing waiting up ahead. No schedule on the table, no destination in our heads. 2 iced coffees and no plan. Sometimes that's enough, a little bit of sunshine and people that you trust.
I was slipped across the cafe without asking where they'd gone.
Songs played through the speakers,
Soft enough to lean
lean upon. The ice cubes slowly melted, leaving circles on the glass. The afternoon kept stretching like it never meant to pass. 2 iced coffees and no plan, that's all we really needed. Some days become your favorite for reasons never stated. 2 iced coffees and no plan still makes me smile somehow. Dun, 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 dun.
Nobody checked the time, not once the whole afternoon. Sunlight wandered through the windows across the quiet room. The coffee slowly cooled beside us, the playlist drifted on, and every conversation felt exactly where it belonged. Someone talked about a road trip, someone talked about a dream. Nobody tried to hurry, anything in between. Nobody checked the time, nobody had a plan. The hours floated by like waves across the sand. Nobody checked the time, nobody checked, nobody seemed to care. Nobody seemed. Sometimes the best moments happen when you're already there. Outside the city kept moving, buses rolling down the street, people carrying shopping bags, passing everyone they meet. But inside the little cafe, the day moved differently, like the whole world had decided to slow down patiently. The sunlight started fading, the shadows growing long. Still nobody reached for their phone or wondered where time had gone. Nobody checked the time, and maybe that's the reason why I still remember that afternoon. Whenever days rush by, nobody checked the time, nobody needed it more. We stayed a little longer than we had before.
The clouds had been threatening rain, almost all afternoon. The cafe owner moved the chairs, expecting it pretty soon. People checked their weather apps and hurried on their way. But we sat by the little table outside anyway. The coffee smelled like roasted sugar. The breeze felt cool and slow. Nothing seemed particularly important. Nowhere else to go. We sat outside anyway, even when the sky turned gray. Sometimes the weather doesn't matter when you like where you stay. We sat outside anyway, watching the city unwind, letting the afternoon take its own sweet time. The first drops hit the pavement, making tiny silver rings. Someone laughed beneath an umbrella at a dozen little things. Cars rolled past with headlights glowing earlier than before. The rain kept falling softly, like a song we'd heard before. The table got a little wetter, the coffee got a little cold, but somehow everything felt warmer than the stories people told. We sat outside anyway, long after the rain began. Some afternoons are worth remembering simply because they happened. We sat outside anyway, and if I had the chance, I'd probably do it all again.
Nobody was in a hurry today. The buses rode a little slow. People lingered by the crosswalk long after they could have gone. A dog was sleeping in the sunlight outside the bakery on Main. Someone sat with yesterday's newspaper, reading every page again. The traffic sounded softer somehow. The city breathed a different way, like everyone had silently agreed to leave some room inside the day. I bought a coffee from the corner shop, the same one that I always choose. The barista asked how I'd been doing and actually waited for the truth. The morning stretched across the windows, painting patterns on the floor. And for a while I stopped thinking about what came before. Nobody was in a hurry today. Nobody needed to run. The clouds drifted over the rooftop, slowly covering the sun. Nobody was in a hurry today. Nobody looked at the clock. The hours wandered through the city like they forgot they had to stop. Nobody was in a hurry today, and somehow neither was I. For once the world felt comfortable, just letting moments pass by. A bicycle leaned beside a flower shop, its basket full of yellow blooms. A child was drawing chalk animals across the edge of the sidewalk stone. Somebody practiced saxophone from an apartment down the block, missing notes and finding others echoing through open lots. Two friends sat outside a cafe, sharing stories over tea. Neither one seemed interested
interested in where they had to be. The bakery sold out of croissants before the afternoon was through. People laughed about the disappointment like it was good news. The day wasn't extraordinary, nothing headline-worthy happened, yet every little piece of it felt exactly where it should have been. Nobody was in a hurry today, nobody needed to run. The clouds drifted over the rooftops, slowly covering the sun. Nobody was in a hurry today, nobody looked at the clock. The hours wandered through the city like they forgot they had to stop. Nobody was in a hurry today, and somehow neither was I. For once the world felt comfortable, just letting moments pass by. Maybe we've been moving too quickly, trying to stay ahead of time, collecting lists and expectations like somehow they'd improve our lives. Maybe happiness arrives quietly without announcing where it's been. Maybe it waits inside an afternoon that asks for nothing in return. Maybe it lives in conversations that don't need anywhere to go, or in the sunlight on a table where a forgotten coffee grows cold. Maybe it hides inside the ordinary, the places we stop looking first. And maybe slowing down is not a weakness, maybe it's something we deserve. Nobody was in a hurry today. The evening settled into gold. The shadows stretched across the sidewalks and wrapped around the road. Nobody was in a hurry today. The streetlights flickered one by one. The city slowly changed its colors, welcoming the coming dusk. Nobody was in a hurry today. Nobody needed anything more. And when the last cafe was closing, people lingered by the door. Nobody was in a hurry today. And that's the thing I'll remember most. Not what happened, but how it felt to let an ordinary day unfold. Sunshine on the grocery bags, walking home the longer way. Nothing waiting at the apartment, nothing urgent for today. Fresh bread wrapped in paper, a carton tucked beneath my arm. The kind of afternoon that quietly forgets to sound alarm. Somebody painted flowers outside the corner convenience store. A little radio was playing songs I've probably heard before. The traffic hummed in the distance like a slow familiar song. Everything around me seemed to say, you've been rushing for too long. Sunshine on the grocery bags, golden light across the street. Tiny pieces of a lifetime hidden in the things we keep. Sunshine on the grocery bags, nothing more and nothing less. Funny how the smallest moments leave the deepest tenderness. A kid was chasing pigeons near the fountain by the square. A woman read a paperback with sunlight in her hair. Someone carried home a bicycle after getting a flat tire. Somebody practiced saxophone a few blocks over by the wire. The city wasn't trying to impress or entertain. It simply kept on breathing through the sunshine after rain. And somehow that was enough, more than enough for me. A simple afternoon becoming something I'll remember quietly. Sunshine on the grocery bags, golden light across the street. Tiny pieces of a lifetime hidden in the things we keep. Sunshine on the grocery bags, nothing more and nothing less. Funny how the smallest moment spaces between who we are and who we'll be. Maybe it sits beside a bakery or follows shadows on the ground. Maybe it waits in ordinary places where it rarely gets found. Maybe it's a paper bag swinging softly at your side while the afternoon reminds you there's no need to hurry life. Sunshine on the grocery bag, still a picture in my mind. One of those forgotten days you remember all the time. Sunshine on the grocery bag, long after the light is gone. Somehow all those little moments keep quietly carrying on. Sunshine on the grocery bags, nothing special, nothing grand, just an ordinary afternoon, holding everything I am.
Yeah.
2 iced coffees and no plan,
Sitting near the window seat,
watching people cross the street.
trying to escape the heat.
Someone dropped a shopping bag,
Someone missed a turning light.
nobody seemed in much of a hurry.
Everything felt just right.
We talked about the weather,
Movies neither of us saw,
the kind of conversation.
that doesn't need a point at all.
2 iced coffees and no plan, nothing waiting up ahead.
No schedule on the table,
No destination in our heads. 2 iced coffees and no plan,
sometimes that's enough.
a little bit of sunshine.
And people that you trust,
Dum, dum, dum,
the,
dum, dum,
and people that you trust,
dum, dum.
the.
Hours slipped across the cafe,
Without asking where they gone,
songs played through the speakers.
soft enough to lean upon,
The ice cube slowly disappeared.
leaving circles on the glass,
The afternoon kept stretching.
like it never meant to pass.
2 iced coffees and no plan, that's all we really needed. Some days become your favorite.
For reasons never stated.
Dum, dum, dum. Dum, dum, dum. Dum, dum, dum.
The guy in front of me bought flowers, standing in the checkout line. Yellow roses wrapped in paper, held carefully at his side. The cashier smiled and wished him luck. He laughed and thanked her twice, like whatever waited for him was worth every single mile.
Outside, the sunlight hit the sidewalk. People drifted through the day, but somehow everyone seemed softer after he walked away.
The guy in front of me bought
Flowers, nothing more than that, but somehow it stayed with me long after he left.
The guy in front of me bought
Flowers, and maybe that's the thing. Small moments have a way of changing everything.
I carried home my groceries past the bakery on the hill. Someone played guitar nearby, the whole street standing still.
A child was chasing pigeons near the corner traffic light. The afternoon kept unfolding, slow and easy, warm and bright.
I never knew who got those flowers or what they meant to say, but I hope
today.
The guy in front of me bought
Flowers, simple as can be.
dum dum ba dum dum.
A little reminder, kindness still happens quietly.
Dum 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 dum.
The guy in front of me bought flowers, and that's enough for me.
Dum dum ba dum dum.
Some memories stay forever without a reason to be.
Dum dum ba dum ba dum. Ba da ba dum dum. There were 7 dogs at the park today. I counted twice. The first time I got distracted by one wearing a yellow raincoat. The weather couldn't decide what it wanted to be. Sunny by the playground, cloudy near the trees. A little bit of wind, a little bit of spring. The kind of afternoon that makes you stay longer than you planned. I bought a coffee from the cart near the entrance. The guy working there recognized me, which was strange because I don't come here that often. Or maybe I do, maybe routines happen. Before we notice, a golden retriever dropped a tennis ball in front of a woman reading a mystery novel. She looked confused, the dog looked hopeful. Neither one moved for a few seconds. Then the dog picked up the ball and tried again. Somewhere else, 2 small terriers spent 10 minutes barking at absolutely nothing, or maybe something only they could see. Either way, they seemed committed. A kid rode by on a bicycle, way too fast for someone still learning how to stop. His dad followed behind, looking exhausted. The kid looked thrilled, both reactions made sense. There were 7 dogs at the park today, and somehow every one of them looked happier than the people walking them. Around 3 o'clock, the place got busier. Office workers, students, people pretending they weren't checking emails on a Saturday. A woman sat down on the bench beside me, opened a sandwich, then spent 5 minutes trying to stop a pigeon from stealing it. The pigeon almost won. The woman definitely noticed. The rest of us pretended not to. The coffee got cold before I finished it. Like always, I keep thinking one day I'll learn to drink it faster, but honestly, I doubt it. The clouds moved away, the shadows got longer. The dog slowed down, the people slowed down. Even the traffic on the road nearby seemed less interested in getting somewhere. One black Labrador lay down in the grass and refused to move no matter what its owner suggested. The dog had clearly decided the afternoon wasn't over yet. And looking around, I kind of agreed. There were 7 dogs at the park today. I counted again before leaving. Still 7. Still chasing balls, still getting distracted, still finding reasons to stay outside a little longer. The sun started dropping behind the apartment buildings. The coffee cart closed, the mystery novel disappeared. The pigeon found somebody else to bother. The kid on the bicycle had finally figured out how to stop, at least most of the time. And one by one people headed home, carrying leashes, coffee cups, half-finished conversations, the usual things. I checked one last time before crossing the street. Still 7 dogs, still a pretty good day. just a good day, doing what good days do, showing up quietly and staying longer than expected.
The steam is rising slowly from the ceramic cup I hold. The kitchen floor beneath my feet is feeling very cold. I watch the white and cloudy vapor swirling up so high, it feels just like the heavy mist that's hanging in the sky. Outside the window pane, the busy world is gone to sleep, leaving me alone with all these promises we couldn't keep. The street lamp on the corner wears a halo made of gold, a silent, lonely witness to a love that's growing old. It's 2 a.m. and far too late to call you on the phone, to tell you that I hate this house when I am all alone. But the warmth between my shaking hands is comforting to feel. It is the only thing tonight that's telling me I'm real. Are you awake and thinking of me too? In this foggy night, I'm drinking cold regrets and tears, chasing down the shadows of the words we saved for years. The coffee's getting bitter, but the memories stay so sweet, listening to the heavy silence on the empty street. Just me, my thoughts, and my midnight coffee. I take another quiet sip and gently close my eyes. Beneath the weight of dark and heavy, starless midnight skies, the clock is ticking louder now against the wooden wall. I find myself still listening for your footsteps in the hall. But only heavy raindrops come to hit the window glass, a soft repetitive refrain that signals time will pass. The sugar's melted at the bottom, buried out of sight, just like the joy we used to feel before this foggy night. It's 2 a.m. and far too late to call you on the phone, to tell you that I hate this house when I am all alone. But the warmth between my shaking hands is comforting to feel. It is the only thing tonight that's telling me I'm real. Are you awake and thinking of me too? In this foggy night, I'm drinking cold regrets and tears, chasing down the shadows of the words we saved for years. The coffee's getting bitter, but the memories stay so sweet, listening to the heavy silence on the empty street. Just me, my thoughts, and my midnight coffee. If I poured another cup for you and set it on the stand, would you walk through the doorway now and take me by the hand? Or am I just a foolish girl who's talking to the air, pretending that your handsome face is sitting right over there? The illusion fades away with every breath I take Awake in this foggy night, I'm drinking cold regrets and tears, chasing down the shadows of the words we saved for years. The coffee's getting bitter, but the memories stay so sweet. Listening to the heavy silence on the empty street. Just me, my thoughts, and my midnight coffee. The cup is completely empty now. The fog is settling on the town. I guess I'll try to close my eyes. Good night, my love. Good night, goodbye.
The coffee machine finally worked after almost a week of strange noises, warning lights, and disappointed customers. Nobody cheered or anything dramatic, but people definitely noticed. The regular guy who always orders espresso actually smiled, which felt historic. The woman with the newspaper put it down long enough to watch the first cup come out, like a science experiment. The machine sounded healthier, more confident somehow, less like it was negotiating with every coffee. The morning crowd arrived in waves, office workers, students, people who looked awake and people who clearly weren't. A delivery driver came in twice because he'd forgotten what he wanted the first time, then forgot his wallet the second. The cafe forgave him both times. Outside a bus stopped a little longer than usual, giving one last passenger time to make it. The driver got a thank you, the passenger got a seat. Everybody won around noon. The sunlight hit the counter at exactly the right angle, making everything look slightly more expensive than it really was. The music was good, the coffee was good, the weather was trying its best, and nobody seemed in much of a hurry. The coffee machine finally worked, which is a ridiculous thing to remember weeks from now, but honestly, that's probably what I'll remember. Not the meetings, not the emails, not whatever else happened, just the sound of the machine doing its job again, and a room full of strangers being quietly pleased about it. Somebody opened all the windows before I got there. The cafe smelled different, less coffee, more spring. The napkins kept moving every time the wind arrived. Nobody seemed bothered, not even the people trying to work A receipt flew off a table near the counter. 3 customers chased it like it was far more important than it probably was. The barista laughed without looking surprised. Apparently, this had happened before outside. The trees were busy doing whatever trees do when winter finally gives up. The cyclist stopped to tie his shoelace, then spent 2 minutes looking for where he left his water bottle. It was attached to the bike the entire time. The woman near the window closed her laptop and just watched people for nearly half an hour. Honestly, it looked like a better use of time. The music changed to some old song everybody knew. Nobody admitted it, but a few people started humming. At almost the same moment, the sunlight crossed the floor slowly. One table at a time, one chair at a time, like it was checking in on everyone. Somebody opened all the windows, and somehow the whole place felt less like a cafe and more like the first good day of the year. The kind you remember without knowing why.
Made my coffee at 7, it's 9:15. Forgot about it somewhere in between the thought I had and the thought I chased. And now it's cold and there's nothing to be faced, but the cup itself still in my hand. Lukewarm evidence of the best laid plan, to have a morning slow and warm and clean. Instead I fell into the in-between. The notification stole the first good hour. The second went to something with less power than I imagined, and the third just went the way the mornings go without consent. So here I am at 9 with cold in my cup, not sure exactly when I gave it up. The warmth, I mean, and maybe more than that. But let's just start with coffee, let's stay flat. It's not a tragedy, it's just a cup of cold coffee. It's how some days give up. Cold coffee in the morning light. Something started wrong that might turn right, or might just stay exactly what it is. A lukewarm day doing lukewarm things. Cold coffee, I'll drink it anyway. Not every morning has to earn its place. Some days beginning cold and ending cold, and you drink them down and let the story fold. Microwaved it once, it never tastes the same. The first heat is the only one to claim. The rightful warmth you can't retrieve. What's already gone you have to grieve, or drink it cold and call it an acquired taste. Not settling, just choosing not to waste the cup entirely. The morning whole, cold coffee and a half-assembled soul. There's someone who would say to pour it out, start fresh, new water, new grounds, no doubt. And maybe they are right in the long run, but I'm not pouring out what's been begun. Even if it's cold, it's still the cup I made with both hands when I first woke up. When the morning felt like something possible, before the day made everything more logical. I'll drink it standing at the kitchen sink, somewhere between giving up and what I think. Cold coffee in the morning light. Something started wrong that might turn right, or might just stay exactly what it is. A lukewarm day doing lukewarm things. Cold coffee, I'll drink it anyway. Not every morning has to earn its place. Some days beginning cold and ending cold, and you drink them down and let the story fold. Here's what I've learned about cold cups. Sometimes the forgetting is enough to make you slow down later in the day and notice what you almost threw away. The coffee wasn't ruined, just delayed, like most good things that needed to be stayed with patiently or impatiently, or just however you survive the morning's dust. I drank it cold, it wasn't good, but it was mine and that was understood. I made it with intention, lost it for a while, found it cold and drank it with the smallest kind of smile. Cold coffee in the morning light. Something started wrong that might turn right, or might just stay exactly what it is. A lukewarm day doing lukewarm things. Cold coffee, I'll drink it anyway. Not every morning has to earn its place. Some days beginning cold and ending cold, and you drink them down and let the story fold. Cold coffee, still in the morning, still a cup, still a day, still a person at the window, watching clouds get out of the way. April came and wearing February's coat, left the heater on and forgot to note that the flowers are confused, they're blooming anyway, pushing through the frost of yesterday. I made coffee at the window, watched the gray sky negotiate with something like a ray of sun. It almost won, then changed its mind. The kind of morning only spring can find. The jacket on the hook can't make a call between the cold outside and the warm hall, so I wear the doubt the whole way to the street, half awake and half in the retreating sleep. Everything's deciding what to be, including, probably including me. April keeps forgetting it's supposed to be warm, keeps rehearsing summer, getting caught in a storm. And I keep expecting something new to begin, but maybe that's the joke that every April's been in, unfinished and uncertain, and somehow still okay. April keeps forgetting, and I forget the same way. Dug out lighter jackets, put the heavy ones away, wore them both at once on the same Wednesday. Half of me is ready, half is still asleep. the kind of contradiction only spring can keep. Old playlist on the speaker, songs I used to know, back when I believed that things would simply grow into something cleaner, simpler, less afraid. Funny how that feeling hasn't really faded. The windows fogged from something warm inside. The world outside still hasn't quite decided, and I'm here between two cups of the same day, watching April figure out what it wants to say. Maybe undecided isn't lost. Maybe blooming always has a cost. April keeps forgetting it's supposed to be warm, keeps rehearsing summer, getting caught in a storm. And I keep expecting something new to begin, but maybe that's the joke that every April's been in. Unfinished and uncertain, and somehow still okay. April keeps forgetting, and I forget the same way. Maybe things don't have to be decided yet. Maybe in between is where you catch your breath. Maybe the cold and the bloom can share the same sky, and so can the part of me that still doesn't know why. I've been waiting on permission to begin, some signal from the season closing in, but April never asks before it turns. It just forgets the cold and blooms regardless. What if I did the same? What if I just bloomed uncertain, pushed up through the frost without a plan, without a curtain? April keeps forgetting it's supposed to be warm, keeps rehearsing summer, getting caught in a storm. And I keep expecting something new to begin, but maybe that's the joke that every April's been in. Unfinished and uncertain, and somehow still okay. April keeps forgetting, and I forget the same way. April keeps forgetting. Maybe that's the gift. The season never perfects itself, it simply starts to shift.
"11 p.m., the fluorescent buzz, that specific sound that a bad day does to itself. It hums until it's gone, and I'm here choosing between two ramen, taking long. The man behind the counter doesn't ask why I'm here again, wearing yesterday's last clean shirt. He just scans and says point card, and I say yes, like that's the saving grace I've starred. There's something about bright light at this hour that strips the pretense from the final power of whatever face I wore today. And here I'm just a person, and that's okay. The freezer hum the single ceiling fan, the college kid asleep beside his plan for exams. I know that tired well. The store holds all our stories, hard to tell. I got a triangle, gimbap, and a can of something sweet. That was the whole plan. Convenience store, 11 p.m. This is my cathedral, my amen. Bright enough to make me feel alive, cold enough to make me feel survived. Corn, dark heat under the warming lamp. City just outside, the windows damp. Nobody knows I'm here, and that's the thing. For 10 minutes I'm not carrying anything. Old woman in slippers, lottery slip. A student cramming with the tight-lipped exhaustion that I recognize too well. We're all just here between the floors of hell and heaven, just the average in between, fluorescent grace on the most ordinary scene. I pick a chocolate bar I used to love, when love was just a chocolate bar enough. The shelves are stocked with things we almost need, the drinks arranged by color, not by creed. The snacks are cheap and honest, no pretense, just calories and comfort, 50 cents. I count the coins I didn't know I had. Buy something extra doesn't feel so bad. The receipt, a tiny scroll of the mundane. I fold it in my pocket, walk out in the rain. Card declined, I switched to cash, no face. This counter's been the kindest of all places. Convenience store, 11 p.m. This is my cathedral, my amen. Bright enough to make me feel alive, cold enough to make me feel survive. Corn dog heat under the warming lamp, city just outside the window stamp. Nobody knows I'm here and that's the thing. For 10 minutes I'm not carrying anything. There's a dignity in small things no one aims. Triangle rice in fluorescent frames. The way the door says welcome to the cold. The way a late night snack can make you feel less old. Less like you are failing something grand, more like you're just doing what you can. And that honestly is enough. The hardest days still end with something good enough. I've sat in offices and missed this light. I've chased important things and lost the night. But here among the ramen and the chips, something real is touching at my lips. Not answers, not solutions, just a taste of being somewhere without any haze. Being no one, needing nothing more than this, exactly this, the store. Convenience store, 11 p.m. This is my cathedral, my amen. Bright enough to make me feel alive, cold enough to make me feel survive. Corn dog heat under the warming lamp, city just outside the window stamp. Nobody knows I'm here and that's the thing. For 10 minutes I'm not carrying anything. Convenience store, 11 p.m. Still here, still me again. The city waits, the morning will arrive, but right now I am simply alive. Simply alive.
The bakery opened early today. The lights were already on when I turned the corner. The woman inside was arranging bread like she had done 1,000 mornings before. Steam covered the windows. The street was still quiet. A bicycle rode past. Somebody walked the dog. The city hadn't fully started yet. And maybe that's why I liked it. No rush, no noise, no notifications, just warm bread and another ordinary day. I bought something I didn't really need, a cinnamon roll, and coffee I knew would be too hot. The woman smiled, I nodded back. Neither of us said much. Some mornings that feels enough. Outside, the air still carry a little bit of spring. Trees moving slowly, store signs waking up. The bus I sat on a bench watching everyone heading somewhere, like they had answers, like they knew exactly what came next. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I finished my coffee, the cinnamon roll, and most of my thoughts. The bakery opened early today, and somehow so did I.
I opened up my eyes today and looked outside the door. The ground is completely gone, I cannot see the floor. The morning fog is sitting on the garden and the lawn, like a giant fluffy marshmallow waiting for the dawn. But then the golden sun breaks through the heavy silver cloud and makes the white mist look so bright it makes me laugh aloud. It's like walking on a spaceship floating high up in the sky, watching all the white and puffy clouds go rolling by. I put my favorite boots on and I take a happy stride, ready to discover all the magic things outside. The air is fresh and tasting like a sweet and cool surprise. The morning light is sparkling right inside my sleepy eyes. It's a whimsical adventure, it's a beautiful display, a wonderful and funny way to start a brand new day. Come along and take a walk with me. Hello sunshine cloud, filling up the foggy night, turning all the darkness into beautiful bright light. We are walking through the mist with a giant happy smile. We can't forget about our troubles for a little while. Oh, the fog is turning golden, the world is glowing bright. What a beautiful transition from the heavy foggy night. The spider webs upon the fence are covered in small beads, like diamond necklaces hanging from the garden weeds. The little birds are chirping from their hidden misty trees, singing happy melodies to the morning breeze. I take a deep and heavy breath and feel my spirit rise, looking at this wonderland right in front of my eyes. The neighbor's dog is barking at a shadow in the haze, wagging its tail happily in a funny little daze. Everything is magical, everything is new and bright, born out of the mystery of the quiet foggy night. The air is fresh and tasting like a sweet and cool surprise. The morning light is sparkling right inside my sleepy eyes. It's a whimsical adventure, it's a beautiful display, a wonderful and funny way to start a brand new day. Come along and take a walk with me. Hey, hey. Hello sunshine cloud, filling up the foggy night, turning all the darkness into beautiful bright light. We are walking through the mist with a giant happy smile. We can't forget about our troubles for a little while. Oh, the fog is turning golden, the world is glowing bright. What a beautiful transition from the heavy foggy night.
and look at the sky. Hello sunshine cloud, filling up the foggy night, turning all the darkness into beautiful bright light. We are walking through the mist with a giant happy smile. We can forget about our troubles for a little while. Oh, the fog is turning golden, the world is glowing bright. What a beautiful transition from the heavy foggy night. The sun is winning now. Oh, the fog is melting away. Goodbye to the foggy night. Hello to the beautiful bright day. Yeah, it's a beautiful day.
I hear the foghorn blowing softly from the distant bay. It means the heavy silver mist has come inside to stay. But we are safe and warm inside this little wooden room, with the yellow candle burning bright to chase away the gloom. I pull the thick knit blanket up right over my cold knees, listening to the quiet wind that whispers through the trees. The world outside is hidden now, it's completely out of sight, like the universe has tucked us in for a very peaceful night. You're leaning on my shoulder and I hear you softly breathe. There is no other place on earth that I would rather be. The fog is like a blanket made of silver threads and stars, hiding all the noisy streets and the rushing heavy cars. It locks the door against the world and tells us it's okay to take a little break and let our troubles drift away. Can you feel the warmth inside this space? In this beautiful foggy night, we found our paradise, looking at the reflection of the candle in your eyes. The air is thick outside, but our love is pure and bright. We are safe and warm together till the morning light. Oh, let the fog cover the town, let the world disappear. We have everything we need right here, my dear. A soft acoustic guitar chord is floating through the air. I look around the room and see the sweet things that we share. An old ceramic teapot and 2 mugs of chamomile. Every little corner of this house can make me smile. The windows are all misty now, we can draw a little heart, a playful little reminder that we'll never be apart. The clock is ticking slowly like it's trying not to wake. The beautiful and peaceful rest that we deserve to take. The city's always rushing, always trying to win a race, but tonight the fog has forced the world to slow down its pace. The fog is like a blanket made of silver threads and stars, hiding all the noisy streets and the rushing heavy cars. It locks the door against the world and tells us it's okay to take a little break and let our troubles drift away. Can you feel the warmth inside this space? In this beautiful foggy night, we found a paradise, looking at the reflection of the candle in your eyes. The air is thick outside, but our love is pure and bright. We are safe and warm together till the morning light. Oh, let the fog cover the town, let the world disappear. We have everything we need right here, my dear. Sometimes you need the darkness to appreciate the glow. Sometimes you need the heavy fog to make you slow down slow. It's a gift from the sky, a quiet little space to rest. Out of all the rooms in the world, this one is the best. Just listen to the quiet, listen to the peace tonight. In this beautiful foggy night, we found a paradise, looking at the reflection of the candle in your eyes. The air is thick outside, but our love is pure and bright. We are safe and warm together till the morning light. Oh, let the
At 11:45, the heavy fog is rolling in, but I just love to drive. The highway lines are fading out, the signs are hard to see, but there's a beautiful feeling of freedom inside of me. I turn the volume all the way up, the bass is hitting strong, and every lonely mile I pass is singing a happy song. The dashboard lights are glowing bright, a cozy neon green. It feels like I am driving through a cinematic scene. The world is quiet, the world is calm, the air is clean and cool. I'm leaving all my troubles back at the starting pool. The thick white mist is wrapping around my spinning rubber wheels, but you don't know how wonderful this midnight freedom feels. I see a light ahead of me, a welcoming cafe. I know that I am traveling to a brighter, better day. Just push the pedal down and feel the beat, driving down the foggy highway with a sunny heart. Every single misty mile is a brand new start. The night is thick, but my vision is completely clear. I'm leaving every worry and my yesterday's fear. Oh, the fog is beautiful when you are moving fast. I'm heading for the future, breaking away from the past. The radio's playing tracks from 1999, a retro beat that makes me feel like everything is fine. I roll the car window down to feel the damp night air. It's blowing through my fingers and it's messy in my hair. The trucks are passing by me like big ships in the sea, flashing their amber lights to say hello to me. This foggy night is not a wall, it's just a soft embrace, a peaceful intermission in this crazy human race. I take a breath and smile because I know exactly where to go, guided by the music and the dashboard's cozy glow. The thick white mist is wrapping around my spinning rubber wheels, but you don't know how wonderful this midnight freedom feels. I see a light ahead of me, a welcoming cafe. I know that I am traveling to a brighter, better day. Just push the pedal down and feel the beat, driving down the foggy highway with a sunny heart. Every single misty mile is a brand new start. The night is thick, but my vision is completely clear. I'm leaving every worry and my yesterday's fear. Oh, the fog is beautiful when you are moving fast. I'm heading for the future, breaking away from the past. Behind this heavy cloud of gray, the sun is getting ready to rise, to paint 1,000 beautiful colors across the morning skies. The fog is just a blanket keeping the earth warm and tight, until the morning breaks and floods the world with golden light. And I'll be there to see it, driving with a smile, just counting down the moments, mile after mile. Driving down the foggy highway with a sunny heart. Every single misty mile is a brand new start. The night is thick, but my vision is completely clear. I'm leaving every worry and my yesterday's fear. Oh, the fog is beautiful when you are moving fast. I'm heading for the future, breaking away from the past. Keep the wheels turning through the beautiful white cloud. Sunny heart, foggy night, the morning is in sight. Yeah, it's a beautiful ride.
The sun went down an hour ago, but I don't care at all. I see the silver foggy mist begin to softly fall. It's wrapping around the neighborhood and hiding all the street, but I can feel the rhythm of your happy dancing feet. The world outside our little space is completely washed away. We don't need the golden sun, we don't need the bright day. You look at me and give a smile that lights up all the dark, and suddenly the empty park is glowing with a spark. We're stepping off the sidewalk now and laughing in the cold, living out a beautiful story that's waiting to be told. Who cares if we get lost tonight when I am here with you? The thick white cloud is making everything look brand new. I hold your hand a little tight and pull you to my chest. Of all the nights I've lived before, I think I love this best. Are you ready for a little magic? We are dancing in the silver mist, laughing in the dark, leaving pretty footprints all around the quiet park. The foggy night is beautiful, it's spinning us around. We are the only lovers left inside this sleepy town. Oh, spin me one more time beneath the blurry street lamp light. Everything is perfect in this happy, foggy night. The breath we take is turning into tiny clouds of white. Like little stars we're blowing out into the cozy night. Your jacket is a little big but looks so good on me. We're jumping over puddles and we feel so wild and free. The traffic lights are changing colors, red and green and blue, but they are just a background for the lovely side of you. The music from a distant cafe plays a happy tune, and we are making wishes on a hidden midnight moon. There is no room for sadness here, no room for any tears. The fog has come to wash away our worries and our fears. Who cares if we get lost tonight when I am here with you? The thick white cloud is making everything look brand new. I hold your hand a little tight and pull you to my chest. Of all the nights I've lived before, I think I love this best. Are you ready for a little magic? We are dancing in the silver mist, laughing in the dark, leaving pretty footprints all around the quiet park. The foggy night is beautiful, it's spinning us around. We are the only lovers left inside this sleepy town. Oh, spin me one more time beneath the blurry street lamp light. Everything is perfect in this happy, foggy night. Let the fog roll in, let the world disappear. As long as I have you right beside me, right here. Every blurry corner is a brand new place to explore. I've never felt this kind of joy and happiness before. The night is young and so are we, so let the music play. We'll keep on dancing till the fog is chased away. We are dancing in the silver mist, laughing in the dark, leaving pretty footprints all around the quiet park. The foggy night is beautiful, it's spinning us around. We are the only lovers left inside this sleepy town. Oh, spin me one more time beneath the blurry street lamp light. Everything is perfect in this happy, foggy night. Just you and me dancing, laughing in the white haze. The fog is our friend tonight. Yeah, everything's alright in this beautiful foggy night. "5 in the morning, nobody's here. just the river and the fog and something clear in my chest that I don't usually find. In the middle of the day, the loud, the grind. The hun doesn't ask what I've accomplished. It doesn't care what I have unfinished. It just moves the way it's always moved, beneath the bridges, neither lost nor proved. A heron standing in the shallow part, the patience of a creature with no art to justify. It simply waits and stands, and the fog rolls in and fills its empty hands. I've been here since before the joggers came, before the city woke and called my name for something urgent. Here there's only this, the river and the fog and what I've missed. The fog erases what I'm supposed to be and gives me back just only me. Fog on the hand, river, early light. Everything is softer, less defined. I don't know where the water ends, begins. This is where the letting go comes in. Fog on the hunt, the city hasn't woken. Every promise I've made, every word unspoken. Rest here on the water in the gray, before the day decides what I must weigh. My father used to fish the stretch of river, before the towers came, before the silver buildings rose like arguments for speed. He said the hum was generous, would feed not just the body, something else he said, something that the busy life leaves dead. In us, a quietness we have inside that needs the water in the morning tide. I think about him when the fog is thick, the way he'd stand there with his fishing stick, not catching much, that wasn't really why he'd come. He came to watch the morning sky. I'm doing the same thing he did back then, without even knowing it. And when the realization lands, it lands so soft, like something long lost, not quite lost aloft. The river holds the things that don't need words, just the fog, the heron, and the bird. Fog on the hand, river, early light. Everything is softer, less defined. I don't know where the water ends, begins. This is where the letting go comes in. Fog on the hunt, the city hasn't woken. Every promise I've made, every word unspoken. Rest here on the water in the gray, before the day decides what I must weigh. I read somewhere that fog is just a cloud that came down to the ground without the crowd of altitude, just chose to be right here among the things that walk and breathe and fear. And I find that oddly comforting, that even clouds come down to feel the sting of the ordinary, to be at ground, to be uncertain, common, earthly found. Maybe I'm like that sometimes, came from something higher, lost the rhyme of altitude, just landed in this life between the river and the ordinary strife. And maybe that is not a fall, maybe coming down is not the loss at all. Maybe the fog knows something the sky forgets, that the most beautiful is what the ground gets. Fog on the hand, river, early light. Everything is softer, less defined. I don't know where the water ends, begins. This is where the letting go comes in. Fog on the hunt, the city hasn't woken. Every promise I've made, every word unspoken. Rest here on the water in the gray, before the day decides what I must weigh. The fog
fog will lift before the morning's done. The heron fly, the joggers start to run. The city wake and call me back by name, but I was here before it all. The same river, fog, and me, just briefly, quietly free.
Tonight, but underneath the silver cloud, the pulse is beating bright. The neon signs of restaurants are bleeding through the gray, creating a funky dance floor where the happy people play. I hear the heavy rhythm of the sub bass down below, making all the misty air begin to shake and glow. Put on your shiny shoes because we're going out to town. The fog is just a special effect that's coming rolling down. We're stepping into the venue and the lights are flashing red, chasing every single boring thought out of our head. The fog is making all the laser lights look so alive, like a tropical jungle where the happy spirits thrive. We don't need a clear sky to have a beautiful party tonight. The silver haze is making every color look twice as bright. Can you feel the groove inside your bones? Welcome to the neon carnival inside the foggy nights, where the bass line is heavy and the spirits are light. We are dancing through the mist, floating on the groovy sound, the most magical and funky party to be found. Oh, let the fog roll in, let the music take control. In this beautiful mystic disco, we are losing our soul. The music's pumping louder as the midnight hour arrives. We're living out the best and brightest moments of our lives. The smoke machine is laughing cause the fog outside is real, giving us a natural and a wild surrealistic feel. I see the crowd is moving like a big and happy wave inside this hidden kingdom that the foggy night gave. We've got the funky bass guitar to keep our feet in line, and every glass of soda tastes exactly like sweet wine. No matter what tomorrow brings, tonight we are the kings, floating on the happiness that this sweet music brings. The fog is making all the laser lights look so alive, like a tropical jungle where the happy
There's a version of me that only comes out late, after midnight when the reasonable gates come down, and everything I kept polite comes out to sit with me and occupy the night. He knows all the things I left unsaid in rooms. He counts the exits, tallies up the wounds. I tried to call them lessons, call them growth, but 3 a.m. just calls them both. He's not cruel, this version, just awake. He doesn't catastrophize or shake. He just sits there asking questions that the daytime me is too polished to get at. Questions like, is this the life you chose, or the life that happened while the choosing froze? Did you want this, or did you want it? Did you hold this dream, or did you flaunt it? 3 a.m. doesn't lie to make you feel okay. It just asks the things you've put away. The 3 a.m. version of me knows things the daylight doesn't see. Not darker, just more honest with the dark, less careful about guarding every part. The 3 a.m. version sits and waits until I stop performing at the gates of my own life, and then quietly asks, are you happy underneath the tasks? I told him things tonight I don't say out loud. The fears I dress in reasonable and proud language in the daylight, but at 3 they wear their actual names in front of me. I'm afraid I peeked inside a moment that I passed through without knowing it, that the best of what I'll build is done, and now I'm just maintaining what I won. He didn't flinch, the 3 a.m. version didn't rush me toward a better person, just nodded like he'd heard it all before, because he lives behind that door. Every single night I do not sleep, he's there, not judging, not making me keep a face, just watching me be complicated, unedited and unperforated. This is the hour when the real things live, before the morning tells me what to give. The 3 a.m. version of me knows things the daylight doesn't see. Not darker, just more honest with the dark, less careful about guarding every part. The 3 a.m. version sits and waits until I stop performing at the gates of my own life, and then quietly asks, are you happy underneath the task? What if this version is the truer one? Not broken, just the one without the run of careful self-improvement in his voice. Not performing, being fine, just choice. What if I brought him to the meetings? What if I let him write the greetings? What if I stopped locking him at night and just let him be me in the light? I think he'd be too much for most, too unsmooth, too honest, borderline a ghost of what they used to, but I think that's fine. He's the truest border of the me that's mine, so I'll let him sit till 4 until the birds begin, and something like a will to face the day comes back in filtered gray. He goes to sleep and I get up to play the version that they know, but in my chest I carry what he said and let it rest against my ribs all day, like a reminder that the real things live a little deeper, kinder. The 3 a.m. version of me knows things the daylight doesn't see. Not darker, just more honest with the dark, less careful about guarding every part. The 3 a.m. version sits and waits until I stop performing at the gates of my own life, and then quietly asks, are you happy underneath the tasks? 3 a.m. just me and him, the light outside just barely dim. He'll be gone by morning, but I'll remember everything. Oh.
Nobody here knows how to say my name. The street signs mean nothing, the maps look the same as everywhere and nowhere all at once. A beautiful confusion for a month. I ordered something pointing at the menu. The woman smiled like she already knew. What I was doing gave me more than asked. Kindness in a language I have not yet grasped. The hotel room is smaller than expected. The ceiling light is warmer than projected. And outside the window someone's life is going forward in a language I'm not knowing. I press my hand against the glass tonight. The city just below an amber light. 8 million people in their own story. None of them need mine, and somehow that's freeing. No one knows my name here, no one calls. I am briefly no one, and that's not small. Someone else's city, someone else's rain, falling on a street I'll never learn the name of. And I'm okay, I'm more than okay. I came here to be lost in the best way. Someone else's city, the kindest gift is being a stranger. Invisible adrift, not failing at belonging, just outside. For once in my life, I'm just along for the ride. Ate alone at 7 at a counter seat. Watch the kitchen, watch the whole street. Through the window everyone's so sure of where they're going and what life is for. I envied that and then I didn't. The certainty I've always been given. Back home the same route, same face, same role. Sometimes certainty can cost you your soul. In the city no one has a version of me. No expectation, no history. Just a person eating noodles in the noise. Briefly owning something close to choice. Walked until my feet decided no, and found a bench and just let the city go past me like a river I was sitting in. Belonging everywhere and to nothing. The loneliness is real, but it is clean. Not the kind that hurts, the kind that means. Someone else's city, someone else's rain, falling on a street I'll never learn the name of. And I'm okay, I'm more than okay. I came here to be lost in the best way. Someone else's city, the kindest gift is being a stranger. Invisible adrift, not failing at belonging, just outside. For once in my life, I'm just along for the ride. I think I came here looking for permission. From the distance, from the changed position of myself against a different sky, to finally ask the things I can't ask. Why? Back home the questions have familiar weight. The faces that I love also calculate who I should become and who I've been. But here I'm just a blur, just passing a scene. And in that blur I felt something unlock. The part of me that's lived against the clock of other people's ideas of my life. Just breathe just once, without the noise and strife. I'll go back home and be myself again. The one they know, the one with roles and then more roles. But I will carry in my coat a city no one else knows as a secret note. Someone else's city, someone else's rain, falling on a street I'll never learn the name of. And I'm okay, I'm more than okay. I came here to be lost in the best way. Someone else's city, the kindest gift moments in my life, I'm just along for the ride. Someone else's city, briefly mine tonight. I'll leave before the morning, but I'll keep the light. Came in to get out of the rain, stayed for reasons I can't quite explain. The smell of paper, the creak of the floor, the specific quiet behind a bookstore door. Ran my fingers down the paperback spines, stranger stories stacked in crooked lines. Picked one up and read the opening page. A different city, a different age. The rain outside was picking up its pace. I found a corner, found myself a space between philosophy and foreign verse, and everything got smaller, meaning better, not worse. Put my wet umbrella by my feet, forgot the errands I was meant to complete. Just me and the dust and the afternoon light, filtering gray through the window just right. Nobody's waiting, nothing's on the clock. The rain gave me permission just to stop. Bookstore in the rain, the best excuse to disappear inside and come loose from everything that had me tied and planned. Just pages turning in an open hand. Bookstore in the rain, the hours bend, each aisle a different life around the bend. I wasn't looking for anything today, but I found something anyway. The man behind the counter reads alone, not watching me, not checking on his phone. Just living in a book the way we should, more often than we do, if only we could. A mother and a daughter in the kids' aisle. The girl picks something, holds it for a while, like she already knows that book is hers. The way you know before the story stirs. I thought about the books I've half-read, shelved, the ones I bought believing in myself, that I'd have time, that I would settle in, that one slow Sunday something would begin. It always seems the books know what we need. Before we do, they wait for us to read them at the right time, wrong time, anytime, whenever life aligns with their first line. The rain is not a problem from in here. The only deadline is when skies go clear. A bookstore in the rain, the best excuse to disappear inside and come loose from everything that had me tied and planned. Just pages turning in an open hand. Bookstore in the rain, the hours bend, each aisle a different life around the bend. I wasn't looking for anything today, but I found something anyway. There's a version of a life inside each spine, where someone else worked out the things I find impossible. They struggled, turned the page, and made it through to some more bearable age. And maybe that's the only thing I need, not answers, just the proof that others bleed the same uncertainty and make it through. That someone wrote it down and someone knew. I bought the book, I read the first page of, not for the plot, just for the feel of carrying something home through the wet street. A small rectangle of somebody's heartbeat. Bookstore in the rain,
The best excuse to disappear inside and come loose from everything that had me tied and planned. Just pages turning in an open hand bookstore in the rain. The hours bend, each aisle a different life around the bend. I wasn't looking for anything today, but I found something anyway. Bookstore in the rain. I'll come back when it pours again. Some places hold you without knowing your name, and somehow that is more than enough. The same. Dun, 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 dun.
We could have been home 20 minutes earlier, maybe 30. Traffic wasn't bad, the weather was good. There was really no reason to turn left by the river instead of right, but we did. The path beside the water was busier than usual. People jogging, people walking dogs, people pretending they weren't looking at their phones. The trees were greener than I remembered, or maybe I just hadn't noticed lately. A guy sat on a folding chair, fishing without much success, at least from what I could see. Still, he looked happier than most people who were actually catching things. The bridge ahead was covered in cyclists, bells ringing, brakes squeaking, somebody laughing too loudly. Nobody seemed to mind. The sun bounced off the water, making everything brighter than it probably was. A coffee cup rolled past, carried by the wind for almost an entire block without falling over, which felt impressive in a very small way. We took the longer way home, and somewhere around the second bridge the day slowed down. The conversations got easier, the silence got easier too. Nobody checked the time, nobody talked about tomorrow. The river kept moving, the city kept moving, but for a little while we didn't. A golden retriever stopped in the middle of the path and refused to continue. Its owner negotiated for nearly 5 minutes. The dog won, as expected. The lights started coming on, one building at a time, one window at a time. The sky changed color without making a big deal about it, and eventually we found ourselves back near home, exactly where we would have ended up anyway. Just a little later, and somehow a lot happier. A lot happier. stopped by the bakery just after 10. The line wasn't long, only 3 people ahead. A woman ordering bread for what sounded like a very large family. A guy who couldn't decide between 2 pastries and me. Trying to remember why I came in. The smell helped, it usually does. The girl behind the counter had a green apron and a name tag that kept turning sideways. Every few minutes she'd straighten it, then forget about it again. I ordered coffee, 1 croissant, nothing unusual, nothing worth writing down, at least that's what I thought. Until she handed me the bag and said, "We made too many cookies today." Then dropped 1 inside like it was no big deal. Maybe it wasn't, but somehow it felt like winning something outside. The weather was doing that thing where it couldn't decide between spring and summer. People sat outside cafes, moving their chairs back and forth between shade and sunlight. I took the long route home, holding a paper bag like it contained something important. The cookie was chocolate chip, not my favorite, not my least favorite, just a cookie. But every time I looked inside the bag, there it was, like proof that sometimes the day gives you a little extra without asking for anything back. Around lunchtime, I met a friend who arrived late as usual. He spent 10 minutes explaining traffic, like traffic was a person who'd wronged him directly. I listened, mostly, then remembered the cookie and broke it in half. He looked surprised, like free food was the best possible news. At that moment, honestly, maybe it was the afternoon drifted by the way good afternoons do, without much urgency. Without much plan, a delivery truck blocked the whole street for 20 minutes. Nobody liked it, nobody could change it. A dog outside the pharmacy refused to move until somebody pet him. A kid dropped ice cream and recovered faster than most adults would. The cookie was gone by then, but somehow the mood stayed, like it left something behind. Not happiness exactly, just a lighter version of whatever the day was already carrying. Later that evening, I passed the bakery again. The lights were still on, a few customers inside, the same green apron, the same sideways name tag, the same trays, half empty now. Nobody remembered me, which made sense, they'd seen hundreds of people since morning. But I remembered them because of 1 cookie, and that's the funny thing. Some days you expect something big, a phone call, good news, a lucky break, something obvious, something important. And instead, you get an extra cookie, a stranger being nice, a table by the window, a bus that arrives on time. Tiny things, small enough to miss if you're not paying attention. The bakery gave me an extra cookie today, and somehow that tiny story ended up being the thing I remembered most.
outside my door and walk into the cloud tonight with no direction and no map inside my fading sight. The morning sun is far away, the air is thick and sweet. It wraps like silk and velvet right around my tired feet. I think I hear a distant voice, it's whispering my name like a gentle, everlasting and a holy kind of flame. The houses fade away until there's nothing left to see, just the heavy white horizon standing right in front of me. Is it just the midnight wind playing a cruel game, or is my wild and broken heart becoming finally tame? I close my heavy eyelids and I let the spirit guide, with no more rules to follow, nowhere left for me to hide. I'm letting go of everything. Whispers in the haze calling me back home, through the silver maze where the lonely spirits roam. I can't see the solid ground, I can't see the open sky, but I can feel your gentle spirit floating slowly by in this beautiful foggy night. I am finally free. The trees along the sidewalk look like shapes of dark desire. The cold and damp atmosphere extinguishes my fire, but there's a strange and heavy warmth inside this white cloud, a quiet and a peaceful voice that speaks so very loud. Every single step I take away from what I used to know brings me closer to the places where the quiet rivers flow. I do not need the bright light, I do not need the sun, when the borders of the world are completely undone. Is it just the midnight wind playing a cruel game, or is my wild and broken heart becoming finally tame? I close my heavy eyelids and I let the spirit guide, with no more rules to follow, nowhere left for me to hide. I'm letting go of everything. Whispers in the haze calling me back home, through the silver maze where the lonely spirits roam. I can't see the solid ground, I can't see the open sky, but I can feel your gentle spirit floating slowly by in this beautiful foggy night. I am finally free. Please reach out and take my hand and never let me go, even if the winding path ahead refuses to show. In the middle of the fog, you and I are just the same. No more sorrow to carry, no more bitter blame, just two souls dissolving in the white. Whispers in the haze calling me back home, through the silver maze where the lonely spirits roam. I can't see the solid ground, I can't see the open sky, but I can feel your gentle spirit floating slowly by in this beautiful foggy night. I am fine.
16th floor. I cannot see the busy highway or the cars anymore. The sharp and neon city lines are completely washed away into a beautiful canvas of indigo and gray. The traffic lights down below are glowing very soft, like paper lanterns that the wind has carried up aloft. The sirens in the distance sound like a faraway song, a peaceful little lullaby for the lonely and the strong. The noisy clatter of the day is finally put to bed, leaving just the spinning thoughts inside my heavy head. The world outside my window is a watercolor print, and I am staring at the glass looking for a tiny hint, a hint of where you are tonight. Blurred city lights shining through the damp, glowing like an old forgotten street lamp. Everything is beautiful when it's not so clear. I can almost forget the reasons why you are not here. Wrapped in the heavy fog, the world is fast asleep, and so are all the golden secrets that I choose to keep. The old vinyl record is spinning slowly in the room, creating a gentle rolling rhythm in the cozy gloom. The pops and the crackles sound exactly like the rain, a numbing kind of medicine to ease away the pain. I watch the rolling mist embrace the tall and shiny towers as I sit here by myself counting down the silent hours. The tea is getting cold upon the wooden tabletop, but the stream of memories just refuses to stop. The noisy clatter of the day is finally put to bed, leaving just the spinning thoughts inside my heavy head. The world outside my window is a watercolor print, and I'm staring at the glass looking for a tiny hint, a hint of where you are tonight. Blurred city lights shining through the damp, glowing like an old forgotten street lamp. Everything is beautiful and it's not so clear. I can almost forget the reasons why you are not here. Wrapped in the heavy fog, the world is fast asleep, and so are all the golden secrets that I choose to keep. Maybe when tomorrow comes, the sun will shine too bright and wash away the lonely magic of this peaceful night. But right now in this moment I am loving this view, where everything is completely blurred, including my memory of you. Just let the colors bleed together. Blurred city lights shining through the damp, glowing like an old forgotten street lamp. Everything is beautiful when it's not so clear. I can almost forget the reasons why you are not here. Wrapped in the heavy fog, the world is fast asleep, and so are all the golden secrets that I choose to keep. Just let it blur away. Let the bright lights fade in this beautiful foggy night. Rest your mind. Good night.
The ancient cobblestones are damp and shining in the dark. The mist is rising from the river down by Greenwich Park. 1,000 heavy secrets that were never to be told are buried in the city walls, so historic and so old. The river Thames is whispering a low and ghostly sigh beneath the thick and heavy cloud that blankets all the sky. The white and velvet curtain pulls the sleepy city down and wraps its icy fingers right around this haunted town. The distant footsteps echo loud and then they slowly fade inside this dark and lonely theater that our love has made. Are you a phantom from the past or just a passing friend? Where does the blackness start and where does the white fog end? I am shivering beneath my heavy coat. Shadows dancing wildly in the foggy night, hiding all our secrets from the morning light. We are completely lost inside the silver haze, walking hand in hand through a timeless maze. Oh, the shadows on the wall, they are calling out my name. The old clock tower chimes the hour, a deep and heavy sound, a lonely ringing signal echoing across the ground. But time is frozen solid in this thick and heavy mist, like the cold lips of a lover that was never kissed. I pull my collar tighter now against the biting chill. The city's heartbeat slows right down until it's standing still. No cars are driving on the road, no lights are shining clear, just the heavy spirit of a town filled with doubt and fear. The distant footsteps echo loud and then they slowly fade inside this dark and lonely theater that our love has made. Are you a phantom from the past or just a passing friend? Where does the blackness start and where does the white fog end? I am shivering beneath my heavy coat. Shadows dancing wildly in the foggy night, hiding all our secrets from the morning light. We are completely lost inside this silver haze, walking hand in hand through a timeless maze. Oh, the shadows on the wall, they are calling out my name. You have to lose your way if you wanna find your soul. So let the darkness and the fog take absolute control. In the middle of the blur, the truth becomes so clear. There is absolutely nothing left for us to dread or fear, except the ghost of you and me that walks these empty streets. Shadows dancing wildly in the foggy night, hiding all our secrets from the morning light. We are completely lost inside this silver haze, walking hand in hand through a timeless maze. Oh, the shadows on the wall, they are calling out my name. Whisper shining slow upon the tower wall. I watch the heavy winter rain begin to softly fall. A thick and smoky blanket starts to cover up the street, where all the ghosts of yesterday and lonely shadows meet. I turn the radio down low to hear the engine purr, but every melody I find reminds me of her. Nowhere left for me to go, no light to guide my way, just driving down the avenue where all the grays turn gray. The world is blurring at the very edge of my headlights, chasing all the memories of our forgotten nights. Can you see me standing here through this heavy screen? Or did we simply fade away like pictures on a screen? Tell me, is there something left for us to save tonight? Neon bleeding through the mist, a soft and lonely glow, like a ghost we never missed from a long time ago. Fading color, static sound, spinning in the dark, lost inside this quiet town, looking for a spark. Oh, neon in the mist, casting shadows on the wall. Are you still holding on to this, or waiting for the fall? The wipers sweeping on the glass are ticking like a clock. I'm driving past the empty pier and down around the dock. Your empty seat beside me now is freezing to the touch. I never thought that losing you would ever hurt this much. The asphalt swallows up the light that trickles from the sky. I hear the wind against the door begin to softly cry. The city lines are washed away, the map is turning white, and I am just a rolling stone inside the belly of the night. The world is blurring at the very edge of my headlights, chasing all the memories of our forgotten nights. Can you see me standing here through this heavy screen? Or did we simply fade away like pictures on a screen? Tell me, is there something left for us to say tonight? Neon bleeding through the mist, a soft and lonely glow, like a ghost we never missed from a long time ago. Fading color, static sound, spinning in the dark, lost inside this quiet town, looking for a spark. Oh, neon in the mist, casting shadows on the wall. Are you still holding on to this, or waiting for the fall? Maybe the fog will never clear, and I will never know the reason why you had to pack your bags and choose to go. Maybe I'm meant to disappear into this silver haze and spend the rest of all my days inside a lonely maze. But in the blur, just for a breath, I think I see your face, a beautiful, familiar ghost in this deserted place. Just for a second, then it's gone.
Sundays doing that specific thing where afternoon and evening argue in the living room, the golden and the gray, taking turns deciding what's the day. I haven't moved in 2 hours from this chair. The half-read book, the lukewarm cup, the stare into the middle distance that I've made. My Sunday occupation in the shade. The dust is visible in the slanted light, that kind of beautiful that comes with night still being far away, but on its way. The dying afternoon of a Sunday. I press play on something, let it run, not really listening, just letting sound become the texture of the room, the hour, the still, the particular quiet only Sundays fill. The week already waiting at the door, but Sunday, Sunday, give me just one more. Sunday keeps its distance, won't come close, hovering somewhere between enough and almost, not quite peace and not quite restlessness, just the tender weight of nothingness. And I don't wanna fix it, don't need to explain how a whole day can feel like something you can't name. Sunday keeps its distance, it always has, and somehow that's exactly where the good part is. Put on something from 3 years ago, back when I didn't know what I now know. Funny how a song can hold a room you used to live in, keep it from the gloom. Ordered something I didn't really need, just to hear the doorbell break the reed of silence. Thank the driver, close the door, sit back down exactly like before. The notifications blink, I let them blink. Pour the cold coffee down the sink, make a fresh one, watch it fill the cup. Not ready yet to give this Sunday up. The window holds the neighborhood asleep, the kind of quiet that is yours to keep on days like this, when nothing has to mean anything beyond this quiet scene. The phone is full of things I should reply, but Sunday doesn't hurry, and neither do I. Sunday keeps its distance, won't come close, hovering somewhere between enough and almost, not quite peace and not quite restlessness, just the tender weight of nothingness. And I don't wanna fix it, don't need to explain how a whole day can feel like something you can't name. Sunday keeps its distance, it always has, and somehow that's exactly where the good part is. Monday will come with its loud, necessary voice, and I will meet it, that's not really a choice. But right now, in this corner of the fading light, I am just a person on a Sunday night. Not behind, not ahead, not winning anything, not failing either, just here half listening to the afternoon that's slowly going home. Grateful somehow for the right to be alone. I used to fight this feeling, fill the hours with tasks and plans and manufactured powers over restlessness. But now I understand that Sunday in the palm is worth more than any plan. Let the evening come the way it wants to come, let the last light do its slow and golden sum of everything the week was good and hard. I'm just here unhurried, off my guard. Sunday keeps its distance, soft and kind, the way that good things sometimes stay behind. Not holding on, not letting go too fast, just sitting with you quiet till the last Sunday in the fading light. Nothing left to prove tonight. The week will come, the week will go, but right now this I know. draft folder full of things I almost said. Words I typed at 2 a.m. in bed. Read them in the morning, deleted everyone. Hit the little X and called it done. Hey, I saw this and I thought of you. I know it's been a while, but how are you? I'm sorry for the way I disappeared. Messages that lived for just a second, then cleared. I wrote, I miss you 14 different ways. Deleted all of them on different days. Each version a little braver than the last. Each one erased a little bit too fast. The cursor blinked and I blinked back. Pretended that the silence was a fact, not a choice I made in fear again. Just the natural end, that's what I said. The cursor blinked, I blinked back, called it a sign. Pretended that the silence was just fine. Things I didn't send, sitting in the dark. Little unsaid words dissolving after dark. Not angry, not dramatic, just afraid of what you'd do with everything I made. Things I didn't send, they don't go away. They just get quieter with every passing day. Until one night I'll type them out again. And once more, carefully not send. There's a conversation we should probably have. I've rehearsed it in the shower, done the math on every way it ends, and none of them feel worth the risk of losing you again. So instead I send a meme, you send back a laugh. Two people speaking fluent aftermath, fluent in the language of okay, forgetting what we actually wanted to say. Your name still lights up like it used to do. And for a second I remember who we were before we got so careful, so contained. Before we both learned how to be restrained. I watched the typing bubble come and go. 3 dots appear then disappear below. And I wonder if you're doing what I do, half writing, half deleting, thinking through the red receipt, a ghost I keep around. Your name lighting up the most familiar sound. Things I didn't send, sitting in the dark. Little unsaid words dissolving after dark. Not angry, not dramatic, just afraid of what you'd do with everything I made. Things I didn't send, they don't go away. They just get quieter with every passing day. Until one night I'll type them out again. And once more, carefully not send. What if you were waiting too? Both of us performing fine. To have written paragraphs on either side of an invisible line. What if I just sent it? What if you were glad? What if the draft folder is the saddest thing I have? What if all this quiet is just fear with better grammar? What if the unsent message is the only thing that matters? What if I just sent it? Things I didn't send, sitting in the dark. Little unsaid words dissolving after dark. Not angry, not dramatic, just afraid of what you'd do with everything I made. Things I didn't send, they don't go away. They just get quieter with every passing day. Until one night I'll type them out again. And once more, carefully not send. Things I didn't send, still here, still saved, still mine. The cursor blinks, the rain comes down, and I close the app one more time. Fluorescent lights above my head. Same old seat, same faces. No one said a word tonight. We're all just passing through. Glass reflects a stranger, and that stranger's you. Briefcase on my lap, shoes worn at the heel. The city outside blurs, but I can feel something soft and heavy in my chest. Not quite sadness, just the need to rest. Phone screen dark, I stop pretending care. The city just a smear of light out there. Tunnel rushing past like borrowed time. I memorized this route, this seat, this line. One more stop, the doors will close again. One more breath before the day can end. Take me home on the last train tonight, where the kitchen lamp is the only light. I don't need much, just the sound of rain and someone who still knows my name. Take me home, I'm done with being strong. I've been carrying this whole day so long. Pour me something warm, let the record play. I'll be okay, I'll be okay. Old man nodding off against the door. Teenage couple laughing at the floor. I remember when I used to laugh like that before the years started folding back. There's a version of me still on that platform, waiting for a life he thought would call. I board the same train every single evening and leave him standing at the wall. So many exits I have walked on through, so many versions of a brand new view, but the window shows the same familiar sky. I've stopped asking it the reason why. 3 more stops, the city falling back, the skyline turning soft behind the track. Take me home on the last train tonight, where the kitchen lamp is the only light. I don't need much, just the sound of rain and someone who still knows my name. Take me home, I'm done with being strong. I've been carrying this whole day so long. Pour me something warm, let the record play. I'll be okay, I'll be okay. Maybe tired is just honest, maybe quiet is enough. Maybe home is just a feeling that we keep forgetting when it's tough. So I'll hold this moment gently, like the last light of the day. Everything I couldn't fix today can wait, can wait, can wait. The platform lights are blurring now, the strangers looking at their phones. There's comfort in this in-between, this space between the world and home. Take me home on the last train tonight, where the kitchen lamp is the only light. I don't need much, just the sound of rain and someone who still knows my name. Take me home, I'm done with being strong. I've been carrying this whole day so long. Pour me something warm, let the record play. I'll be okay, I'll be okay. Take me home, the last train tonight. Kitchen lamp, the only light. Sound of rain, just the record hum. Almost there, almost home, almost done.
Somebody took my seat on the bus, not my actual seat. I know that's ridiculous, nobody owns bus seats. But if you've ridden the same route long enough, you start collecting habits without meaning to. 3rd row, window side, left side of the bus. Best view when it rains, best view when traffic stops. Best view for pretending you're thinking about something important. A guy in a blue jacket was sitting there already, headphones on, looking out the window like he'd been there forever. I stood near the back, holding the rail, trying not to care about something that absolutely didn't matter. The driver was new, or at least new to me. He kept apologizing every time the bus stopped suddenly. Nobody seemed upset, but he apologized anyway. The woman next to me was carrying flowers, not a huge bouquet, just enough flowers to suggest something happened. A birthday maybe, an apology maybe, a hospital visit. I spent 3 stops making up stories about someone I'd never meet. The bus crawled through traffic, past the bakery, past the pharmacy, past the coffee shop with the crooked sign, the one that's been crooked for years now. At some point, a student got on, carrying a model volcano made from cardboard, paint, and confidence. The volcano lost part of its side. Near the next intersection, nobody laughed. Everyone pretended not to notice, which felt kinda nice. The kid looked relieved. A man near the front fell asleep twice and woke himself up both times. The second time, he looked around like he'd been caught doing something embarrassing. The rain started without much warning. 1 minute cloudy, the next minute the windows covered in droplets, drawing lines through the city. Everything looked slower through the glass, the buildings, the cars, the people waiting outside. Even the traffic lights seemed less certain. The guy in the blue jacket finally got off. 7 stops later, and there it was, my seat, empty again, waiting for nobody. I could've moved, probably should've, but by then I didn't really want it. I'd spent the whole ride watching different things, different people, different little stories that I would've missed if I'd been sitting there looking out the same window like always. A woman laughed into her phone. Someone ran for the bus and actually made it. A dog refused to cross the street for reasons known only to him. The driver stopped and waited patiently. Nobody complained, which honestly might have been the most surprising thing all day. When my stop arrived, the rain had almost ended. The flowers were gone, the volcano was gone, the sleeping man was gone, the blue jacket was gone. Everyone had continued with whatever day they were having. Somebody took my seat on the bus, and for 5 minutes I thought it ruined my morning. Turns out it made me pay attention to everything else. The cashier remembered my order today. I hadn't been here for at least 2 weeks, maybe 3. I walked in, looked up at the menu. Even though I always get the same thing. Large coffee, 1 shot extra, no sugar. Before I could say anything, she nodded, started punching buttons into the register like we'd already had the conversation. I don't know why, but that made me happy. Not big happy, not movie happy, just Tuesday happy. The guy behind me bought 6 muffins, 6. That feels like too many muffins. Maybe he worked somewhere. Maybe he was bringing them home. Maybe he really likes muffins. I guess I'll never know. The coffee came out hotter than expected. I burned my tongue immediately, like I always do. Some people learn lessons, I apparently don't. The table near the window was finally empty. The one everyone wants, the one nobody admits they want. I sat there, watched traffic, watched people cross the street, watched a dog refuse to go the direction its owner wanted. Honestly, the dog had a point. The cashier remembered my order today, and somehow that was enough to make the whole day feel slightly better. I stayed until closing time, not because I had work to do. My laptop battery died an hour ago, and the book I brought was still sitting unopened beside my coffee. The truth is, I just didn't feel like leaving outside. The city was already changing shifts, office lights turning off, restaurant signs turning on, people heading somewhere like they knew exactly where they belonged. Inside the cafe, everything moved slower. A couple near the window had been talking for hours. The man kept drawing circles on the side of his paper cup. The woman laughed at things I couldn't hear, and somehow that felt comforting. The chairs started disappearing one by one, lifted onto tables like a ritual. Everyone understood without needing instructions. The barista wiped the counter for the 3rd time, even though it already looked clean. The espresso machine hissed softly and finally fell silent, like it was tired too. I looked outside at the headlights passing by, white lights, red lights, stories moving in opposite directions. A delivery driver stopped to check his phone. A student hurried past, holding notes against the wind. Someone walked a golden retriever that clearly wanted to go somewhere else. The sky turned darker, the reflections got brighter, and the glass became a mirror, showing both worlds at once. The city outside and the person sitting inside, trying not to think too hard about anything. Maybe that's why I like cafes so much. Nobody asks questions, nobody expects answers. You can stay quiet and nobody calls it loneliness. You can stare out the window for 20 minutes and nobody thinks it's strange. You can simply exist without explaining yourself. The last customers left, the music got softer and softer again, until it felt more like memory than sound. The clock behind the register moved toward 9, then past it. The staff exchanged tired smiles, ready to go home, ready to leave this little world behind for another day. I finished the last sip of coffee that had gone cold hours ago, and finally stood up, putting on my jacket, checking my pockets, looking around as if I'd forgotten something. Maybe I had, maybe not. The lights became brighter, the spell was broken. The night air waited outside, cool and familiar. I stayed until closing time, not because I needed to, not because I was avoiding anything, but because for a little while everything felt exactly where it should be. And sometimes that's reason enough to stay a little longer.
I step outside a little later than I usually do. Not because I planned it that way, but because the morning just felt like it didn't need me to rush into it. The sunlight is already everywhere, spreading across the street like it has been here for a while before I even showed up. I stand there for a moment at the entrance of the building, not really thinking, just letting my eyes adjust to how bright everything feels. People are walking past, some faster, some slower, all moving in different directions, but none of it feels like it's asking me to join immediately. I start walking without choosing a direction too seriously, just following the feeling of moving forward instead of staying still. The air feels warmer than I expected, not heavy, just soft enough to make everything feel slightly easier than usual. I notice small things I normally pass without paying attention to, like the way light reflects off windows or how footsteps sound different depending on the street. There's a kind of rhythm forming in everything around me, not music exactly, but something close to it. Even my own steps start to match it without me trying. I stop at a corner for no reason, just because it feels natural to pause there for a second. Not because I'm tired of thinking deeply, just because the moment allows it. A car passes slowly, and for a second everything becomes quiet again after it moves away. I realize I'm not trying to get anywhere in particular this morning, and somehow that thought doesn't feel strange at all. I keep walking past some small cafes that are just starting their day, windows still slightly fogged from inside warmth. There's a soft smell of coffee in the air mixing with the outside breeze, and it makes everything feel more awake without feeling rushed. I think about how mornings used to feel more structured, like they had to lead somewhere important, but today doesn't feel like that at all. Today feels like it's allowed to just exist without explanation. I pass a group of people laughing at something I didn't hear, and even that sound feels like part of the background rather than something separate. For a moment I slow down again, not because I'm thinking, but because the sunlight hits the sidewalk in a way that makes me notice it. It's strange how something so ordinary can feel slightly different when you're not rushing past it. I realize I'm not trying to turn this moment into anything else, not trying to remember it later or define it. I'm just walking inside it like I'm part of it, instead of observing it from outside. And that feeling stays with me longer than I expect, even as
as I keep moving forward without any real destination in mind.
The sunlight comes into the room a little slower than usual today, like it doesn't have anywhere urgent to be. I notice it first on the floor, then on the wall, then on the table. It moves quietly without trying to get my attention, but somehow it does. I don't get up right away. There's no reason not to stay where I am for a few more minutes. Even my thoughts feel lighter than they were yesterday. Not clearer, just less heavy somehow. When I finally sit up, the room feels different, only because I'm paying attention. Nothing actually changed, but everything feels softer. I walk toward the kitchen slowly, not because I'm tired, just because there's no rush pulling me forward. The air feels warm in a way that makes everything easier to accept. Even small sounds feel calm instead of distracting. I make coffee and stand there longer than I need to, watching it fill the cup like it's part of the morning's rhythm. There's no plan forming in my head, no list waiting to be checked. Just the simple feeling that the day hasn't started demanding anything yet. And I realize I don't need to turn this moment into anything. I can just stay like this for a while. Bright, quiet, and not in a hurry to become something else. I find myself not wanting to move too quickly out of this moment, like there's something about it I don't want to interrupt. The light in the room feels slightly warmer than earlier, even though I know it's probably just the angle changing. I sit down without thinking too much about where, just wherever feels easiest to stay. There's a kind of softness in the air that makes everything feel less important in a good way, not in a dismissive way, just in a freeing one. I think about the rest of the day for a second, but it doesn't feel close enough to worry about yet, so I let that thought pass without holding on to it. The silence in the room doesn't feel empty at all. It feels like it already contains enough. I realize I've been here longer than I expected again, but there's no urge to change that. Even time itself feels less strict than usual, like it's okay not to measure everything so closely. I lean back and just stay still for a while, not thinking forward, not looking back, just existing in a moment that doesn't need to end quickly. And for now, that feels completely enough.
Wasn't planning on going anywhere. Still grabbed my shoes. Funny how that happens. Walked outside for no reason. Guess the weather convinced me. Sunlight showing off again, like it knew I'd been inside too long. Neighborhood feeling softer than it usually does somehow. Coffee place on the corner, already putting chairs outside. Guy riding past too quickly, dog refusing to walk straight. Little things suddenly feel funny when nobody's in a rush. Could've stayed home, honestly. Couch was making strong arguments. Still something about fresh air felt impossible to ignore. Past a bakery I forgot existed. Smelled like somebody's childhood. Almost bought too much bread. Still thinking about going back. Funny thing about slow days, you start noticing details again. Walked outside for no reason. Guess the weather convinced me. No destination really mattered. Just kept walking for a while. Turned left where I normally don't. Felt oddly responsible somehow. Maybe freedom looks small sometimes, like crossing streets slowly, or sitting somewhere random without checking the time. Walked outside for no reason. Guess the weather convinced me. Nothing big was waiting there. Still somehow glad I came. No plan trying to chase me. No reason to hurry home. Walked outside for no reason. Think I needed that more than I knew. Might grab coffee on the way back. Yeah, probably.
I start walking without really thinking about where I'm going. Not because I'm avoiding a destination, but because the movement itself feels enough for now. The street is already awake, but not in a stressful way. More like everything has slowly decided to be active at its own pace. I notice how the sunlight changes as I move, shifting slightly across buildings, sidewalks, and small objects I would normally pass without thinking. There's a light rhythm forming in everything around me. Footsteps, distant voices, small sounds blending together in a way that doesn't feel separate. I don't try to match it or control it. I just let myself exist inside it. Even my thoughts feel lighter than usual, not disappearing, just not sticking too strongly to anything. I pass a few familiar places that usually feel ordinary, but today they feel slightly more open, like there's more space in them. I stop briefly at a corner, not because I need to decide anything, just because standing still for a moment feels natural. A breeze moves through the street and I notice it more than I usually would. Not because it's strong, but because I'm actually paying attention. There's no pressure in the movement today, no feeling of needing to arrive somewhere quickly or efficiently. Even time feels less strict, like it's moving alongside me instead of ahead of me. I think about how different it feels when you don't measure every step against where you're supposed to be. And I realize Just moving, staying light, letting the day unfold without pushing it in any direction. And somehow that feels more natural than trying to control the pace. I don't really start the morning in a rush anymore. It usually begins somewhere between standing in the kitchen and deciding whether I feel like doing anything at all. The sunlight comes in through the window at an angle that makes everything look slightly warmer than it actually is. I make coffee without thinking too much about it, just following the small familiar steps like I've done it 100 times before. There's a kind of comfort in not overthinking the process, just letting it happen while the morning slowly becomes real around me. I take the cup and stand there for a moment, not sitting down right away, just holding it and watching how the light moves across the table. Outside I can already hear small sounds of the day starting, people moving, cars passing, nothing unusual, but still alive in its own rhythm. When I finally step outside, the air feels slightly different from inside. Not colder or warmer, just more open. I start walking without planning a direction, letting my steps decide the pace instead of my thoughts. Each step feels easy, like I'm not pushing into the day, but moving with it instead. I pass small streets and corners I've seen many times before, but today they feel slightly more noticeable, like I'm seeing them without rushing past. There's a light energy in everything, not loud, not overwhelming, just enough to make movement feel natural. Even people passing by don't feel separate from the moment, more like part of the same flow of the morning. I think about how days used to feel more structured, like they needed direction early on, but today doesn't feel like that at all. Today feels like it's okay to just move and see where things go without deciding too much ahead of time. I stop once or twice without really planning it, just reacting to small changes in light or sound or space. And somehow that feels more like living than anything I used to carefully organize. The coffee is still warm in my hand as I walk, and I realize I don't feel behind anything today, just present enough to keep going at whatever pace feels right. I don't really start the day right away anymore. It usually begins somewhere between standing in the kitchen and waiting for coffee. There's something about that small gap in time that feels important, like I don't wanna rush past it anymore. The coffee machine makes its familiar sound, and I just stand there listening without trying to do anything else. The room feels brighter than it did a few minutes ago, not because anything changed, but because I'm paying attention now. I hold the cup in my hands and don't sit down immediately, just letting the warmth settle in first. It's a small thing, but it slows everything down in a good way. Outside I can hear the normal movement of the day starting, but it doesn't feel like it belongs to me yet. I take a sip and it feels like the first real decision of the morning. Not important, just present. There's no urgency
urgency attached to anything right now. No pressure waiting behind the moment. Even my thoughts feel a bit more spaced out than usual. Not scattered, just less compressed. And I realize I don't need to do anything beyond this moment immediately. There's no rush to move into the next thing. So I stay here a little longer, with coffee, sunlight, and nothing demanding attention. I wake up and for a second I can't tell what kind of day it is. It feels too soft to be a Monday, too slow to be anything stressful. There's a kind of weekend energy still hanging around the room, like time forgot to switch moods properly. I stay in bed longer than I usually would, not because I need rest, but because leaving doesn't feel necessary yet. The light coming through the window is bright but not sharp. It spreads across the room like it's trying not to disturb anything. I check my phone out of habit, but nothing there feels urgent, so I put it down again without thinking much about it. When I finally get up, I move around slowly, just observing the space, not trying to organize anything, just noticing. The kitchen feels warm even before I turn anything on, like the house is already awake in its own way. I make coffee and don't rush the process, letting the sound of it brewing fill the silence. There's a strange balance today between doing nothing, doing something small. Even walking from one room to another feels like part of the mood, not a task, just movement. Outside, the world is clearly active, but it doesn't feel like I need to match it right now. And I don't feel behind it either, just slightly out of sync in a comfortable way, like I've stepped into a slower version of the same day. And I'm not in a hurry to leave it. I didn't really plan to sit here this long. It just kind of happened without me noticing. At some point in the morning, I moved closer to the window, not because I was looking for light, just because that's where I ended up. The sunlight has been shifting slowly across the wall, not in a dramatic way, just enough for me to notice it every few minutes. I think I started paying attention to it without meaning to, like my thoughts were slowing down to match it. There's something about watching light move in a quiet room. It makes everything else feel slightly less important, in a good way. I used to think doing nothing meant something was missing, like I should be filling the silence with something useful. But today it doesn't feel like that at all. It just feels like things are happening at a different speed. I get up at some point and walk around the room, not because I need to, just because sitting still for too long starts to feel different. Even walking doesn't feel like a task today. It feels more like part of the atmosphere. I come back to the window again without thinking about it, and the light has changed position slightly, like it moved while I wasn't paying attention. I don't feel the need to capture it or turn it into something. I just let it pass through.
There's a quiet rhythm to the day that doesn't need structure. No clear beginning, no clear direction. I make coffee, but I don't rush through it. I stand there longer than usual, just holding the cup. The warmth stays in my hands a little longer than expected. And I realize I'm not trying to move forward quickly today. Outside, everything is still happening like normal. Cars pass and people somewhere going somewhere, but none of it feels like it's pulling me out of this moment. It's strange how a simple shift in attention can change the whole pace of a day. Nothing actually changed in the room, but everything feels slower, softer, more open. Even my thoughts don't come in straight lines anymore. They start somewhere, drift, and don't always finish properly. And I'm not correcting them. I think I'm just staying here for now. Not because I decided to, but because nothing is pushing me to leave. A light breeze moves through the room like it already knows where to go. It doesn't push anything, it just passes through quietly. The curtains react a little late, like they're waking up slowly too. Everything feels slightly delayed in a calm way. I stand near the window without really thinking about why, just feeling the air move differently across the room. Outside looks normal, but not demanding, like the world is happening without asking me to join immediately. I don't make any plans in my head, not because I forgot, but because nothing feels urgent enough to plan around. Even the idea of planning feels like something from another pace of life, one that I'm not inside right now. I move around the room slowly, touching small things without intention. Not organizing, not fixing, just interacting lightly with space. There's a sense of openness that I don't usually notice, like the day is not closing itself off too quickly. I make coffee, but it feels more like part of the environment than an action. Something happening inside the morning rather than something I'm doing. The breeze keeps coming and going, not consistent, but steady enough to notice over time. And I realize there's no pressure to turn this moment into anything. No outcome needed, no direction required. Just air moving, light shifting, and time passing quietly without needing to become anything more. The kitchen feels warmer than the rest of the house in the morning, like the sunlight decided to stay there a little longer. I stand in front of the counter without doing anything for a moment, just letting the day slowly start on its own. The coffee machine makes a steady sound that fills the silence nicely. Not too loud, not too quiet, just enough to notice. I watch the cup fill up without thinking about anything There's no rush attached to it. No need to move faster than this. When I finally pick it up, the warmth spreads into my hands, and I realize I've been standing still longer than I expected. I take a small sip before even sitting down, not because I'm in a hurry, but because it feels natural. The light on the table shifts slightly as clouds move outside. Nothing dramatic, just small changes I probably wouldn't notice on a normal day. I sit down and look around the room like it's slightly different today, even though nothing has actually changed. There's a calm rhythm to the morning that doesn't need explanation. Coffee, sunlight, silence, repeat. I've done this many times before, but somehow it doesn't feel identical. Maybe it's just my attention slowing down enough to notice it properly, or maybe mornings always had this texture and I just missed it before. Either way, I stay in that moment a little longer than usual, not trying to move forward too quickly, because right now nothing is asking me to. I woke up not really sure what day it was supposed to be. There was no sharp feeling of Monday in the air. It felt more like the weekend. I just decided to stay a little longer, like time forgot to switch modes properly. I lay there for a while, just listening to the quiet, not trying to figure anything out yet. The light coming through the window made everything look softer than usual. Even the dust in the air looked calm somehow. When I finally got up, nothing felt urgent enough to hurry me along, so I didn't. I walked around the room slowly, not because I was thinking deeply, but because there was no reason not to. The usual structure of the day didn't show up immediately. No sense of schedule pressing against me. Even small actions felt optional in a good way, like I was allowed to choose everything at a slower pace. I made coffee, but I didn't stand there waiting for it like a task. I just let it happen while I moved around the kitchen. The sound of it brewing mixed with distant noise outside, but nothing felt loud enough to interrupt anything. I realized I wasn't trying to be productive or resting or anything specific. I was just existing without labeling it, and that felt different from how I usually experience mornings. Less like something I need to use, more like something I'm allowed to have. Even the idea of Monday felt far away now. Not stressful, just irrelevant in this moment. I think days don't always need to feel different from each other. Sometimes they just exist next to each other, without sharp edges. And today feels like one of those days where nothing is asking to be defined too quickly. The The sunlight doesn't rush through the curtains this morning. It just slowly spreads across the room like it has nowhere else to be. I stay in bed longer than I planned again. Not because I'm tired, just because getting up feels optional today. There's a kind of softness in the air that makes everything feel lighter. Even the sound of the city outside feels distant, almost kind. I finally sit up and swing my legs off the bed. The floor is cooler than the blanket, but not uncomfortable enough to matter. I walk toward the kitchen without thinking about it too much. Each step feels slower than usual, like my body forgot urgency. The coffee machine hums quietly while I stand there watching it. I don't check my phone, I don't think about anything I should be doing. Just that small moment of waiting feels like part of the day already. When I take the first sip, it's not about taste exactly. It's more like confirming that the morning is real and I'm in it. I open the window just to see if the air feels different today. It doesn't, but somehow it still feels new in a way I can't explain. The street below moves like normal, but I don't feel like I'm supposed to match it. There's no pressure sitting on my shoulders this time. No invisible is asking me to catch up. I think I've been misunderstanding days like this for a long time, thinking they were just empty space between real moments. But right now, it feels like this might actually be the real part, not something in between. Just something happening as it is. And for once, I don't feel like I need to turn it into anything else. I used to feel like I was always slightly behind something. Like there was a version of the day I had to catch up to before it moved too far ahead. Even on quiet mornings, that feeling would sit quietly in the background. Not loud, not dramatic, just constant enough to notice if I paid attention. I don't feel it in the same way today. It's not that everything is solved or clear. It's just that I'm not measuring myself against time as much as before. The laptop stays closed on the desk for a while longer. Not avoided, just not immediately needed. There's a kind of quiet stability in that, where nothing is demanding attention right away. I think I spent a lot of time trying to return to a certain pace, like productivity or direction was something I had to re-enter quickly. But right now, I don't feel pulled back toward anything in particular. I move through the morning slower, but not incorrectly, just differently than I used to. Even small things feel less like tasks and more like choices. Drinking water, opening a window, sitting down again. And for once, I don't feel like I'm late to anything. I just feel present enough to stay where I am without needing to hurry back into something else. I can't really tell what day it is when I wake up anymore. Not because I forgot, but because it doesn't feel sharply separated. It could be Monday, or something that feels like a weekend pretending to be Monday. The difference doesn't land the way it used to. I sit on the edge of the bed for a while, just letting my thoughts load slowly. Like my mind needs a bit more time than usual to connect everything. The light coming through the window doesn't help me figure it out. It just moves quietly across the wall without explaining anything. I try to remember what yesterday felt like, but it doesn't line up cleanly with anything I'm feeling right now. It's not confusion exactly, more like the edges between days have softened and blurred together. Even small routines don't give me answers. Making coffee doesn't confirm anything. Checking my phone doesn't either. So I stopped trying to label the day for a while and just let it exist without a category. There's something strange but calm about that, like time is still moving, just not insisting on being understood. And maybe I don't need to understand it right now. I don't really get up right away these days. It's more like I slowly agree to the idea of getting up. I stay there for a few minutes longer than I need to, listening to nothing in particular, just the house being a house. Somewhere far away a clock ticks, but it doesn't feel important. When I finally sit up, it feels like I've already been awake for a while, just not fully decided on anything yet. My feet touch the floor and it's colder than I expected. Not in a surprising way, just in a way I didn't think about ahead of time. I walk slowly toward the kitchen without really planning the route. There's no reason to rush, so I don't. The hallway feels longer when you're not in a hurry, like distance changes depending on your mood. I pass by small things I usually don't notice. A corner of the wall, the sound of something faint in another room. Nothing meaningful on its own, but it all adds up to a kind of silence. In the kitchen, I stand there for a moment without doing anything. Not because I forgot what I came for, but because I don't feel like rushing into the next action. I fill a glass of water and just hold it for a bit, like I'm giving myself time to arrive fully into the day. Even drinking feels slower than usual, like I'm paying attention to something I normally skip. And
for a while, I just stay there in the middle of the kitchen, not starting anything new, not finishing anything either, just existing between steps.
There's a small kind of relief in looking at a day and seeing nothing written on it. No reminders, no expectations stacked on top of each other. At first it feels almost suspicious, like I forgot something important. I check my phone just in case there's something I missed, but there isn't. So I just sit there for a while, not really deciding anything. Even the act of deciding feels unnecessary today. The room doesn't change much as time passes. Light moves slowly across the floor, like it has nowhere urgent to go either. I notice small things I usually don't. The sound of the fridge, the way the air feels slightly cooler near the window. I thought I would feel bored by now, but it's not boredom, it's just less noise than usual. I walk around the room for no reason at all. Open a drawer, close it again. Not because I'm looking for something, just because movement feels different when it's not required. There's a strange comfort in knowing that they won't ask anything from me, and I don't have to answer anything back. I woke up a little later than I probably should have. Not because I was tired, just because I could have. The room was still half dark, half light, like the day hadn't decided how to arrive yet. I stayed there for a while without moving, just listening to the house doing its usual quiet things. Somewhere outside a car passed slowly, and even that felt like it wasn't in a hurry. I don't remember exactly when I got up. It just happened, like I stopped thinking about it. The floor was colder than I expected, so I kinda walked differently, slower than usual. I made coffee, but I didn't really taste it at first. Just held the cup like it was part of the morning routine I was borrowing. There was nothing special about it, and somehow that made it better. No plans came to mind today, not the kind of absence that feels empty, more like there's just space where something could have been, and I didn't feel the need to fill it. I think I've been misunderstanding quiet mornings for a long time, like they were just pauses before something important. But this one didn't feel like a pause at all. It felt like it was allowed to exist on its own without needing to lead anywhere else. Let the day stay outside the door. I don't feel like rushing anymore. There's comfort in the way I stay without needing to run away. The bed is warm, the room is slow, like it forgot how fast to go. Even the air feels slightly kind, like it knows I need more time. I think about all the things I planned and let them slip out of my hand. Nothing here feels overdue, like I finally stopped to view. The world can turn without my name, without my pressure, without my claim. I'm not falling behind today, I'm just choosing a different way. There's something peaceful in delay, in letting nothing push or sway. Even silence feels like mine, not empty, just aligned. So I stay right here for a while, not chasing anything, in denial, just letting the day wait outside while I sit here and let life slide. Time doesn't move the way it should. It bends around me like it could. I'm somewhere between awake and gone, like I didn't fully turn back on. The light comes in but feels delayed, like even morning is slightly swayed. Nothing feels sharp, nothing feels real, just something I can't fully feel. I sit by the edge of where I am, not trying to understand the plan. The room is quiet, but not still. It moves in ways I can't quite feel. between, where nothing has to be seen. Before anything tries to reach my name, before the day becomes a game, I stand in the kitchen half awake, waiting for something simple to take. Water boils in a quiet sound, like it knows how to move around. The cup is warm between my hands, and nothing here demands a plan. The coffee drips like it has all day, no rush to finish, no need to obey. Steam rises slow into morning air, like nothing important lives out there. I sit down before the world begins, before all the pressure quietly spins. There's something honest in doing less, no need to measure success. The light hits the floor in a soft shape, like time itself is taking a break. And for once I don't feel behind or trapped inside my own mind. Just this moment, simple and clear, nothing distant, nothing near. A cup of coffee, a quiet space where I don't have to keep the pace. I didn't wake up to anything today, no sound pulling me out of my way. The ceiling just stayed where it always is, like time forgot how early this is. I turned to the side and closed my eyes again, not thinking about where or when. The morning doesn't ask me to move, it just stays here, soft and smooth. There's no list waiting on my phone, no messages I need to atone. Just empty space that doesn't feel wrong, like I've needed this for too long. I get up slowly, not because I should, not because I finally understood. Not every moment has to begin with noise, sometimes silence is the better choice. I make no plans for the hours ahead, no mental checklist inside my head. Even walking feels slightly new, like I don't have anything to prove. Outside the world is already in pace, but I'm not trying to join that race. I've spent too long running through days, now I'm learning slower ways. So I let the morning do what it wants, no expectations, no response. Just breathing in what doesn't demand a life I don't have to command. I woke up later I'm supposed to. The room was quiet in a different way, like the world forgot what it meant to say. I stayed in bed longer than I should admit, staring at nothing, just letting it sit. The morning light slowly moved across the wall, like it didn't care about time at all. I made some coffee, but I didn't rush it down. Just watch the steam slowly spin around. Every sound felt softer than it should. Even the silence felt kind of good. Outside the window, the street was still slow. People moving somewhere I didn't need to go. For once I wasn't trying to keep up, just filling my cup and letting it stop. Maybe Mondays aren't as heavy as before. Maybe I don't feel them the same anymore. There's something different in the way I stay, like I finally learned to let it play. And if the day keeps drifting like this, I won't try to fix what I don't miss. I'll just stay right here where I began. Not ahead, not behind, just part of the plan.
I didn't really do much, still kinda nice. Coffee cup beside the window, still sitting there half cold. Sunlight moved across the living room without asking much from me. Didn't answer every message, didn't fix everything I planned. Funny how the world kept going even when I slowed down. Someone outside laughing loudly, car passing somewhere far away. Little sounds filling up the room like the day had settled in. Thought maybe I'd do something bigger, go somewhere worth remembering. Instead I stayed a little longer, exactly where I was. Funny thing about quiet days, you don't notice them at first, then suddenly they feel important later on somehow. Maybe rest looks boring till your heart finally catches up. Maybe today is enough. Maybe I don't need more than this. Afternoon almost disappearing, sky already changing shape. Feels weird how fast slow days go when you're not counting hours. Could have done 1,000 things, still the day feels kinda full. Like somehow doing less made room for breathing. Maybe today is enough. Maybe I don't need more than this. No big story to tell tonight. Still somehow the day felt good. Nothing perfect happened, nothing needed saving. Maybe today is enough. Think I'm alright with that. tomorrow can wait, just for tonight. Not breakfast anymore, not really lunch either. Kinda my favorite time. Coffee cup still half full, sunlight changing on the table. Morning slowly packing up, afternoon not here yet. Feels like one of those in-between hours nobody really talks about. Not exciting exactly, still somehow nice. People outside walking slower, like the day's got extra room. Couples sitting by the window, sharing fries before noon. Could probably eat something soon, but no one's really counting. Feels kinda nice forgetting what time usually means. Phone's been quiet all morning, didn't notice till right now. Funny how silence feels different when it's your decision. Maybe this is what resting actually sounds like. Somewhere between coffee and lunch, the day started feeling good. Could go somewhere later, could also stay exactly here. Feels weirdly important, not deciding too quickly. Little things feel louder today. Coffee cup, sunlight, people laughing, like somehow slowing down. Turn the volume up. Somewhere between coffee and lunch, the day started feeling good. Nothing special really happened, still somehow everything softened. No rush, waiting outside, no reason to move too fast. Somewhere between coffee and lunch, I think I needed this. Maybe food next, probably. Morning taking longer lately. Honestly, I don't mind now. Used to think slow meant lazy. Guess I changed somehow. Coffee near an open notebook, nothing written there just yet. Still the sunlight looks convincing, like today'll be alright. Outside sounds are soft today, cars not trying very hard. Feels like everybody signed an invisible agreement. Thought about fixing everything, then decided maybe not. World's been loud enough already, don't need me helping. Maybe peace is small in moments, toast still warm, room still quiet, phone forgotten somewhere for once. Funny how breathing easier feels like winning sometimes. Today can be slow, I think that's alright. Nothing huge will happen, maybe still the day feels kind of full. Like there's something underrated about not chasing stuff. Afternoon can figure itself out, morning still
being gentle feels rude, interrupting it with too many plans. Today can be slow, I think that's alright. No race waiting somewhere, no reason to hurry life. Maybe calm counts too, maybe this is enough. Today can be slow, maybe I should too. Maybe not every day needs improving. Today can be slow, funny how good that feels. Didn't change the whole world, still changed my mood a little. Today can be slow, think I needed this. Coffee's cold, still drinking it.
Could probably go for a walk. Weather's kinda showing off. Sunlight doing too much today, like it's got something to prove. She's still sitting by the door, acting weirdly encouraging. Meanwhile, couch looking at me like we've got unfinished business. Made coffee number 2 somehow, not asking questions anymore. Friends posting mountain pictures, already halfway through the day. Good for them, honestly. Couldn't be me right now. Maybe later sounds perfect. Future me seems motivated. Current me is very busy, doing absolutely nothing. Window open, breeze showing up like an unpaid therapist.
Maybe I'll go outside later.
No rush though.
Could grab coffee somewhere else. Could walk without destination. Could stay here another hour and call that balance. Funny how slow days always feel unnecessary till you actually have one. And suddenly you need 3. Maybe I'll go outside later.
No rush though, day's still here.
Nothing waiting urgently, no prize for moving faster. Maybe resting is the plan, even if I didn't mean it. Maybe I'll go outside later.
Maybe not.
Honestly,
The couch is winning.
maybe I'll go outside later. Funny how nice this feels. Didn't go anywhere today, still somehow the day feels full. Maybe tomorrow, probably. Didn't check my phone. Not yet. Open the window first today. Before coffee, before the news. Air came in a little cold, but somehow that felt good. Street downstairs still waking up. Someone dragging bags somewhere. Dog barking at absolutely nothing. Morning doing what mornings do. Kitchen still a mess from yesterday. Not pretending otherwise. Guess some things can wait a while. Sunlight seems okay with it. Neighbor watering tiny plants. like it's somehow important work. Honestly, maybe it is. Keeping little things alive. Made toast, forgot about it. Burned one side, just enough. Still ate it near the window, like that was the whole plan. Funny how doing almost nothing can feel strangely full. Open the window first, let the morning in slowly. Thought about going somewhere, then kinda liked staying here. Sometimes quiet feels bigger when nobody asked from you. Clouds moving without effort, coffee cooling near the sink. Day still hasn't asked me to become productive yet. Open the window first, let the morning in slowly. No hurry reaching anything, no race against the day. Maybe peace looks smaller than people make it sound. Open the window first, and somehow that helped. Maybe that's enough today. Just enough. Open the window first. Funny how it changed the mood. Didn't solve a single thing. Still somehow I feel lighter. Maybe I'll stay home for a bit.
Coffee tastes different today. Maybe 'cause nobody's waiting. No alarm chasing me around. No reason to leave too soon. Kitchen window halfway open, air doing that spring thing again. Not warm exactly, but trying. Phone's been quiet all morning, honestly kinda nice. Feels weird how silence can suddenly feel expensive. Thought about making plans, then immediately changed my mind. Maybe today doesn't need a whole personality. Someone outside laughing loud, walking somewhere slowly. Makes me think maybe people know something I don't. Or maybe they're just off work too. Coffee tastes better with no plans. Made breakfast way too late, called it brunch to feel better. Sat there longer than necessary, like time forgot about me. Funny how resting feels guilty till you actually let yourself do it. Then suddenly the whole room feels easier to breathe, and coffee tastes better with no plans. Morning moving soft and slow, no schedule trying to find me. No rush to become somebody. Maybe days like this matter more than we notice. Coffee tastes better with no plans. Think I forgot that somehow. Maybe today doesn't need fixing. Maybe it's already fine. Coffee tastes better with no plans. Funny how calm can sneak up. Didn't do a single useful thing. Still somehow this feels good. Another cup? Yeah, probably. What time is it?
Okay. Curtains leaking little sunlight. Phone somewhere under the sheets. Think I slept through half the morning. Honestly, good for me. Coffee machine sounds expensive for something I barely know how to use. Still somehow mornings feel better when the kitchen smells alive. Usually I'd feel guilty, like I wasted part of the day. But today feels kinda different, like nobody's keeping score. Didn't make the bed yet, probably won't for a while. Socks still somewhere in the hallway. Future me can deal with that. Outside somebody walking dogs, already halfway through their plans. Meanwhile I'm deciding between toast or absolutely nothing. Funny thing about slow mornings, you start hearing little stuff. Birds outside, fridge humming, your own brain calming down. Slept in a little too long, and honestly I needed that. Coffee finally tastes right now. Sunlight moved across the floor. Not doing anything important, still somehow feels important. Maybe being tired was louder than I realized. Maybe sleeping in was the productive thing. Slept in a little too long, and honestly I needed that. World kept spinning without me. Turns out that's not so bad. No big plans to hurry toward, no reason not to slow down. Slept in a little too long, think I'll forgive myself now. Maybe resting counts too. Probably does. Slept in a little too long. Funny thing, I feel alright. Didn't miss anything important. Just caught up with myself a bit. Okay, coffee number 2. Okay. Bought snacks I didn't need again. Place near the station, dangerous honestly. Walked in for water, left carrying chips, bread and coffee. Financial discipline completely gone lately. Cashier probably recognizes me now. Slightly embarrassing honestly. Outside air warmer tonight. People sitting outside cafes again. Spring finally doing its job maybe. Small things make days better sometimes. Small things make days better sometimes. Soft bass groove, light guitar repeating. Lazy drums entering, kid near the crosswalk dropped his drink. Looked devastated immediately. Dad bought another one without saying anything. Weirdly wholesome moment, honestly. Sat near the river for a while after. Didn't really have plans anyway. Somebody practicing guitar badly nearby. Same 4 chords repeatedly. Respectfully, kinda sounded good though. Small things make days better sometimes.
instrument drift, soft roads, melody, quiet city, ambience, phone storage full again, deleted screenshots for 20 minutes, still somehow no space. Modern life problem, honestly. Sunset look nice between buildings tonight. Whole sky orange for a minute. Everybody secretly taking photos while pretending not to city behavior again. Small things make days better sometimes, especially ordinary ones. Small things make days better sometimes, especially ordinary ones. There's this feeling sometimes when random evenings turn memorable for absolutely no reason, hard to explain properly. Chips already gone before I got home.
Somebody brought flowers onto the bus today, small yellow ones. Whole front row smelled different suddenly, kind of improved everyone's mood honestly. Driver even looked less angry, temporary miracle probably. Sat near the back like usual, bag on my lap, half awake already. Morning sunlight through dirty windows, everything looked softer for a minute. Then somebody answered a work call loudly, peace destroyed immediately. Mornings feel nicer in spring somehow. Soft guitar loop, light bass groove, lazy drums entering slowly. Kid near the exit kept pressing the stop button early. Whole bus annoyed quietly, except one old guy laughing every time. Honestly made it funnier, coffee spilled a little in my bag again. Starting to think lids are decorative, guy beside me asleep instantly. Public transportation talent, honestly. Mornings feel nicer in the spring somehow. Even crowded ones, instrument drift, warm electric piano, city ambiance layered softly. Outside cafes putting tables back out, people wearing lighter jackets now. Everybody pretending winter never happened, classic seasonal behavior honestly. Someone near the middle seats humming softly, didn't know the song, still felt familiar somehow. City mornings full of tiny background moments, easy to miss if you're tired, which is always honestly. Mornings feel nicer in spring somehow, especially before noon. Soft, still sitting near the driver. Whole bus smelling slightly sweet now. Funny how tiny things change spaces completely. Kinda wish life worked like that more often. Sunlight hit the building suddenly. Whole street turned gold for like 30 seconds. Everybody looked outside at once. Rare synchronized city moment, honestly. Almost missed my stop because of it. Kept refreshing the weather app all morning, like it would suddenly say sunny instead, still raining obviously. Window looked gray since breakfast, coffee tasted stronger today somehow. Probably because I forgot sugar again. Guy downstairs already smoking outside, same hoodie as yesterday too. Respectfully, real consistency. Rainy mornings move slow. Soft bass entering, lazy drum groove, quiet rain ambience. Open my laptop, closed it again immediately. Strong start, honestly. Playlist running in the background now. Same song looping for like 20 minutes. Didn't even notice at first. Rain sounds blending with snare drums weirdly well. City outside quieter than usual. Even traffic sounding sleepy today. Rainy mornings move slower somehow, especially weekdays. Instrument drift, electric piano repeating, soft guitar melody. Delivery guy left food at the wrong door again. Neighbor look equally confused, honestly. Tiny apartment hallway interaction. Whole social event for this building, probably. Check the weather app again later. Same forecast, same rain icon, same disappointment. Still checked again after 10 minutes. Human optimism, honestly. Rainy mornings move slower somehow. Almost feels illegal to rush. There's this moment during rain when cafes look safer than usual. Lights warmer too, people stay longer without realizing. Kinda nice, honestly. Rain finally stopped near evening. Whole street outside reflecting orange lights. Look better immediately. City recovery speed impressive, honestly. Weather app says rain tomorrow too. Great. The cafe playlist was weirdly good today. Usually it's just safe jazz covers and rain sounds. Today somebody cared, apparently. Heard 3 songs I forgot existed. Whole mood change immediately. Guy near me tapping his fingers to the beat. Girl by the window mouthing lyrics quietly. Music really changes spaces, honestly. Coffee machine louder during busy hours. Cup stacking constantly now. Door opening every 30 seconds. Spring crowds finally back, probably. Good music makes cafes warmer somehow. Soft guitar repeating, light bass groove, lazy drum loop. Order cake I didn't eat again. Display lighting unfair, honestly. Sat near the back corner this time. Best speaker position, probably felt like private concert seating outside. Sunlight hitting wet sidewalks, everything glowing slightly orange. Looked expensive somehow, like a movie trying too hard to look natural. Still nice though. Good music makes cafes warmer somehow, especially rainy afternoons. Instrument drift, electric piano melody, quiet city ambience. Phone notifications piling up again. Ignored every single one successfully. Personal growth, honestly. Owners singing quietly while cleaning cups. Completely off key, improve the atmosphere somehow. Real people energy, hard to fake, honestly.
ended with an old song. Whole place suddenly quieter after. Kinda felt like everybody noticed. Nobody said anything though. Stay 20 minutes longer because of it.
Stayed inside because of the rain today. Honestly, needed excuse anyway. Windows sound louder than usual. Tiny drops hitting the air conditioner outside. Same rhythm for hours. Made coffee around noon, another one around 3. Body mostly caffeine at this point, probably. Laundry still hanging near the window. Definitely not drying anytime soon. Rain changes apartment mood somehow. Warm roads repeating, soft vinyl crackle, slow drum groove. Delivery motorcycle sounds every 10 minutes. Whole neighborhood ordering food, probably completely understandable, honestly. Watched random videos for too long. Algorithm clearly concerned for me now. Kept recommending productivity content aggressively. Absolutely ignored all of it. Rain changes apartment mood somehow. Especially weekdays, instrument drift, soft guitar melody. Rain ambience layered quietly. Neighbor upstairs vacuuming at night again. Bold behavior, honestly. Thought about complaining once, immediately got too lazy. City life balance restored, outside lights reflecting on wet streets now. Looked quieter than usual. Rain does that to cities sometimes. Makes everything softer around the edges. Rain changes apartment mood somehow. Makes time slower too. Smelled cold after midnight. Opened it for 1 minute. Room instantly freezing. Completely worth it, honestly. Still wearing the same hoodie from yesterday. 1, 2, 3. Almost fell asleep on the subway again. Head dropped once, acted like it didn't happen. Obviously, guy across from me did the same thing. 2 minutes later, silent commuter solidarity. Honestly, subway windows fogged up slightly. Could barely see outside now. Speaker announcement completely unclear again. Some traditions never change. Everybody looks tired after 8 p.m. Soft guitar loop, train ambience, slow drum groove. Woman beside me carrying flowers home. Tiny yellow ones, whole train smelled different suddenly. Kind of improved the mood, honestly. Phone battery finally full for once. Forgot headphones at home instead. Incredible consistency. Everybody looks tired after 8 p.m., especially office workers. A Electric piano repeating softly. High school kids entered laughing loudly. One guy singing completely offbeat. Friends cheering anyway. Wish adults supported each other like that, honestly. Train stopped longer than usual. Nobody complained out loud, but everybody checked the time immediately. City body language universal, honestly. Everybody looks tired after 8 p.m. until Friday nights. Instrument drift, warm bass melody, subtle vinyl crackle. There's this weird moment sometimes when strangers on trains start feeling familiar. Same faces, same stations, same exhausted expressions. Kind of comforting, actually. Outside looked warmer than yesterday. Spring finally showing up slowly. People still wearing coats anyway. Nobody trusts weather yet. Almost missed my stop again. Coffee got cold while working again. Noticed after the third sip, maybe screen brightness too high, eyes hurting already. Guy near the window typing aggressively, like his keyboard owed him money. Rain outside getting softer now. People folding umbrellas near the door. Whole cafe smelled like wet jackets and coffee beans. Honestly, kind of perfect. Cafes sound nicer when it rains. Soft bass entering lazy drums. Electric piano repeating. Someone behind me laughing too loud. Whole place looked over for 1 second, then immediately back to pretending not to notice. City people really committed to that bit. Playlist switched to softer songs now. Everybody moving slower too. Think rainy days lower human battery percentages. Cafes sound nicer when it rains, especially afternoons. Especially afternoons. Instrument drift like guitar melody. Cups clinking quietly. Check my phone 6 times. No important messages once, still checked again anyway. Some habits stronger than self-respect, honestly. Girl near the counter asleep, almost highlighter still in her hand. Respectfully, studying definitely lost already. Rain stopped near Sunset, whole street outside glowing orange suddenly. Every table turned warm for maybe 20 seconds. Looked unreal, honestly. Coffee completely cold now. Still drank it anyway. The venue doors close behind me and the cold comes in. That specific shock of outside after a show, where the sound in your ears is still the sound from inside, and the street hasn't caught up yet with what just happened. I put my jacket on and don't put my headphones in, which I never do after. That would be wrong. Like eating again immediately after something good. Like you don't trust the feeling to stay on its own. The people from the show are spreading out, going left and right into their separate nights. For an hour we were all inside the same thing. Now we're just people again on the same block. I walked the long way, which adds about 10 minutes, but the short way goes through somewhere bright and loud. And right now I need the residential streets, the dark ones with the trees and the parked cars. Someone's lit a fire inside their brownstone. I can smell it, wood smoke in November air. A second floor window has the blue of a television, and someone moving in front of it unhurried. The song is still going in my chest cavity. That's the only way I know to say it. Not the melody exactly, more the pressure of it. The way a really good thing sits behind the ribs. I stop at a red light, no cars are coming and don't cross. Just wait for the green. Old habit may be pointless, but it feels like the night deserves to be done correctly. A woman at the light on the other side has the same look, I think that look of after. Or maybe I'm projecting everything right now, seeing concerts in the faces of strangers. The light goes green, we cross, we don't make eye contact, which is also correct. Some things you keep, I nod just slightly, and she may have nodded back, the kind of almost greeting that the night allows. There was one song in the middle of the set, I won't name it, some things lose by naming, but the guitar came in a half beat late in the second chorus, and the room went somewhere it didn't plan to go. The person beside me put their hand on their chest, I watched them do it, a private gesture made public, the kind your body makes before your mind decides. When the music lands exactly on something real. I didn't know the song before tonight, I'll know it for the rest of my life now. That's the particular violence of live music, the before and after it makes inside you. 3 blocks now and the familiar starts. The corner store with the light that's always orange, the tree that grows sideways past the 3rd floor window, the loose brick on the 4th step of my stoop. I slow down slightly the way you do when you wanna stay inside something a little longer, when home is good, but this right here is also good. The in-between is still becoming, the whole night is still available if I stay outside. The moment I go in, it becomes a memory, and memories are fine, but they're already fixed, and this still has some shape I haven't felt yet. I stand on the stoop longer than makes sense, key in hand, looking back at the street, the city doing its ordinary late night thing, indifferent to the show, indifferent to me. And I think about the people in that room tonight. All of us arrived with our private weights, and for an hour, 40 minutes, something lifted, or at least rearranged itself more bearably. And the musician on the stage, they don't know what they did for specific people. They just played the song the way they played the song, and it landed where it needed, which is everything. The ferry doesn't run on Tuesdays in November. The dock is just the dock, no reason to be on it. The souvenir shop has a sign that says closed till spring, but the lights are on inside. Someone's doing inventory. There's a diner at the harbor end of Maine that's open year-round because the fishermen need coffee. I sit at the counter and the woman refills my cup without asking, which I find an act of love. The pie case has 2 kinds and both are fine. then she tells me which is better without being asked. I go with her recommendation, obviously. You always go with the person who knows the place. After eating, I'll walk the long pier out to the end. The planks are gray and soft, not rotten, just experience. The water's the color of something not quite green, not quite gray, a color that the season owns. 3 boats are moored and they move in the small swells. Patient, the way animals are patient, rocking slightly, ropes going taut and slack, doing the work of staying without going. A man at the far end has a line in the water. He hasn't looked over since I started walking. Now we share the pier end without acknowledging it, which feels like the correct and human thing. The main street has a bookshop with the dog. The dog is old and barely lifts his head, but his tail moves once when I come through the door. A greeting calibrated exactly right. I buy a paperback I've already read because the spine is beautiful and the shop needs it. The owner wraps it anyway in tissue paper. Old habit, she says, sorry, I can't unwrap it. I say, please don't, I like the tissue paper. She nods like she expected that from someone who'd come to a harbor town in November, alone on a Tuesday, looking at the water. I think about the people who live here all year, who watch the tourists arrive and fill the place, and then recede like a tide back to their lives, leaving the town to be itself again. There's no performance happening right now. No one here is on their best behavior. The diner woman has her reading glasses on. The bookshop dog is sleeping past the greeting. This is what a place looks like when it rests, when it isn't holding itself for anyone. And I wonder what I'd look like without an audience, whether I'd be anything like this, just open, just here. The ferry will run again in April. The pier will fill with people and their cameras, and the diner woman will keep refilling cups without asking, which is always the whole point.
Walking slow under the flickering neon light. The mist is heavy on this lonely, quiet night. Puddles reflecting the fading shades of blue. With every single step, I'm thinking of you. The city is sleeping, wrapped in a gray embrace, and I am just looking for a familiar face. But the streets are empty, the wind is growing cold, like the bittersweet stories that we never told. The steam is rising from the coffee in my hand, trying to hold on to things I don't understand. Your voice is an echo floating through the street, where the cold asphalt and the soft shadows meet. Time moves backward in this hazy avenue, and all of my memories are painted in your hue. I pull my coat tight, but the chill gets inside. There is no place left for my regrets to hide. Can you hear the rhythm of the falling rain, slowly washing away the shadow of the pain? In this foggy night, we silently drift away. There is nothing left for us to say, just two heartbeats lost in the silver shade, watching the colors of the daylight fade. Yeah, we fade away like a dream in the dark.
helicopters keep a steady heavy beat. A lonely car is driving down the empty street. We built a castle out of promises and smoke. Now I'm just laughing at a forgotten joke. The cold wind whispers what we used to be, a beautiful story that we'll never see. Your ghost is sitting in the passenger seat, staring at the taillights on the concrete. I turn the radio on, but it's only static noise, searching for the comfort of your faded voice. Every corner turn brings another deja vu of a midnight drive that I took with you. The clock on the dashboard says it's almost 4, but I don't know what I am looking for anymore. Just driving in circles through the heavy white cloud, where the memories of us are screaming out loud. Can you hear the rhythm of the falling rain, slowly washing away the shadow of the pain? In this foggy night, we silently drift away. There is nothing left for us to say, just two heartbeats lost in the silver shade, watching the colors of the daylight fade. If I could turn back the hands on a wall, would we still choose to fall? Or would we walk past each other in the crowd, silent and proud? Can you hear the rhythm of the falling rain, slowly washing away the shadow of the pain? In this foggy night, we silently drift away. There is nothing left for us to say, just two heartbeats lost in the silver shade, watching the colors of the daylight fade. Just the rain and the mist fade away into the gray. Goodbye, my foggy night.
Rain outside, cups clinking, chair moving somewhere. Forgot my umbrella again. Had to stand under that tiny store awning with 3 strangers. Nobody talked, just rain, noise and traffic. Some guy beside me kept checking if the rain was stopping. It wasn't. The cafe near the station was full, so I sat outside instead. Coffee tasted kinda burnt, honestly. Still stayed there for like an hour, scrolling through songs, not listening properly. I think I've been tired for weeks now. Not dramatic tired, just quietly tired. Someone laughed really loud inside the cafe, made everybody look for a second. Funny how strangers share moments accidentally lead. Rain got soft around sunset. The streets started glowing orange for no reason. Forgot my wallet at the cafe, didn't realize until halfway home. Had to walk back awkwardly, pretending I totally meant to return. Girl at the counter laughed a little, honestly fair. Same playlist was still playing, same couple near the window too. Don't think they talked once, kind of impressive actually. Weekdays feel blurry lately, especially after work. Soft guitar, lazy drums, roads repeating. Walk past the bookstore again, still closed somehow. There's always one guy waiting outside before opening. Seen him 3 times now, maybe more. Phone battery dying again, 4% this time. Getting dangerously confident, honestly. Weekdays feel blurry lately, especially after work. Bass loop repeating, city ambience like guitar melody. Someone dropped a tray in the cafe kitchen, whole place looked up at once, then immediately back to pretending not to notice. City people are funny like that sometimes. Sunlight hit the table suddenly. Everything looked warmer for maybe 10 seconds. Good timing, honestly. Forgot my umbrella there too. Stayed at the cafe until closing again. Didn't even notice the time. Playlist switched twice already. Guy near the window asleep almost. Owner cleaning cups slowly. Outside look colder than before. People walking faster now, probably trying to catch buses. I should've left earlier too, honestly. Cafes feel warmer at night, especially weekdays. Soft guitar repeating, bass entering slowly. Ordered another coffee, absolutely unnecessary decision. Heart already beating weird, still drank the whole thing. Girl beside me writing something in a tiny notebook. Same page for 30 minutes though, respectfully. Don't think writing was happening either. Cafes feel warmer at night, especially when raining. Light drum loop, electric piano repeating. Somebody dropped a spoon near the counter. Whole place looked up automatically, then immediately pretended not to care. People do that a lot here. City manners probably. Walk to the bathroom just to move a little. Look tired in the mirror, honestly. Fluorescent lighting brutal as always. Cafes feel warmer at night, more than apartments sometimes. Instrument drift, soft guitar melody, rain ambience layered quietly. Owner finally turned half the lights off. Universal sign, honestly. Still nobody moved immediately. Kind of impressive commitment. Outside buses getting emptier now. Streets quieter too. There's always this weird moment after 11 p.m. where everything feels slightly unreal. Hard to explain properly. Rain stopped sometime while I was inside. Roads outside glowing orange now. Looked expensive somehow, like one of those scenes people post online with fake deep captions. still nice though. Left 5 minutes after closing. Owner bowed politely. Pretty sure he wanted everybody gone 30 minutes earlier.
Missed the last bus home again. Was gonna ready change routes. A couple people staring at it, hopefully anyway. Like maybe it would suddenly change back. Honestly relatable. Some guy called a taxi immediately. Another guy started smoking right away. Everybody has different coping mechanisms probably.
The city feels softer after midnight.
Bass loop repeating, soft subway ambience, lazy drums entering. Walked past the convenience store twice. Didn't need anything either time. Still went in once. Automatic doors feel weirdly comforting late at night. Bought gum, water, completely unnecessary chocolate milk. Great financial decisions as always.
The city feels softer after midnight.
Especially in spring. Electric piano repeating softly. High school kids laughing outside somewhere. Way too much energy for 1 a.m. Honestly, kinda jealous though. I miss being tired without being exhausted. Difference gets bigger every year probably. Crosswalk took forever changing. Nobody waited properly. One taxi almost ignored the signal completely. Classic city behavior.
The city feels softer after midnight.
Until garbage trucks start appearing. Instrument drift, warm guitar melody. Vinyl crackle quietly layered.
Phone battery finally died completely. Strangely peaceful immediately.
No notifications, no maps, no doom scrolling. Just walking sounds, traffic lights. Wind between buildings.
There's this moment late at night
where office buildings still glowing.
Make you wonder who's still inside and why.
Got home around 2. Still watched videos for another hour anyway.
It's 11:47 on a Wednesday. The fluorescent light inside the bus flickers twice. A woman in the third row has her eyes closed. Her grocery bags are leaning left on the incline. I'm sitting near the back because the back feels less like being watched and more like watching. The driver hasn't spoken since I boarded. He's just staring at the road like it owes him something. Outside the windows, the city's doing its thing. Wet pavement catching the orange of the street lamps. A restaurant still open, 2 tables inside. A man eating alone, reading something on his phone. The guy beside me gets off at the couch. He leaves a ring of water from his coffee cup on the blue plastic seat, a perfect circle. And I spend 3 stops just looking at it. The bus empties out the further that we go. By Montague, it's just me and the woman with the bag. She opens her eyes, looks out, pulls the cord. The bell rings once and she's already standing. I watch her go down the steps and into the cold. The doors fold shut with that specific sound. And then it's just the driver and me, heading somewhere I was already going. There's a version of this night I used to dread, coming home to a door that only I could open. But I've made a kind of peace with the particular silence of a room that keeps exactly as you left it. The leftovers in the fridge, the half-read book, the lamp I leave on because I like the color. None of it asks me how my day was. None of it expects me to be any different. Last stop's coming up, I can tell by the turns. 3 rights and a left and the overpass. I've ridden this route enough to know it in the body, the way you know a song you haven't heard in years. The driver pulls the brake and looks into the mirror just for a second, catches nobody's eye. He flips the sign to out of service quietly, and I step off into the 11:50 air. The key turns easy, the hallway smells the same. I leave my shoes beside the door the way I always do. The city's still going outside the window, and I am standing in the middle of a Wednesday. Not sad exactly, more like noticing the particular weight of an ordinary night. The bus is probably 2 blocks away by now, carrying nothing but its own fluorescent light.
The cleaners left an hour ago. I can hear the building breathing, just the HVAC. My desk is covered in the residue of Tuesday. A coffee ring, a sticky note, a quarter from last year. The screen's still on, but I stopped looking at it. Somewhere around the 7th straight hour, I'm just here now in the particular quiet that only offices of after everyone leaves. The lights across the river are doing something I don't have the word for, maybe existent. Very deliberately, each window a small life, each life too far to see, but they're enough to matter. I count the ones that are still lit at this hour. There are more than I expected, honestly. All of us up late for different reasons, all of us unseen from where we sit. 41 floors up, and the city is a quilt. Every light, the decision someone made or didn't. 41 floors up, and I am very small, and somehow that is not the bad news tonight. I found a voicemail I forgot to answer. 3 weeks old, my mother's voice just checking in. She mentions the weather like she always does. She says take care in a way that means it. I'll call her back tomorrow in the morning, when I have the kind of voice that sounds okay. Not because I'm not okay, just because some distances need daylight to cross well. The building sways a half-inch in the wind. You can't feel it, but I read somewhere it does. This tower is designed to give a little, so it doesn't have to break when things get hard. I think about them more than I probably should. The engineering of surviving a lateral force. Maybe everything that's still standing learned to bend. Maybe that's what all the damage actually taught. 41 floors up, and the city is a quilt. Every light, a decision someone made or didn't. 41 floors up, and I am very small, and I have decided that is fine for now. I eat the lunch up for noon at 9 p.m. The sandwich is a little sad, but still a sandwich. I put my feet up on the desk for maybe the first time since I've worked here. Feels like years. Out the window someone's opened their curtains. A silhouette, a kitchen, something cooking. The steam rises visible against the dark glass, and for a moment we are parallel. Every light, a
grocery store on Saturday, third aisle of spices, reaching for the cardamom. And something in the color of the jar, or maybe just the weight of it, I'm not sure. But something in that moment crossed a wire, and suddenly I was not in any store. I was 8 years old, I was 4 feet tall, I was standing on a step stool at the stove. I put the cardamom back on the shelf and stood there for a minute with my hand still up. A woman with a cart said, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yes, just remembered something, sorry." She smiled like she understood completely, like the same thing happens to her sometimes. And maybe that's the thing about the dead, they live in grocery aisles and interrupt. My grandmother's kitchen faced the morning. The light came in at an angle through the glass. She'd be there before anyone was awake, just moving, always moving, never loud. She made a soup that had no recipe, that she learned from a woman who had learned from a woman who brought it from somewhere farther east. A chain of hands I never got to trace. She'd let me sit up on the counter watching, and she'd explain each step, but not like teaching, more like thinking out loud to someone nearby, more like I was furniture she trusted. There was a smell, I can't describe it clinically, but warm is part of it, and something roasted, something sweet that wasn't sweet exactly. Cardamom was part of it, I'm sure of that. And underneath all that, just her, some combination of the soap she used, the particular fabric of her house coat, the way the air near her was a different temperature. She never once said anything about love, not in those words, not directly. She said things like eat more and sit straight and sleep, go sleep, we'll talk tomorrow. I asked her once where she was born exactly. She said a town that doesn't exist anymore. They changed the name, she said, or changed the country, or both. She laughed. The borders move a lot. She was quiet for a moment over the soup, and then she said the soup stayed the same though. No matter where I cooked it, still the same. The cardamom, the warmth, the thing it does to a room. She's been gone 11 years this spring. The soup died with her, no one wrote it down. I've tried to reconstruct it 4 or 5 times, and I get close but never quite. Not because I lack the spices or the skill, but because the kitchen light is wrong, and because the person standing on the step stool is now a man who misses her in grocery stores. I bought the cardamom, I don't know what I'll make, but I put it in my pocket like a signal from the chain of hands that went before me. Maybe I'll call my mother when I'm home and ask her what she remembers of the smell. Maybe the recipe is still inside the family, somewhere between the women who are left.
The refrigerator section hums a steady chord, somewhere between a D and something lower. I've been standing in the snack aisle for 4 minutes, holding a bag of something I don't want. The kid behind the counter has his headphones in. His head moves slightly, just the neck, just barely. The receipt roll is almost out. I noticed the little red stripe running through the paper. I was somewhere else a minute ago. I think I was inside a decision I made in a year that's soft now at the edges. I kept coming back to it this week, not with regret, more like revisiting a room you furnished with 22-year-old hands, and noticing the choices were all fine, just someone else's fine, you know. I put the bag back on the wrong hook and stood there a second feeling bad about it, then moved it to the right hook. Silver lining, a fluorescent light ticked once above my head. The automatic door breathed open for a second. Someone decided not to come in after all, just a cold draft and the sound of rain. And then the door breathed shut again. Exhale. There are nights I made decisions like the wind, just moved and let the shape of things direct me. I'm not sure I was reckless, more like trusting something I couldn't name but felt was there. Maybe that was right, maybe it cost me something I'd recognize only in the future. Or maybe the whole frame of loss and gain was just a story I was telling while I walked. The music in the store is something from the 90s. I remember hearing this in a car, someone's car, going somewhere on a summer afternoon. But I can't get the faces back, just the window and the light outside it, and the feeling of having somewhere to be, which is its own kind of luxury. Having somewhere, its own kind of warmth inside the chest. A small bottle of cold water finally, and an onigiri that I'll eat outside on the step. The kid takes out one headphone, says the amount. I pay and say thank you, and he puts it back. And outside the rain is slow to almost nothing, just the pavement still wet and the orange lights. I stand here eating the onigiri, looking at the street, and the city is very quiet at 3 a.m. Not empty, quieter, like it knows to keep it down, like it made some agreement with itself. I finish the rice and hold the wrapper for a moment, then fold it clean and put it in my pocket.
You wore that yellow jacket in the April that hung a little crooked on the left. We walked a long way to the train station because the short way had too many steps. You were playing something I could feel it, the kind of quiet that has something in it, like a room with furniture pushed to the side, like you're about to move or rearrange. The cherry blossoms were doing their short run, 4 or 5 days before the petals fall, and we stood under one and said nothing. And that was maybe the most honest part. By June you had the plan worked out in detail, a city 3 time zones from where we were. You showed me on the map one Sunday morning and traced the route with your finger like a gift. I didn't say don't go, I said come back, which isn't quite the same thing, but was close. The summer had that thick Pacific heat that makes you feel like time is moving slower. We ate on the fire escape most evenings. The neighbors had a fan that turned all night. I counted how many nights were left without saying out loud that I was counting. Before the season changes, I wanna tell you all the things I kept inside. Quiet moments before the season changes. I wanna show you how the ordinary things were extraordinary because of you beside them. Because you were the context all along. September and the strings are in the air now. You went and I became a different kind of person. Not worse, not better, differently arranged like furniture that's found another wall. I cooked the meals I learned from watching you, got them almost right by the 3rd attempt. The small corrections you would have made, I made myself, and that was something too. The light in autumn has a slant to it that hits the floor at angles you'd have noticed. I noticed for you in your absence, held it for a moment, then let it go. Your messages came in across the time zones, warm and full of things you'd seen and learned. Photos of a coastline, a market, a morning, a whole new life assembling in real time. I wasn't sad exactly, more like stretched, like a material that's learned a new dimension. You were living and I was hearing both things existed in the same calendar without conflict. Winter has its own particular beauty. The trees are honest when they're empty. I started walking more on the long evenings, paying attention to the specific call before the season changes. I wanna tell you all the things I kept inside, the quiet moments before the season changes. I wanna show you how the ordinary things were extraordinary because you were beside them. Because you were the context and the color all along. And now it's April again, the same yellow somewhere in the market. I picked it up and put it back and stood there in the middle of the aisle. Now lost, located very precisely in the middle of missing you and missing you, not like a wound, but like a compass that knows where the north is. You built a whole life over there, and I built something over here. And both of them are good, both of them are real, and both of them are real. And when you came back in the spring this year and wore a different jacket, slightly different, I love the version of you that had been somewhere. The way you love a song is grown into its sound. After the season changes, I can tell you the ordinary things were always extraordinary. After the season changes, I can show you I kept them all, I kept them all. You're gone now, and now you're here, and now the spring is here, and now the spring, and I don't have we get to share. Convenience store at 2 or 3 a.m. again. Automatic doors opening to cold air and fluorescent lights. Cashier looked exactly the same as yesterday. Honestly respect the consistency. Grab triangle, kimbap and canned coffee. Same combination every time lately. Body running on routine, probably. Places feel quieter after 2 a.m. Soft bass entering, light guitar repeating. Tiny vinyl crackle. Guy near the microwave staring into nothing for like 30 whole seconds. Understandable, honestly. Microwave beep sounded louder than usual. Whole store felt half asleep. Outside taxis moving slowly. Straight shiny from earlier rain. Somebody laughing far away. Echoed between buildings weirdly. Places feel quieter after 2 a.m. Especially convenience stores. Electric piano repeating softly. Phone finally stopped vibrating. Group chat died around midnight. Everybody getting older probably. Used to send 50 messages about absolutely nothing. Now conversations end at good night. Kinda sad, honestly, kinda peaceful too. Places feel quieter after 2 a.m. More honest somehow. Instrument drift, slow drum groove, subtle city ambience. Stood outside drinking coffee, too cold for ice. Still bought iced. Same mistake every spring. Delivery motorcycle passed too fast. Nearly lost my napkins immediately. Great atmosphere ruined for a second. There's this weird comfort in seeing lights still on when the whole city feels asleep. Makes you feel less alone, maybe. Hard to explain. Forgot to buy toothpaste again. Third time this week, probably. Took the wrong subway line again. Noticed 3 stations later. Honestly, not even my worst decision this month. Train almost empty now. One guy asleep near the door, head bouncing every turn somehow. Impressive neck strength, honestly. Subways feel slow, we're late at night. Soft guitar loop, light drum groove, train ambience underneath. Girl across from me, rewatching the same short video. Laughed every single time too. Kinda nice actually. People enjoying small things publicly. A rare city moment. Speaker announcement completely unclear. Nobody understood anything. Still everybody nodded like we did. Public transportation confidence. Honestly, subways feel slow, we're late at night. Especially after work, bass entering slowly. Electric piano repeating. Looked outside, tunnel windows for no reason. Nothing to see, obviously. Still kept checking.
Same energy as opening the fridge repeatedly. Some high school kids entered laughing loudly. Whole train mood changed immediately. Adults pretending to be annoyed while secretly entertained, probably. Subways feel slow, we're late at night until your stop gets close. Instrument drift, warm roads melody, subtle vinyl crackle. Almost missed my transfer to brain running on low battery, honestly. Bought coffee earlier, completely ineffective somehow. Starting to think caffeine gave up on me. There's always this strange feeling when strangers leave one by one, and suddenly your train car gets silent, kind of peaceful, kind of lonely. Finally got off at the right station, still walked the wrong direction first. Started laundry at midnight again, probably annoying for downstairs neighbors. Tried convincing myself the machine isn't that loud. Definitely is though. Apartment walls built from paper, honestly. Washing machine shaking slightly. Same rhythm every cycle, kind of hypnotic after a while. Apartments sound different at night. Warm roads repeating, soft bass groove, quiet room ambience. Opened the window for a minute, city smelled cold somehow. Even though spring started already, people still wearing winter jackets too. Nobody trusts weather forecast anymore. Delivery apps still open on my phone. Spent 20 minutes choosing food, ordered the same thing anyway. Story of my life, honestly. Apartments sound different at night, especially older ones. Light drum loop entering slowly, neighbor coughing through the wall again. Same timing every night, starting to feel emotionally connected, honestly. Guy upstairs drops something heavy, immediately followed by silence. Universal apartment experience. Somebody somewhere always dropping objects at 1 a.m. Apartments sound different at night, more alive somehow. Instrument drift, soft guitar melody, vinyl crackle layer quietly. Laundry finished 40 minutes ago, still sitting inside the machine. Too lazy to move, honestly. Phone brightness hurting my eyes now. Should sleep, probably. Definitely won't yet. There's this tiny peaceful feeling when the whole city gets quieter, but your room still has small sounds. Washing machine, traffic, fridge humming, makes late nights feel less empty. Completely forgot fabric softener again. She comes in every other Thursday, always early, before the shop fills up with the mid-morning crowd. She never says who the flowers are for, just points at the white ones and says those. I wrap them the long way with the paper, the way she showed me once the first time she came. She
She said my mother likes them wrapped like presents even now. I think she meant even now. She pays in cash, exact, always ready, like she's been counting it out in the car. She says thank you with both hands on the counter and takes the white ones out into the street. There's a man who comes in before funerals. I can always tell he doesn't say it, but he picks the heavy-headed blooms, the ones that look like they already know. He asked me once what flowers mean endurance. Not for a grave, he said, for someone living, someone who's been carrying something very long and needs to know the carrying is seen. I gave him the dark dahlias, almost purple, and some eucalyptus for the silver in it. He held them like an answer to a question he'd been sitting with for more than I could guess. Two kids coming on Saturday, two brothers. The younger one can't reach the counter yet. They're buying something for their father's birthday. The older one has written down a budget. They argue quietly about the yellow ones. The younger wants them, older says too simple. I tell them yellow means I'm glad you're here. The younger one looks up and says that's it. I give them yellow wrapped in brown craft paper and charge them less than what they wrote. The older one catches it and looks at me. I shake my head and they both say thank you twice. A woman stood in front of the peonies for nearly 15 minutes, not choosing. I didn't rush her. Sometimes the choosing is the whole reason someone came inside. She finally said, I haven't bought flowers since before my divorce, which was 4 years. I don't know who I'm buying them for now. She laughed a little, quietly, just once. I said, sometimes they're just for the room, sometimes they're just because it's Tuesday. She said yes, exactly, and picked the pink ones, the ones that open slowly over days. I sweep the petals up at 6 o'clock, the ones that fell throughout the day. Each one came in attached to something living and left as part of someone else's story. I don't know how the flowers bear it, honestly, being given at the edges of things, at the before and after of the moments that the people carrying them can't quite say. I lock the door and there's still one stem left, a small thing, slightly crooked, nothing special. I put it in the glass beside the register, because tomorrow it'll mean something to someone.
It's 4:47 and I know this, because I looked and now I can't unknow it. The ceiling has a water stain I've named, and the way you name things when you're running out of thoughts. The radiator is doing small knocking, kind that only happens in the deep hours. The building speaks a different language at this time, contracting in the cold, working something out. I've been awake since 2 or maybe 3. The exact moment of waking is already gone. I just found myself here, already conscious, already somewhere in the middle of a thought. My phone is face down, which was a decision I made for reasons I believed at midnight. Now I wanna flip it over just to see. Not messages, just the time again, the number. I don't flip it, that's a victory of some kind. Instead I look at the window, the specific dark, the way the street light catches the curtain edge, a thin gold line that's been there every night. I've lived here for years and I still notice it like it's new, like the light keeps being generous. Maybe that says something about noticing, or maybe just about the hours between 4 and 5. I think about a trip I took at 24, a train across a country I won't name. I had a seat by the window for 16 hours and watched the landscape do its slow explaining. I ate a sandwich I bought from a cart at a station whose name I never knew. The bread was good, the mustard was too sharp, and I remember that more than most things from that year. Funny what the brain decides to archive, not the cities or the faces, but the mustard, the specific burn of it, the way I winced, the countryside going past indifferent green. A conversation I had years ago surfaces. Someone said something that I didn't answer well. I've replayed it several hundred times by now, and my answer gets more elegant each pass. But the real answer was the one I gave, imperfect and surprised and honestly felt. And maybe that's the one that meant the most, even if it wasn't what I'd scripted today. The brain at 4 a.m. has no good filter, it just opens every drawer and leaves them open. Here's the mustard, here's the thing you said, here's the water stain, here's the knocking pipe. Beginning to dissolve. The edges of the thoughts were going soft. I was somewhere with a door and a hallway, and light coming under it from somewhere warm. Then a car outside a door, a voice not loud, just a present, and I'm back. The ceiling stained, the radiator knocking. 4:59, the phone would say if I looked. I'm not angry at this, not anymore. Insomnia, and I have an arrangement now. It gets these hours, I get the ones that follow, which are slower but of better light. There's something that I notice only here, and the specific frequency of 4 to 5. A kind of clarity that doesn't come in daylight, too thin and cold and honest for the daytime. Maybe this is what the hours are for, the ones that aren't designed for doing anything, just lying in the dark with all the drawers open, taking inventory of a life that's mostly fine.
we're fine.
I found it in a listing on a Thursday evening, listed under furniture, miscellaneous. A photograph taken in a hallway, bad light, but even in bad light you could tell it had been loved. I drove 40 minutes to a house in the suburbs. An older woman answered, very gracious. She said it was her husband's, that he'd had it 40 years, she said, and then she stopped. I didn't ask her what came after 40 years. I just walked around the piano slowly, pressed a few keys, listened to the hammers. The sound was warm and not quite perfectly in tune. She said she couldn't keep it in the new place, that was all. She said it without looking at it. I said I'd take it, and she nodded twice and put the kettle on as if that settled something. 3 men came on a Saturday with straps and moved it down the hallway sideways slow. The piano made a sound against the door frame, one low note, sorta accidental, sorta not. In the truck it rode with blankets wrapped around it. I drove behind and watched through the windshield. It moved with the road, patient as furniture, patient as something that has been somewhere a long time. When they carried it into my apartment, the sound in the room changed. I felt it before I heard it, the way a room changes when something real arrives, something with weight and history and consequence. I played it badly for the first 3 weeks. I've never been good, I play the way I cook, technically aware of what I'm doing wrong, but doing it regardless, it still feeds you. The detuning turned out to be a feature. Gave everything I played a little ache, made my mediocre scale sound considered, like I meant the imperfection, which I did. The neighbors on my left have never complained. The neighbors on the right said once through the wall, keep playing, we can hear it while we're eating, and it makes the evening feel like something. Think about the man who had it 40 years, what he played, whether he played well or badly, whether he played late or in the mornings, whether the sound traveled to where she was. 40 years is a long relationship with an object, longer than most things in a life stay constant. The keys of small depressions from his fingers slight. You have to press to feel them, but they're there. I press them sometimes, not to feel him, more to feel the continuous thread of the thing, that someone's hands made this shape in the wood, and now my hands are learning the same places. There are things that carry history without memory, that hold the shape of how they've been approached. A book will hold the crease of where you stopped. A piano holds the weight of every hand. I don't believe in haunting, not exactly, but I believe in objects knowing their own past. The way this piano sounds a little different than one that's only ever held one life. Whatever he worked out at these keys, whatever he was thinking through or past, it's in the wood now, and the felt and hammers, and I play on top of it, and that feels right. The woman sent a message in December. She asked if the piano had settled in alright. I told her yes. I said it sounds like home. She said good. That's the word he would have used. I play it every evening now for maybe 30 minutes, sometimes more, depends. The detuning has become my favorite thing. The note that lands slightly left of perfect, which is the note that most resembles living, the one that means I tried. And this is what I got, and what I got is warm and slightly crooked, and mine now, and was someone else's first.
Pour another cup of sweet dark regret. The smoky air in here is thick and wet. Neon signs are flashing blue and red, spinning all the words that you never said. The piano player knows a melancholy tune, playing for the ghosts underneath the moon. He plays the chords that cut right through the soul, making the broken pieces feel whole. Ice is melting in an empty glass, waiting for the heavy midnight hours to pass. Nobody's rushing, everybody's still, drinking down the sorrow from a bitter pill. The clock on the wall says it's 3:30, and the darkness is a familiar friend to me. The shadows stretch across the wooden floor as I watch the rain pour outside the door. In the fog we find our hiding place, tracing the outlines of a forgotten face. Let the music play our blues tonight, underneath the dim and fading light. We are wrapping ourselves in a velvet shroud, where the silent thoughts are way too loud. Yeah, the blue velvet covers it all. The street outside is washed in golden glow. The river of the city is moving slow. We exchanged a glance, then we walked away, saving all the truths for another day. Now I'm just a stranger in a coat of gray, watching all the memories slip away. My footsteps echo on the wet cobblestone, a jazz man's song when he's all alone. The trumpet is crying a sweet goodbye underneath the heavy starless sky. We were a melody that went out of tune, a midsummer dream that ended too soon. Now I sit in the corner of this dim-lit bar, staring at the ash of my faded cigar, letting the rhythm take over my mind, leaving
underneath the dim and fading light. Midnight velvet, keep the old record spinning, just let it fade.
Quiet steps upon the pavement stone, walking down this empty, winding road alone. The city sleeps beneath a dark gray shroud, and the silent screams are getting way too loud. The street lamps flicker in the misty air, like a million questions leading nowhere. I look for shelter from the biting cold, holding on to memories that grew too old. I see my breath in the freezing night, everything's blurred in the pale yellow light. We were like paper burning in the dark, bright for a second, then a dying spark. Now the ashes are scattered on the ground, and the lonely night doesn't make a sound. The fog rolls in, swallows up the street, erasing every place where we used to meet. Raindrops fall like tears upon the glass, waiting for this foggy night to pass. Just a ghost of us floating in the deep, a secret promise that we couldn't keep. Let the waters wash the memory clean of the beautiful things that might have been, fragments of the fog floating away. The dawn is breaking, but it brings no sun. Just another day that has just begun. I'll close the curtains and I'll turn the key, locking up the part of you inside of me. The fog is lifting from the harbor side, but there is no place left for me to hide. The world wakes up, but I am frozen here, trapped in the shadow of a vanished year. Every piano note is a heavy sigh. Underneath the gray, unmoving sky, I draw a circle in the condensation, a lonely soul in need of consolation. The strings are rising like a swelling tide, expressing the pain that I tried to hide. Let it all dissolve into the misty air, until there's nothing left of my despair. Raindrops fall like tears upon the glass, waiting for this foggy night to pass. every single fear. Fragments of the fog washed away into the quiet night.
Sitting by the window in this dim lit space, watching the raindrops blur every single face. People rushing by under umbrellas of black, walking down a road with no turning back. My coffee's getting cold, the steam is all gone, just like the feelings that I used to hold on. The neon sign outside is flickering slow, casting a shadow on the pavement below. I draw a little heart on the foggy glass, waiting for the heavy cloud of sadness to pass. But it just melts away, turning into a tear, reminding me of when you were sitting right here. The spoon clinks softly against the porcelain cup, a lonely sound that never seems to cheer me up. The world is moving fast, but I am stuck in the gray, watching the memories of us drift away. Can you see my eyes inside the falling rain? Can you feel the rhythm of this quiet, dull pain? In this foggy night, the city goes to sleep, leaving behind the secrets that we couldn't keep. Just a lonely soul wrapped in a woolen coat, writing you a letter that I'll never post. Yeah, never post. Waiter looks at me with a sympathetic smile. I've been sitting here alone for quite a while. The clock on the wall says it's closing time soon, but there is no comfort under this hidden moon. I pack my things and step out into the chill. The misty air is thick, the streets are dead still. Every footstep echoes like a heartbeat in pain, walking home alone through the endless rain. Can you see my eyes inside the falling rain? Can you feel the rhythm of this quiet, dull pain? In this foggy night, the city goes to sleep, leaving behind the secrets that we couldn't keep. Still carry that tiny little spark, or did the rain wash it out completely? So quietly, so sweetly. That we couldn't keep. Just the rain in my eyes. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye.
fallen onto the cold ground. The forest is sleeping without a single sound. The autumn is dying, the winter is near, and the first gray mist is starting to appear. I walk down the path where we used to run, under the pale warmth of a fading sun. Now the branches are bare like bones in the sky, and I'm left alone with no reason why. I pull my old sweater close to my skin, remembering the warmth that we used to live in. Your favorite book is still on my desk, a painful reminder of a beautiful past. The fog is rolling down from the mountain top like a heavy curtain that will never stop. It covers the trails, it covers the trees, bringing me down to my trembling knees. Hold me tight in this last autumn mist, before we become names that no longer exist. The cold wind is blowing our summer away, turning our colorful world into gray. Just stay for a moment, don't say a word. Let the quietest sigh be the only thing heard. The lantern on my porch is burning so dim, filled with the sadness right up to the rim. I watch the white smoke from the chimney rise, disappearing slowly right before my eyes. We were a season that had to change. Now everything about us feels so strange, a beautiful memory locked in a cage, turning the leaf to a blank final page. Hold me tight in this last autumn mist, before we become names that no longer exist. The cold wind is blowing our summer away, turning our colorful world into gray. The fire is dying down, the mist is taking the town. Are you safe wherever you are, my fallen misty autumn goodbye, under the gray sky. quiet steps upon the frozen pavement stone, walking down this empty, endless road alone. The city sleeps beneath a dark gray shroud, and the silent screams are getting way too loud. The street lamps flicker in the misty air like a million questions leading nowhere. I look at the sky, but there are no stars tonight, just a heavy blanket blocking out the light. Every single breath forms a cloud in front of me, a temporary shape that I can clearly see. It lasts for a second, then it melts into space, just like the memory of your sweet face. The world is so cold, but my heart is still warm, holding on to love in the middle of the storm. But the fog keeps rising, it's reaching my knees, freezing the blood and the bark on the trees. This is the melody of the eternal night, where we lose the wrong and we find the right. Let the piano play our final goodbye underneath the heavy, unmoving sky. We are beautiful pieces of a broken glass, waiting for this foggy night to pass away. The harbor is quiet, the ships are all still. The fog is a ghost that has conquered the hill. I stand at the edge where the water meets land, with nothing but emptiness inside my hand. The waves are whispering a dark, sweet song, telling me this is where I truly belong. But I turn around and I walk back to the town, refusing to let the darkness drag me down. This is the melody of the eternal night, where we lose the wrong and we find the right. Let the piano play our final goodbye underneath the heavy, unmoving sky. So here I stand at the journey's end, no longer looking for a lost friend. The fog has taught me how to disappear, leaving behind every single fear. Eternal night, washed clean into the quiet. The bus stop looked colder than usual tonight. Everyone standing slightly farther apart. Hands in pockets, breath visible in the air. The electronic sign said 7 minutes for almost 15. Nobody complained though.
Someone dropped coins near the bench. They rolled around for a second before disappearing underneath it.
A girl near the timetable kept rubbing her hands together. Cars dragged wet reflections across the road. The whole street looked tired.
The bus stop looked colder than usual.
Or maybe I just noticed it more tonight.
My phone battery was at 3%. I stopped checking it after a while. There was a cafe across the street, still open somehow.
Warm light through fogged windows. People inside look like they belonged somewhere. A bus finally came, but it wasn't mine. Everybody stepped forward automatically, then stopped again. Those tiny moments always feel strangely sad, like almost leaving somewhere. The bus stop looked colder than usual. I stayed there longer than I needed to. Sometimes loneliness isn't dramatic, it's just waiting somewhere too long, watching other people go home. Finally arrived, the heater smelled like wet jackets. I sat near the back quietly, the windows fogged up. Before we reached the next stop, I kept reheating the same coffee all afternoon. Every time it got cold, I microwaved it again. By the third time, it barely tasted like coffee anymore. The mug was too hot to hold, but somehow the drink stayed disappointing.
Outside, the weather couldn't decide anything. Rain for 10 minutes, sunlight for 5, then gray skies again. Someone downstairs was dragging furniture around, or maybe exercising, hard to tell. In this building, I kept reheating the same coffee, mostly because I didn't know what else to do with the day. My laptop battery died twice. I answered one email, ignored 4 others. There's a plant near the window, leaning toward the light. I forgot to water it last week. Probably it still looks healthier than me, honestly. A delivery scooter stopped outside for a while. I thought maybe food would help. Opened the app, closed it again. The sink was already full anyway. The apartment smelled slightly like rain through the cracked window. I kept reheating the same coffee, and somehow evening arrived anyway. Some afternoons don't really become memories, they just blur together quietly. Rain sounds, half-finished thoughts, cold rooms and time passing.
was already dark outside. The coffee stain stayed near the bottom, though I left it there. The laundromat smelled like rain tonight. Everybody's jackets hanging damp near the dryers. There was a vending machine humming loudly next to the change machine. Someone left a sock on top, a washer 6. Nobody touched it for almost an hour. I came too late, probably. All the small washers were taken already. So I sat near the back wall waiting, watching clothes spin in circles under fluorescent lights. The TV near the ceiling was playing baseball without sound outside the windows. Rain kept streaking downward slowly. The laundromat smelled like rain and fabric softener and people trying to reset their week. A guy in work clothes fell asleep waiting, head tilted against the dryer. Someone else kept folding shirts immediately, like they wanted to leave as fast as possible. I checked my phone 4 times without any notifications. The machine timer moved painfully slow tonight. There was coffee from the convenience store beside me, already cold by then. I still drank it anyway. The woman near washer 3 was quietly singing along to music in her headphones, barely loud enough to hear for some reason that made the whole place feel softer. The laundromat smelled like rain, like everybody carried the weather inside with them. Around 1 in the morning, the place got quieter finally. Only dryer sounds left, warm air, metal spinning, fluorescent buzzing overhead. The city outside looked almost blue at that hour. I think laundromats feel emotional because everybody arrives carrying unfinished days, wrinkled clothes, tired faces, things that still need fixing tomorrow. When my clothes finally finished drying, the rain had stopped outside. The sidewalks still shining under street lights. I carried the warm laundry bag home slowly, steam still trapped inside it.
Somebody was practicing guitar upstairs again tonight. Same 3 chords over and over. They kept messing up the transition right before the chorus part, then stopping completely for a few seconds before trying again from the beginning. I was sitting on the floor near my bed, half watching videos, half staring at nothing. There was laundry hanging near the window that still wasn't dry yet. The room smelled faintly like detergent and cold air. Outside it had been cloudy since morning. Somebody was practicing guitar upstairs, and somehow it made the apartment feel less lonely. They finally got the chord change right once, then immediately messed up something else after that. I laughed a little by myself. The radiator clicked near the kitchen. My phone buzzed once, spam message probably I didn't check. Around 10, someone outside started arguing near the parking lot. Their voices echoed between buildings, then disappeared suddenly upstairs. The guitar kept going anyway, slower now, more careful. Somebody was practicing guitar upstairs, the same unfinished song for almost 2 hours. I started making coffee too late at night again. Stood waiting for the kettle while listening through the ceiling. There's something comforting about hearing strangers fail repeatedly at something. It sounds honest. I think everybody's practicing becoming someone. Some people just do it louder than others. Around midnight, the guitar stopped completely. The silence afterward felt strange, like part of the room disappeared suddenly. I stayed awake a little longer after that. There's a plant in the corner of the office. No one knows who brought it. It appeared one Monday in February like a resolution someone else made. It shouldn't be thriving. The light is wrong, the corner is wrong. The air conditioning runs directly on it from September through to May. And yet, every week it does something new. A leaf, a lean toward the window, a commitment to be in here. I've started saying good morning to it quietly so no one notices. The plant doesn't respond, but it doesn't not respond either. There have been 4 managers since the plant, 3 restructures and a rebrand. The plant was not consulted on any of these decisions. It was here before the open plan, before the standing desks we don't stand at, before the values were printed on the wall in a font that means nothing. I think about that sometimes, the plant just existing through the iterations. The meetings about the meetings, the emails about the emails, just growing slightly every week toward the wrong light, very methodically. The office plant is fine, doesn't know about the Q3 targets. The office plant is fine, doesn't attend the Wednesday sync, doesn't have a development plan, doesn't need one. The office plant is fine. I'm learning from the office plant. The man who sits near the plant has been here 20 years. I know because he mentioned it at the last all hands. He said 20 years like a fact, not a complaint, not a boast, just a thing that had happened while he was at his desk. He waters the plant sometimes, I've seen him with the kitchen mug he shouldn't use for watering, but does anyway. He never mentions this, I never mentioned this. We have a silent agreement about the mug and the plant. A new person started last month, young, enthusiastic, the way you're enthusiastic before the building knows you. She asked about the plant on day 1, wanted to know the species. I said I didn't know. The man near the plant said peace lily, probably. She looked it up, he was right. She seemed pleased by this. The plant seemed indifferent. She's been here 6 weeks now. Already speaks the jargon, already knows which meetings can be an email. The plant watched all of this from the corner, growing its peace lily piece in the wrong light. The office plant is fine. 17 people came and went. The office plant is fine. Survived the rebrand and the merge. Survived the phase where someone tried to make it a talking point in the wellness initiative. The office plant survived that too. I've been here 7 years, which I don't mention, because mentioning it makes it a thing to respond to. 7 years of mornings into this building with the particular smell. The coffee machine on the 2nd floor that's been broken since before I arrived. 7 years of the plant in its corner, growing slightly wrong, getting on with it. I think about leaving sometimes. Most people do, I think. Not dramatically, just a thought passing through. Then I'll look at the plant getting on with the wrong light, the wrong air, the corner no one chose for it. And something about that makes me sit back down, not defeat, more like I recognize something in the commitment. The plant didn't choose the corner, but it's making the corner work, which is a kind of wisdom from a peace lily. Oh, I've been here too long, and I'm taking life advice from office furniture. Either way, the plant is doing fine. I watered it today. No one saw.
Three sugars, which I know because I made it. 3 sugars, the small spoon, not the tablespoon that matters. And the milk goes in first. I got that wrong the first time. You didn't say anything, which told me everything. You drink it standing up at the counter, not the table. The table is for everything else. Coffee at the counter, facing the window. I know which part of the morning is yours. Before the phone, after the shower. That 20 minutes, that's not for anything yet. I learned all of this without trying. The way you learn a language, by living inside it. 3 sugars, milk first, standing at the counter, facing out. You have a way of reading where your lips move slightly on the difficult sentences. I find that very dear. And you fold the corner of pages. I used to mind that in principle. I don't mind it now. I mind it specifically in none of your books. You make a sound when you're concentrating, not quite humming. More like the idea of humming before it becomes a sound. I have cataloged these things, not on purpose. They just accumulated the way things do when you're paying attention. 3 sugars, milk first, standing at the counter, that's the shape of it. There are things I know about you that you don't know I know. Not secrets, smaller than secrets, just the specific texture of a person. how long you take to answer a question that you're actually considering, as opposed to a question you already know the answer to. How you get quiet before you're happy, not before you're sad, before you're happy, like you're gathering yourself for the weight of it. I've been thinking about that, what it means to be with someone so specifically that you know the shape of their joy. Most people know the grief is loud, the joy does this small quiet thing before it opens. I know your quiet thing, I don't think you know I know. Maybe now you do. That's alright. I make the coffee now without thinking about it. 3 sugars, milk first, counter window yours. And sometimes I make 2 before you've asked. And I put yours at the counter and mine at the table. And we are in the same room differently, which is its own kind of closeness, the parallel kind, the kind where nothing needs saying, because everything is already said. And 3 sugars and a counter by a window. 3 sugars, milk first. I know how you take it. I know how you take it. 3 sugars, milk first. That's all. That's everything.
They left me the keys and instructions for the cat. The cat has ignored the instructions and is doing something on the high shelf. I'm supposed to water one plant, the one by the bathroom window. I've watered it twice already, which is once too many, probably. Their coffee is better than mine, a bag from somewhere specific. I've made 2 cups this morning using the small cup, not the large. Their flat smells like them, which I noticed immediately, not intrusively, just the specific atmosphere of another life. The books are arranged by color, which tells you something useful information. I'm filing it away. There are photos on the fridge from a holiday I wasn't on. Everyone looks comfortable the way people look comfortable on holidays. The cat has descended and is now inspecting my shoes with a thoroughness of customs. I think I'm being cleared. I'm going to sit in the good chair, the one that faces the window, which is clearly the good chair. I'll put it back exactly as it was. Borrowed afternoon, someone else's light through someone else's glass. Borrowed afternoon, being no one in particular, just here, just this, just the cat and the coffee and the chair. Borrowed afternoon, and nothing is required of me. I went through a phase of wanting a flat like this one, everything
considered everything in its right place. Then I saw my own flat through someone else's eyes and realized it was also considered, just differently, less intentionally. The chaos had a logic, the books had a reason. Even the pile of things by the door was a kind of system. I stopped wanting other people's flats after that, started wanting mine more. The one that knows me and keeps the evidence. The afternoon is doing the long, slow thing, shadows moving across the floor. The cat is settled near the window, professional about the sun as always. I have nowhere to be until 7. 7 is a long way from here. Here is the good chair, the coffee, the light, the cat making slow decisions. I'm not going to solve anything today. There's nothing to solve, just the borrowed afternoon and the plant, which I will not water again. I'll leave a note about the coffee, say I owe them a bag, put it somewhere they'll find it, near the instructions for the cat. The cat has already forgotten me, but I'll remember this afternoon. The good chair, the right light, the feeling of being no one for a while. Borrowed afternoon, I gave it back in good condition. Borrowed afternoon, left the chair where I found it, left the cat with its dignity, left the coffee where it started. Borrowed afternoon, I think I needed that.
I drove to the coast on a Wednesday for no reason I could explain at the time. Parked where the road runs out and walked the rest to the edge. The sea was doing the thing it does, that particular gray-green that doesn't look real until you're standing in front of it. I stood there for a while without thinking much, which is hard for me usually, but the sea was loud enough to help. I watched again at just one, doing long slow arcs over the water for no obvious reason. There's a feeling I sometimes get when I'm somewhere open, where my problems still exist, but they're proportionate for once. Like, yes, there's the thing, the difficult ongoing thing, but also there's all of this, and the gannet doing its arcs. I don't know what the gannet is looking for, fish probably, but from where I was standing, it looked like it was just
just flying, just using all that wing, all that capability for the fact of being in the air above the water. I thought about the version of me who was scared of open spaces, who needed the room to have four walls and the ceiling to be close. She's still in there somewhere. I can feel her on big days when the sky's too much and the field is too wide. But out here on Wednesday with the sea gray, green and loud, she was quiet for once, just watching the ganet. Like even she had to admit this was something. This coast, this bird, this gray, this Wednesday. Until I got cold, which was about an hour. Drove home the long way, stopped for chips, ate them in the car. Told no one about the gannet, some things are better kept, not secret, just personal. A Wednesday that belonged to me. The coast is still there. Wide open, quietly, I think I was okay out there. Wide open, quietly, I think I'm okay in here too. Three sugars, which I know because I've made it. 3 sugars, the small spoon, not the tablespoon that matters. And the milk goes in first. I got that wrong the first time. You didn't say anything, which told me everything. You drink it standing up at the counter, not the table. The table is for everything else. Coffee at the counter, facing the window. I know which part of the morning is yours. Before the phone, after the shower. The 20 minutes, that's not for anything yet. I learned all of this without trying. The way you learn a language, by living inside it. 3 sugars, milk first, standing at the counter, facing out. You have a way of reading where your lip lips move slightly on the difficult sentences. I find that very dear. And you fold the corner of pages. I used to mind that in principle. I don't mind it now. I mind it specifically in none of your books. You make a sound when you're concentrating, not quite humming, more like the idea of humming before it becomes a sound. I have cataloged these things not on purpose. They just accumulated the way things do when you're paying attention. 3 sugars, milk first, standing at the counter. That's the shape of it. There are things I know about you that you don't know I know. Not secrets, smaller than secrets, just the specific texture of a person. How long you take to answer a question that you're actually considering, as opposed to a question you already know the answer to. How you get quiet before you're happy, not before you're sad, before you're happy, like you're gathering yourself for the weight of it. I've been thinking about that, what it means to be with someone so specifically that you know the shape of their joy. Most people know the grief is loud, the joy does this small quiet thing before it opens. I know your quiet thing, I don't think you know. I know, maybe now you do, that's alright. Sugars, milk first, counter, window, yours. And sometimes I make 2 before you've asked, and I put yours at the counter and mine at the table. And we are in the same room, differently, which is its own kind of closeness, the parallel kind, the kind where nothing needs saying, because everything is already said. In 3 sugars and a counter by a window. 3 sugars, milk first. I know how you take it, I know how you take it. 3 sugars, milk first. That's all. That's everything. It's raining again, which I mention because the rain has an opinion about this, and I think it's right. I was going to go out, had my coat on and everything. The coat is now on the chair is next to the window. I'm watching the street do its wet thing, the umbrellas and the bad decisions, the people who thought it would stop, who are now also wet. I could still go, it's not that kind of rain, just a persistent kind, the kind that makes you philosophical. I've been philosophical all week, which is a polite way of saying I've been sitting with a question that doesn't have a comfortable answer. The question is about a person who I won't name here, partly because it's private, mostly because naming it makes it more real. The rain is very real though, very committed to its position. Has been since Tuesday. Tuesday was 3 days ago. The rain has an opinion. I have one too. They're the same opinion. That's the inconvenient part. I made a list once of what I actually want, not the things I say I want. The real ones at 2 a.m. The real ones were embarrassingly simple. To be somewhere warm on purpose, to have someone to tell small things to mean it when I say I'm staying. I folded the list, put it in the cookbook, the one I never cook from. It's probably still there. My friend keeps asking how I am, in the tone that means she knows I say I'm fine, in the tone that means I know she knows. We've been doing this for years. It's a kind of intimacy, actually, they're not quite saying the being known anyway. She texted me a photo last week of a door painted yellow, no message, just a door. I understood immediately. Yellow doors mean something to us, from a conversation years ago about what we want if we were brave. I saved the photo. The rain still has an opinion, so do I, more than before. Still the same opinion, getting harder to ignore. I think what I'm saying is, I've been standing at the window long enough that the window might be the problem. Not the rain, not the question, not the person I won't name, just my relationship with standing still. When standing still stops being rest, the coat is still on the chair, the rain is still at it, the street is still convincingly wet, and I'm still watching all this. But I looked up the yellow door, the one she sent, turns out it's a cafe 3 streets from the person I won't name, which might be a coincidence, which might not be. Either way the coat is on the chair, either way the rain has an opinion. I think I'm gonna put the coat on, I think I'm gonna go out, I think I'm gonna get wet, I think that's okay. Yeah, the rain has an opinion.
I move a lot, not literally, well sometimes literally, but mostly in the sense of always having the next thing. A project, a plan, a reason to be somewhere, a podcast for the commute, a show for the evenings, a reason the evenings aren't just evenings. I'm very productive, my to-do list is detailed, my calendar is full of things I agreed to because they were in the future. The future always seems manageable at the point of agreeing it's only later, when the future arrives with its actual requirements. But by then there's a new future being agreed to, and the calendar fills, and the moving continues. I have a theory about myself, that I'm best in motion, that stillness is something that happens to me rather than something I choose. Evidence, the moment I sit down without a task attached, I become aware of a sound that's been there the whole time. It's not a bad sound, more like a question, one I've been intending to sit with since approximately last winter. I'll sit with it soon when things slow down. Things are going to slow down. I've been saying that since the winter before the last one. When I stop moving, The thoughts catch up when I stop moving. I find out what they are. I keep intending to find out what they are, just not while I'm moving, which is most of the time, which is most of the time. My friend Dan meditates 20 minutes every morning. He's described it to me twice. Both times I change the subject. Not because I'm dismissive, I'm not dismissive. More because I know what he's going to suggest, and I'm not ready to agree yet. He has a quality of stillness that I find suspicious and admirable. He can sit in a room without filling it. I fill rooms without trying. Someone said that to me once. They meant it as a compliment. I received it as a diagnosis. There are things that have been waiting for me for a reasonably long time. The conversation with my dad that keeps almost happening. The decision about the job that I've been making and unmaking since the end of spring, which is now significantly behind us. The thing from 3 years ago that I processed into productivity, that I turned into being very busy and good at being busy. These things are patient, more patient than I deserve. They're just there when I sit down, all three of them punctual every time. When I stop moving, there they are. When I stop moving, they're not angry, they just need the time I keep not giving them. When I stop moving, I find out I've been waiting for myself. I stopped on Saturday, not on purpose. My plans fell through, and there was just the afternoon. I sat with it, all of it. The question sound that's always there. The patient things. The conversation with my dad, I turned it over. Found out I wasn't scared of it, just out of practice. The job thing, turned out I'd already decided. I just needed the stillness to hear the decision I'd made. The thing from 3 years ago, I won't describe it here, but I sat with it for maybe an hour. It didn't resolve, not on Saturday, but it had the company it needed for the first time in 3 years. I made dinner after, nothing complicated. Ate it at the table, sitting down, didn't put anything on. Just the sound of eating, and the question sounded quieter. And the evening being an evening without anything else required. I think I'll do that again.
You cook, I'll talk. That's the arrangement, has been since the beginning. I think we both prefer it. You've never asked me to help, which I've always appreciated, because my help in kitchens is a specific kind of hindrance. I sit on the counter, you've asked me not to sit on the counter. I sit on the counter anyway. You've accepted this. I talk about my day, you make sounds while your back is turned. That could mean agreement, or could mean the onion needs attention. Either way, it's the best part of my evening. The just sitting on the counter talking while you do the actual work of turning things into dinner. You have a way of cooking that looks like not thinking, but you're very clearly thinking. You're thinking about the food and also something else. I can tell because of the pause between the stirring, where you're working something out that isn't dinner. I've learned not to interrupt that pause. Took me a while. Now I can read the pauses, the dinner ones and the other ones. The other ones sometimes produce solutions to things we've been circling. Not because of the kitchen exactly, but because the hands are busy and the mind goes wide. We figured out more things in this kitchen, standing at this hob, than in all the serious conversations we've tried to have at the table. You cook, I'll talk, and somewhere in the middle something gets made that isn't just dinner. You cook, I'll talk, the counter, the chopping, the sound of things becoming something worth sitting down for. You made the thing with the lemon last week. I asked you to make it again. You said it depends on what's in the fridge and what kind of day it's been, which I've come to understand is how cooking works. It's not a recipe exactly, it's a conversation with what you have. I like that about you, the working with what's there, not the demanding of specific ingredients, not the refusing to proceed without them. Last Thursday was a bad day for both of us in different ways. You made something with two things, and it was exactly right. I don't know how you do that, the calibrating of dinner to the specific requirements of the evening, but I'd like you to keep doing it. It smells like garlic and something else now. The kitchen is doing its warm thing. The windows have gone steamy, which means it's almost ready. You'll call me to the table, I'll act like I wasn't waiting. We'll sit down and do the thing where the food is also the conversation about the lemon and the timing, and what you changed from last time, and whether the pasta is better this way. These are important discussions. We've had this conversation 40, 50 times, some version of it. Every time it's different, different day, different lemon, different bad thing that became the right dinner at the right time. I'm very glad of this arrangement. The counter and the talking, the pauses and the cooking, the windows going steam. You cook, I'll talk, and something gets figured out that neither of us could have figured out. Sitting somewhere quiet and trying. You cook, I'll talk, the kitchen in November, the thing with the lemon, the steam on the windows. Yeah.
I spent a year in a waiting room, not literally, more like the feeling of one. Everything paused, nothing decided. Not bad exactly, just held the way you hold a breath. Before you know if the news is good. I got good at the waiting room, found out what was in it. Turns out everything I've been avoiding, neatly arranged on chairs. The thing I hadn't dealt with from the relationship before the last one. The habit I called productivity, that was actually something else. The morning I didn't call when I should have, still in the waiting room, sitting there, being very patient about being waited on. People kept asking if I was okay. I kept saying mostly, which was true but incomplete, like answering a different question. The complete answer was, I'm in a waiting room, and I'm starting to read the magazines, and they're surprisingly good. I started sleeping properly, which sounds small. The sleep was enormous, 8 hours of my body deciding to stay. I started cooking things slowly, the kind of take all afternoon, the ones I'd always skip because something faster would do. Turned out slower was better, which was relevant to more than just food. But I filed that away for when I was out of the waiting room. What I learned from waiting was mostly about moving. What I learned from stillness was mostly about when to go. The waiting room taught me what I was waiting for, which is the thing about waiting rooms, you find out what the appointment is. My brother called during the waiting year. We talked for 2 hours, which is not something we'd done in probably a decade. I'm not sure what changed. Maybe the waiting room slows down your talking, makes you go back to the longer version of the things you usually say quickly. He told me something about our dad that I hadn't known, something from before we were old enough to be told things. I held it for a week, then let it change the picture slightly, which is what information does when you're not defending against it. The waiting room was good for that. No agenda, just a sitting, just the long conversations you never have when you're moving fast. I read a book in one sitting for the first time in years, which means the waiting room had done something to my attention. I started noticing things again, the specific color of late afternoon, the sound of the building when it settles at about 2 a.m. These were not new things, I had just stopped noticing the way you stop noticing what isn't immediately urgent. Nothing in the waiting room was urgent, which was uncomfortable at first, then wasn't. Then I started to see what urgent had been costing me. Not in a dramatic way, more like, oh, I see. This is what it feels like without the background noise. What I learned from waiting was that I've been very loud inside. What I learned from stillness was the version of me that isn't. The waiting room gave me back something I'd stopped knowing I had, which is harder to name than most things worth having. I've been out of the waiting room a year now, back in the regular speed of things. Appointments, decisions, the ongoing, the beautiful, ordinary, difficult. But I kept something from in there, the sleep, the slow cooking, the 2-hour phone calls, the noticing of the late afternoon light. And I kept the understanding that some things take the time they take, that moving fast through the difficult parts just means doing them again later. I don't recommend the waiting room, but I'd go back if I had to, knowing what I know now. it wouldn't scare me. The magazines and they're actually good. You start them and you finish them, because you're not going anywhere until you're ready to go somewhere. I'm going somewhere now, slowly, on purpose, in the direction of the things I figured out while I was waiting. Yeah. Take the time. Take the time. I kept the jacket from the trip that didn't go as planned, not as a reminder of the not going as planned. More, the jacket was good. Green waxed cotton, a pocket on the inside where I kept the things I needed to feel like myself in an unfamiliar city. 3 countries wore that jacket, 4 winners, 2 relationships, 1 very bad haircut that the jacket improved significantly. I still wear it on the right days, the cold clear ones, the ones where you need the inside pocket just to feel like you have one. I kept the letter, the one I never answered, not because I didn't want to, because by the time I was ready, the moment had gone. She asked 3 things, all of which I had answers to. By the time I found them, the question had been retracted, not by her, by time, which retracts things without asking. I kept the letter to remember that some things wait and some things don't. The envelope is soft now from being handled and put back, handled and put back for about 8 years. I should probably answer it, I probably won't, but I'll keep the letter, because keeping it is something I kept for no good reason. Something I kept because it was mine. I kept the photograph of a place and no people, a road in the morning somewhere in the west of the country. I don't remember why I stopped or who I was with. The road was empty, the light was doing something I had to keep. I've looked at it in several flats, tried it in several frames. It doesn't need a frame, it just needs to be somewhere I can find it. The road is probably still there, roads mostly stay. That light happened once at that angle, and I caught it by accident, which is how the best things happen, by accident, while you were doing something else, looking the other way. I kept the mug with the chip on the handle from a year I don't talk about much, but also don't regret. My therapist at the time had a mug just like it. I bought mine after I stopped going, which she'd probably find meaningful. I find it meaningful too, just not in the way she'd expect. It means I like the mug and now the mug is mine. It holds coffee correctly, which is what a mug is for. The chip doesn't affect anything, it just means it's been somewhere. Something I kept without quite deciding. Something I kept that kept me back a little. I kept the map with the paper one folded wrong, from a city I lived in for 14 months and then left. I still know the city from the inside, the way you know a place when you've walked it in the rain at midnight. But the map was the outside view, the city as it wanted to be seen. Grids and names and confident lines over the actual complicated place. I look at it sometimes, find the street I lived on, the little square that meant morning coffee, the park I took the long route through. They're just marks on paper now, but I can walk them room to room in my memory, without the map, but using it. I'm good at leaving, always have been. I do it cleanly, without much fuss. Bags packed in 20 minutes, flat back to its original state, like I was barely there, which is almost a skill. I know the good exit lines, the ones that sound like beginnings. I'm good at those, I've had practice. My friend Marco says I leave before things can leave me. I said that's not a bad strategy. He said it's a very bad strategy. We had that conversation 3 cities ago. I'm in a different city now. He texts me sometimes, I reply slowly. Not because I don't like him, I like him very much. It's just that replying means the conversation continues, and continuing is a different skill, one I'm still working on. The staying when the staying gets harder than the leaving. Good at leaving, not so good at the rest. Good at leaving, which gets me to the next place, but the next place keeps having the same person in it, which I'm starting to think is relevant. I've lived in 6 cities, if you count the one I was from, which I mostly don't for reasons I haven't fully examined. Each one had something, a person or a window or a street. I left when the something started feeling like the reason to stay, which is backwards. I understand it's backwards. I've had it explained to me very patiently twice. There's a box in my wardrobe with things from each city, a receipt, a key, a matchbook, objects with no current use. I carry them anyway, city to city, wardrobe to wardrobe, like evidence of something, I'm not sure what. Proof that I was there, that it happened, that the leaving didn't erase whatever the arriving was. Good at leaving, getting slower at it though. Good at leaving, but I packed lighter this time, left some things behind on purpose to see if I'd go back for them. I think I might. I met someone here, which is not the kind of thing I say, because saying it means something might be beginning. She has a plant I wanna ask about, a chair she clearly never moves, a way of being in a room, like the room is glad she's in it. I've been here for months, which is getting into the long side. I found 3 good routes from her street back to my flat. Old habit, always know the exits, but I haven't used any of them yet, which is new, which I'm not examining too closely. In case examining it changes something, I'd like it to stay exactly as strange and good as it is. The box in my wardrobe has space. I noticed that last week. I don't know what I'm saving it for. Something from here, maybe. I think I might stay for this one.
I didn't mean to stay this long. I said that an hour ago. The bartender heard me. He refilled the glass anyway, which is either hospitality or a comment on my self-awareness. Either way, I'm still here at nowhere. The couple by the window left around midnight. I think they seemed happy in the specific way people seem happy when they're leaving somewhere. I watched them go, then watched where they'd been. The 2 empty glasses still holding the shape of the evening. Someone's playing something slow. I don't know the name of it. I could look it up, but I won't. Yeah. There's a man at the bar who's been nursing the same drink since before I got here. Like he's made a commitment to it. I respect that. A thing worth nursing is a thing worth having. I've had drinks I didn't nurse, and mornings I regret them. The music keeps happening the way good music does, without asking anything of you. Just being there when you look up. I keep thinking about a conversation from about 3 years back. Nothing important was said, which is exactly why I can't forget it. We were somewhere like this, same kind of light, same kind of late. You said you were tired of arriving places, and I said, me too. Which was true, but I think we meant different things, which is how most things end up meaning different things. 1/2, nowhere, still here. 1/2, nowhere, that's alright. The trumpet does something in the corner behind the piano, like it's having a separate conversation about the same subject. I've always liked that about jazz, the way 2 things can be true at once. The way the sad part and the okay part play together. I called someone last week, didn't say much, they didn't either. We stayed on the line for a while. That's a kind of language too. The
staying on the line, not because anything needs saying, just because hanging up is also a choice. I'm getting better at not hanging up, at staying in the room. At 1/2 nowhere, at the second glass I didn't plan. My coat's been on the chair for an hour, that optimistic hour when I still thought I was about to leave. I'm not about to leave. 1/2 nowhere, which is somewhere after all. No, I'll get home when I get home. The bar is almost empty now. The bartender is wiping things. That slow end of night wiping, that means something without saying it. I should go, I will go in a minute after this. The piano is doing something very quiet in the upper register. Little notes like rain on glass. I don't want it to stop, but it will stop. Everything does eventually. The trick is staying for the last part, not leaving just before it ends. Yeah, 1/2. Static from the old radio again. It always cuts out when it rains. I had the volume low enough to barely hear the music through the noise. Tiny trumpet sounds, then static, and someone's voice talking about traffic downtown. The station kept disappearing every few minutes. There was tea getting cold beside me, the mug leaving circles on the desk. I should probably buy coasters eventually. Outside, somebody dragged garbage bags across the sidewalk. The sound echoed weirdly through the wet street. The apartment building across from mine still had lights on and 3 windows. Static from the old radio, like hearing memories through walls. I made toast around 2 in the morning, burned one side slightly, still ate it anyway, standing near the sink. The kitchen light made everything look pale. There's a crack near the ceiling I keep noticing lately. I wonder how long it's been there already. The station suddenly played an old jazz recording, bad audio, soft piano, someone coughing quietly in the background. Honestly, that made it feel more human somehow. Perfect recordings feel weirdly distant sometimes, like they're hiding too much. Static from the old radio, and rain tapping softly against the glass. Around 3, the rain got heavier suddenly. Water streaks sliding down the window. I opened it slightly. Cold air filled the room immediately. Somewhere far away, a motorcycle passed, and the city got quiet again. There's
comfort in hearing imperfect things at night. Bad signals, old speakers, voices too far away to understand clearly. Those sounds feel more honest than silence sometimes. The station disappeared completely around 4:15. Just white noise after that. I left it playing anyway. The static blended into the rain eventually. I think I fell asleep before turning it off.
Nobody danced at the party tonight. Everyone just stood around holding drinks, talking about work, moving apartments, people they used to know in college. Somebody put chips into a cereal bowl because there weren't enough plates. There was condensation all over the windows already. The room smelled like beer and fabric softener. Somehow a really good song came on at some point. Old synth, soft drums, something that deserved movement at least. But nobody reacted. One guy nodded quietly near the speakers, then went back to staring at his phone. The lights in the kitchen flickered twice. Someone laughed too loudly in the hallway, then apologized immediately after. Nobody danced at the party, even though the music deserved better than that. I ended up standing near the balcony door. It was colder there outside. The city looked wet, even though the rain already stopped hours ago. Cars kept dragging reflections through the street. A girl I vaguely recognized asked if I still write songs sometimes. I said, not really lately, which wasn't completely true either. There were empty bottles lined up near the sink. Somebody started cleaning before people even left. A guy in a gray hoodie fell asleep sitting upright on the couch. The playlist kept switching between sad indie songs and weird dance tracks. Nothing matched the room correctly. Nobody danced at the party. I think everybody was too tired to pretend anymore. Around 1:30, people started leaving quietly. Long pauses near the front door. Someone saying, text me when you get home. Someone else looking for their keys for almost 10 minutes. The apartment suddenly felt bigger every time another person left. Sometimes parties stop being exciting and start feeling like proof that everyone's trying their best not to disappear from each other's lives. When I finally walked outside, cold air hit immediately. The street was almost empty. I could still hear bass through the walls faintly. Nobody danced at the party tonight, but nobody really wanted to go home either.
station was still open. Blue lights through fogged glass, button sounds echoing outside. Some high school kids were still inside, shouting over racing games. The whole place smelled like dust and old machines overheating. I hadn't been there in years probably, but the music sounded exactly the same. Coin sounds, cheap speakers, that same fake excitement everywhere. I watched someone fail the claw machine 6 times, then went immediately without reacting at all. The arcade near the station was still open. Like certain places don't realize time passed yet. Outside the trains kept arriving, wet umbrellas, coffee cups, people staring at their phones. The city always feels younger near stations somehow, like everybody's still becoming someone there. I bought a canned coffee from the vending machine, sat near the entrance for a while. There was neon reflecting in puddles all over the sidewalk. For a second, the whole night looked like an old memory already. I think loneliness feels different in bright places, less heavy, more blurry around the edges. When I finally left, the arcade music was still playing behind me. Doors sliding open and closed over and over.
The last one left at midnight, more or less. There were goodbyes at the door that lasted 20 minutes, which is how you know it was good. The length of the leaving, how long people stand in the cold before they actually go. Now it's just me and the evidence, 2 bottles that didn't get finished, a coat someone left who'll text about it tomorrow. The glasses still hold the shape of the evening, different levels, different lipstick, someone's handwriting on a napkin, an argument about a film nobody's seen. I'm not ready to clear it up yet. Let it be evidence a little longer. Let the room hold the evening before I put it away. I do this every time, stand in the after for a while, before the washing up, before the flat returns to ordinary. There's something in the just after, the warmth still present, the voice is just gone.
The room not yet empty. My friend Anna was here tonight. Laughed so hard she knocked her glass. Caught it though, both hands very fast, very pleased with herself. She's been having a hard year. You wouldn't know it from tonight, which is something she does. Arrives completely every time. I wanna learn that, the arriving completely. I tend to bring most of the other week through the door with me. After the last guest leaves, the room is still warm from having them. After the last guest leaves, I take a minute, just standing in the warmth before the ordinary comes back. After the last guest leaves, I remember why I do this. The coat by the door is Marco's. He always forgets something. Once it was his shoes. He drove home in his socks. He texted from the taxi to say shoes are in the boot anyway, like he'd planned it. He probably hadn't. I hung the coat on the hook, tidied the napkin argument, moved the 2 unfinished bottles to the kitchen where they'll live. The kitchen looks like a small morning after, which is fine. Mornings after are also a kind of evidence. I'll do the washing up tomorrow, or I won't, and it'll be Sunday. Either way, the glasses will get washed. Tonight I just want the evidence. The ring on the table from the wine, the chair that's still pulled out from when someone got up to make a point. I have a theory about gatherings, that they're practice for knowing that things are good while they're happening. Not in a forced way, not the kind where you remind yourself, more the kind where the room fills up and you feel the fullness of it. I felt it tonight more than usual. Anna laughing, the coat by the door, the argument about the film nobody's seen. That's the thing I'm trying to get better at, the noticing in real time, not the nostalgia for the thing, while the thing is still happening. After the last guest leaves, I know it was worth it. After the last guest leaves, the evidence is everywhere, the glasses and the napkin, the coat Marco forgot. After the last guest leaves, I'm already looking forward to next time. Good night, come back soon. The coat's on the hook, I'll have the coffee on.
a.m. and the city is mine for about an hour. before it remembers itself and starts being a city again. The bakery is doing its thing, the smell of it 2 streets before you get there, warning you helpfully. A man in a yellow vest is doing something to the road with a machine that accepts this hour the way nobody else does. I walk a lot at this time, not because I'm an early person, more because I'm a late person who got tired of staying in. The pigeons are up, which I find comforting, proof that morning is proceeding according to plan. They have a routine, pigeons, one I've been observing without fully understanding for the better part of a year. They gather at the fountain first, then the steps of the old post office, then dispersal into the general city to do pigeon things. I respect the structure, I've been thinking about structure, how a day needs a shape to feel like it belonged to you. Before the city wakes, it's just the birds and the bread smelling me. Before the city wakes, I can be anyone I'm working on being. I had a conversation last week that I've been carrying since, not heavy, more like a stone in my pocket that I keep taking out to look at. A woman at the bakery told me she moved here 40 years ago from somewhere with better weather, and she'd do it again tomorrow. I asked why, she said because of mornings like this one, and then handed me a paper bag and turned to the next person. I thought about that all day, and also all of this 5 a.m. Better weather, but still here, still this. The city is starting now, I can feel it. A delivery truck on the main road, a window opening 3 floors up. The hour is ending, the way good things do, not badly, just coming to its natural edge. I'll be home before the cooker is back in my flat with the kettle on, and the city will have no idea I was out here getting the best of it. The pigeons are at the post office now, right on schedule. I give them a nod, which they ignore, that's fine. I don't need acknowledgement from the pigeons or from anyone, mostly. Before the city wakes, I gotta borrow it for a while. Before the city wakes, I found the version of myself that walks at 5 a.m. For no particular reason, and it feels for once like exactly enough. Grocery store was playing Christmas music too early. It's still November. Rainwater everywhere near the entrance. Shopping cart squeaking loudly. Someone buying instant soup and slippers like they didn't plan on leaving home today. I understood that feeling immediately. The heater near the vegetables made the whole place smell weirdly warm. I walked around holding a basket without putting anything inside for a while. There were discounts on things I never buy. Someone arguing softly over brands of cereal. Everything felt strangely temporary tonight. The grocery store was playing Christmas music too early, and somehow that made me feel older than usual. I bought eggs, coffee, bread, and oranges I probably won't finish. The cashier looked exhausted. There were eye drops near the register, and batteries and tiny notebooks nobody notices outside. The rain got heavier again. I stood underneath the awning afterward, watching people run toward taxis. The automatic doors opening and closing behind me. Warm air escaping into the cold streets. Sometimes I think cities feel loneliest right before holidays start. The grocery store was playing Christmas music too early, but I still stayed longer than necessary. There's something comforting about bright places at night, even if nobody talks to you. When I finally got home, the bread was slightly crushed in my bag. I still ate 2 slices standing in the kitchen. I wear other people's certainty, like a coat I borrowed and forgot to return. It fits well enough, nobody's asked for it back. My friend Sarah knows what she wants, has known since she was maybe 9. A kind of clarity I find fascinating, the way you find a foreign language fascinating. She orders without looking at the menu, ends conversations when they're done, doesn't refresh her phone, looking for something to change. I'm not jealous exactly, more like curious, the way you're curious about how birds decide when to fly south. I tried it once, just deciding, picked a direction, started walking. Got 3 blocks before I checked the weather and reconsidered. Secondhand warmth is still warm though. Borrowed light still helps you see. I'm working with what I've got, and what I've got is mostly working on me. I learned to cook from watching videos at 2 a.m. when I couldn't sleep. Now I make a pretty good pasta that I eat alone on a Wednesday, which sounds sad, but Wednesday pasta is genuinely one of the things I look forward to, which tells you something about where I am. I'm in a decent place, actually, better than the place before, which was a very specific kind of gray that I don't miss but understand better now. The gray was useful,
by being the thing that isn't it. I have a list of things I know I like now, not preferences, actual things. Coffee before conversation, windows before curtains, the first 5 minutes after rain. Secondhand warmth is still warm, though borrowed confidence gets you through the door. I'm not the finished version yet, but the unfinished version is doing more. My mother had a way of being still that I always wanted to learn. She could sit in the room and just be in it without looking for the exit. I'm still learning that. The sitting without looking, I've got better at the sitting part. Still working on the without looking. Last Sunday I stayed home all day, didn't explain it to anyone. Made the pasta, watched 2 films, one was good, one was necessary. And at the end of the evening, I sat by the window for a bit, not waiting for anything, just sitting in the secondhand warmth of the street light on the curtain, and the sound of the street, and the version of me that's slowly becoming enough. Yeah, secondhand warmth, still warm, still warm. Working on it, yeah. Yeah. The movers came at 8, earlier than I expected. I wasn't finished saying goodbye to any of it. The kitchen especially, which is where most of the living happened. Not in the living room, never in the living room. Always the kitchen, always standing up. The table knew 4 years of mornings, knew the coffee ring I never fixed, knew the corner where the light came in at exactly the right angle in November. I kept meaning to photograph that corner. I never photographed that corner. Now someone else will have November in their kitchen and not know what they have. The bedroom wall had a mark where I'd leaned my bike for 2 winters. A gray streak at handlebar height, exactly my height, more or less. I painted over it before I left, which felt like an erasure. But also I didn't want to leave it for the next person to find and not understand. Some things are only legible if you were there for the whole sentence. The gray mark was mine, I took it with me in the painting over. The wardrobe had a smell, old wood and something floral, from whoever lived there before me, whose things had left their ghost in the grain. I added my ghost to it, ooh, and coffee, and that particular shampoo I stopped using in year 3 for no good reason. The furniture remembers even after you've gone. The furniture holds the shape of you long after you've moved on. My friend helped me pack the last boxes. We didn't talk much, which was right. There's a kind of work that needs to happen in quiet. She wrapped the glasses in paper more carefully than I would have, which told me she understood what the glasses were not glasses. 4 years of glasses, the ones from the dinner that went well, the ones from the night I cried at something on the television, the ones from the Tuesday I decided to stop waiting for things to get better and started making them in small incremental ways. Those glasses now in a box in a van, going to a flat I haven't loved yet, but probably will. I walk through empty once more at the end, just me and the sound of my own footsteps, which sound different in empty rooms, more final, more mine. The kitchen corner was just a corner without the table, which is obvious, but still surprising. Light without context is just light. I made the context for 4 years. I made the context, the mark under the paint, the ring on the floor, the ghost in the wardrobe, grain still there, just invisible. The furniture remembers I left my shape in it. The furniture will hold it until the next person fits. The new flat has white walls, very clean, very ready, like a sentence with nothing in it yet, waiting for the verb. I put the table in the kitchen, not the dining room. Found the corner with the best morning light. November will tell me if I'm right. Leaned my bike against the bedroom wall, left it there on purpose, gave it a week. The mark is already starting. I'm starting again, different me, in a flat that doesn't know me yet, but the furniture is learning. I think this one will do. I think this one will do.
I think about the version of you before I knew you, the one in the photos from years back, with the different haircut and the same eyes. You're always laughing in those photos, or looking somewhere to the left, like there's something just outside the frame that you're keeping track of. I wonder what you were worried about then, what the ongoing thing was that you carried through those years before it became the current thing. I wonder if you were kind to yourself. I suspect not, from what you've said, from the way you referenced that time with the particular brevity of things survived. I would have liked to know that version, not instead of this one. I know and love this one, just also. I think I would have sat with you in whatever kitchen that was, with the terrible flatmate you've mentioned twice, and the windows that didn't close right. I would have told you that the things you're anxious about will resolve in the way things do, which is not how you imagine, but enough. I wouldn't have been believed. That's not how it works. You can't be told your way out of being 23. You have to do the years, but still I would have sat with you, and maybe that would have been something for the version of you I didn't know. I carry a kind of retroactive care for the version of you I didn't know. I'm glad she made it here. You showed me a photo once from a summer that was
someone who helped them change the subject, which was your right. I think about that someone sometimes who helped during the tired summer. Whether they know what they did, whether you've told them. Some people help us through things and never find out. They move on the way people move on, leaving behind the shape of having stayed. I hope they know. I hope the tired summer eventually got told what it grew into. For the version of you I didn't know, I'm glad the kitchen had bad windows. For the version of you I didn't know, every hard year that you carried brought you to this room, where I get to know this version, which is my favorite version, though I'm biased. You don't talk about it much, the years before, which is fine. You don't owe me the archaeology. I have what I have, which is you now, the current version, who makes coffee too strong and reads too late, who remembers song lyrics perfectly but forgets where she put her keys, who laughs at the wrong moment in films because she's thinking ahead, who has a way of listening that makes you feel like the most interesting room in a house full of interesting rooms. I've mentioned that before, I'll mention it again. This version is enough. This version is everything actually. I just sometimes wanna go back and sit with the earlier drafts. For the version of you I didn't know, I hope someone sat with her too, the way you sit with me without being asked. November kept everything, all the things I meant to finish, the half-read books, the half-made decisions. I said I'd deal with things in November, as though November were a room where things could wait, patient and undemanding. It is a little. The gray light has a patience to it that other months don't have, a willingness to hold. Boxes in November, the physical ones in the wardrobe. Found a sweater I thought I'd lost, thought about who I was when I last wore it. Not better or worse, just further back, another configuration of the ongoing person. I found a notebook from 3 years ago, read half of it standing up, put it back without finishing. Some things are better half read. The boxes went back in the wardrobe, mostly unsorted. November kept that to the not quite sorting. There were good days in November, one in particular, a Tuesday that had the right light and nothing required of it. I walked until my phone died, didn't
is kept now in the November drawer, with the sweater and the notebook and the half-made things.
Which is both a relief and a loss. The drawer closes, things go back to waiting. I'll carry the Tuesday though, the one with the right light, the cafe and the dead phone and the walk that didn't know where it was going. That's the thing November gives you if you let it. The unscheduled Tuesday, the walk without a destination. The year has been many things, most of them real. November kept the real ones in the gray, patient light. I'll let it go now. The year can have its ending. I kept what I needed. November kept the rest. Single melody line, simple, slightly hesitant, like someone starting a thought, not sure where it's going yet. Upper register, soft pedal, clean arpeggios underneath the piano, not competing, supporting the way someone sits with you without saying anything. Very soft at first, the kick barely there, like the rhythm of breathing. Not a song yet, just a pulse. Second guitar adds texture, shallow enters low and slow, everything moving in the same direction, nothing urgent about it. All the elements present, the sound wide and patient, not a peak, just fullness. The way a room feels when the right people are in it. The drums stop first, then the second guitar. The cello stays a little longer than it too. Back to nearly the beginning, but the key feels different, or maybe just more settled. Hard to say which. The same melody from the start, but quieter now, like a question you stopped needing answered. It just hums there.
The light in the hallway stayed on all night. I noticed around midnight first. Thought somebody probably forgot. But when I checked again later, it was still there, bright line underneath my door. The apartment felt strangely awake because of it. I reheated coffee around 1, which was a bad idea, honestly. Couldn't sleep after that. There were dishes drying near the sink, and a hoodie on the floor, and some receipts stuck underneath the table, like the refrigerator kept humming louder than usual. The light in the hallway stayed on all night, and somehow I couldn't stop thinking about it. Someone walked past around 2:30, slow footsteps, then silence again. I opened the door once, just enough to look outside. Everything smelled faintly like detergent and warm air. There was a package sitting near somebody else's door for hours. I kept scrolling through old photos tonight, mostly random things, coffee shops, screenshots, bad lighting. It's weird how your phone slowly becomes evidence of different versions of yourself. The light in the hallway stayed on all night, like somebody else couldn't sleep either. Apartment buildings are strange. Everyone's separated by walls, but still accidentally living together somehow. Hearing chairs move, water running, doors closing softly at 3 a.m. Around 4, the hallway finally went dark. The room immediately felt colder after that. I stared at the ceiling a little longer before sleeping. I watched the rain start without noticing. 1 minute the street was dry, then suddenly everything outside looked softer. Cars move slower, people walk closer to buildings. The city changed quietly. There was tea getting cold beside me. I hadn't touched it in almost an hour. My laptop screen dimmed by itself twice. I kept rereading the same paragraph without understanding any of it. The room felt strangely gray all afternoon. I watched the rain start without noticing, like the whole day had been drifting somewhere else. Someone downstairs opened their window. I could hear dishes clinking faintly. A dog barked somewhere far away, then stopped suddenly. There were water streaks forming on the glass now. The street lights turned on earlier than usual. I checked the weather app eventually. Nothing but rain for the rest of the week. For some reason that felt comforting instead of disappointing. I think I'm getting tired of pretending sunny days always help. I watched the rain start without noticing, and by evening sadness doesn't arrive dramatically. Sometimes it just slowly changes the lighting in the room. Around midnight, the rain finally got louder. I opened the window slightly. Cold air filled the apartment immediately. I stayed there, listening for a while.